What's up, Gadwin? Hello, Rash. That's unfortunate. Meaning it's over now? Damn. Well, happy late birthday. That does suck, though. Hmm. I haven't had a 24-hour bug in a while. Those really do suck. Well, it's nice that it's not longer than that, though. Hmm. Sorry, I was laughing because I read ahead before I even moved forward. I was laughing at Mal's comment. Damn. That's good, at least. I'm still half asleep myself. Tends to always be the case here lately when I do live streams. Sounds like a good time. This one's entirely unstructured, so it's just whatever. I was watching a video on Bill Burr cutting through bullshit right wing narratives.
Hello.
Hello, Godwin.
Got a new headset, so I don't know how it sounds.
Do what?
This is a new headset I got, so I'm not sure how good it.
Oh, sounds fine to me.
Alrighty then. Usually, Discord always gives me trouble with new headsets. Always have to go in and reset the settings and all that shit.
Yep, that happens to me every damn time. It like does some weird default thing. I don't even know how to explain it.
Yep, that's why I don't like using Discord audio chat for things like recording and shit.
Makes sense.
I found that the Steam one is amazing, actually. For like, it doesn't interfere with things like if you want to record like streaming or anything, it just works.
I'll have to try it. Or you just mean the talk overlay type deal?
Oh, through the friends chat on Steam.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we used it that one time.
Right. It did. It was pretty clean. Even with my lagging shit, like the audio itself was just clear and good the entire time.
You ever look into that, like Steam, like their company?
No. Isn't it Valve or something?
Yeah, Steam has like 79 employees, and each one of them makes like 1 point some million a year.
All of them?
Mm-hmm.
How in the hell do they pull that off?
Because they make so much profit.
And they actually like share it rather than.
Yep. And
That's
well, they
awesome.
distribute it amongst their workforce, and their workforce actually brings that value to Steam.
Damn. That's an awesome model.
I know. I heard that. I was like, holy shit. I'm like, we need more of this.
Why isn't it like that should be like known? Like if what I mean by that is it should be like something people talk about. It's like that's amazing.
Like if we had more of a structure like that, see that would those 79 people are going to buy more houses, more cars, more things, and they're going to stimulate the economy even more, which then creates more jobs down the pipeline.
Yep. It's how the economy actually works, the opposite of trickle down.
Yep. Well, that's how they think trickle down was supposed to work, but it doesn't. We've seen CEO pay go from like it used to be like $20 for every $1 we made. Now it's five. Well, it's more like in a range from 300 to 500 for every $1 we make.
And it's yeah. Well, I don't know. To me, it's always been crazy on its head. The idea of trickle down, like wealthy people don't. I mean, in general, they don't just get more money and then invest in more jobs and then spread the wealth, so to speak. It just don't happen. They tend to hoard it, and they put there's like so much shit in like stock buybacks and dividends and shit that it like shouldn't even be legal.
But the people who are supposed to regulate it are the ones doing it.
Right. Well, that's why I think money in politics is the biggest deal, and that's what needs to be fixed, like right now.
It won't though, because we're seeing like kind of like the like Rome, how it killed itself from the inside out. It didn't regulate itself where it needed to be regulated, and it just ate itself.
Yeah. Mm. So, what have you been up to other than puking all over the place for a day?
Dude, it hit me just like hard. Cause it hit me at work a little bit. I felt queasy, but it didn't make me puke. And then I got home, went to sleep, woke up, and I was just pissed. And also like, oh, I knew that feeling. And it just everything projectile vomit. Like I felt like exhausted, sweating, and everything when I was done. I was like, holy shit.
Damn.
Went back to bed. I was like, yep, fuck that.
Was it one of those that's like almost entirely like uh having to shit, or was it like
Yeah.
stomach cramping type?
Yeah, it's like
Like,
all my muscles hurt, everything in my body, like just walking, my heels hurt.
oh yeah,
I haven't felt that in a while.
that's one of the worst ones.
This is the season.
Was it during Christmas?
Well, I think the old lady, she went to the doctor's for something. Well, she picked this up at the doctor's and then brought it home, and then I got it.
Damn. Terrible.
I wish people would keep more practices that we learned during COVID. We could almost like wipe out most common illness.
It's true.
We
Well,
just maintain.
we have too many people that took away the wrong stuff from that. That like we learned so many things that we could do better, and instead people are like, yeah, we got forced to wear masks and it was all fake. And I'm like, it was
Yeah.
all fake. What the fuck? And they're like, yeah, it was just not real. It was all like a hoax. And I'm like, dude, do you watch Alex Jones? What the
Yep.
fuck? Where do you, it just blows my mind. Like, what the fuck? Like, people are fucking dying, especially in like New York, to such an extent they had to put fucking coolers for bodies. And people are like, yeah, that's all made up. It's just not real. It's like a flu, basically. I'm like, what? And like, are these
These are the kind of people
people?
that also believe the Earth is flat, or like all these other wild conspiracies. That they really can't conceive reality.
Yes. Well, I've always called it being quote too open minded, and it's like where one, and someone reminded me of this lately. I don't want to mention a name because it would be rude, but it goes into the way they think, and they were talking about science in general, and I found it interesting because you know how I am. I like to observe people through the lens of like psychology and like how their mind works and why, at least in my belief. And they were going into we shouldn't just be taking what scientists say and everything at face value. Like, you
Oh
have
yes,
to think,
scrutinize
you have,
everything.
huh?
Scrutinize everything.
Yes, but so the issue I have with that is you, and I mean this, not you, but you when I'm talking to someone who actually says this, and I mean it with the most sincere respect possible and as polite as I can. You're a fucking moron. Like, you, you have to, at some point, on some level, you have to trust people that are smarter than you, at least that are more educated than you in certain areas. You have to. If you don't, you end up with flat earth because you don't have like that bedrock of that foundation of knowledge that's necessary to understand basic shit like why the earth isn't flat. So you
Well,
look across the sky and it looks like the shit's roughly flat. Oh, earth's flat. Like, you have to rely on people at some point.
this is where I've seen like the rise of the Dunning-Kruger effect because we have internet nowadays. So bullshit spreads faster than light. Well, fast as light, basically.
Yeah, that
And
is true.
so you have a lot of really confident morons now on the internet spewing their stupidity, and there's other people just as stupid as them. They're like, "Hey, that guy, he knows something."
Yep. Or they get emotionally latched, like with Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump will say something and it's completely stupid, and someone will go like, "That guy knows what he's talking about," and it's emotional. It's like because he has that like
Populism.
yeah, it's sort of like a form of machismo, I guess, and like
I,
a his tone.
I look at it as like North Koreans, like how they worship Kim Jong Il, or how the fuck you say his name. Uh,
Right.
how they worship
I
him and praise.
always
That's how
yeah,
it's the same with MAGA. I see the same
it
devotion,
is. It is.
blind trust,
Yep.
and it's kind of like Lord of the Flies in a way too. It's gonna just eat itself. It already is.
How's it going, everybody?
I
Oh
can't
God.
complain.
God bless
Ah, well,
everybody. Hope God's with everybody.
He's actually behind me. That's where that light is that you can see. He's just checking in on me right now.
No, Travis, I was kind of concerned about the feces matter that's in the house next to you. That kitty litter box with the giant turds in it. It might be giving off an aroma that can get you sick. You shouldn't be living in a room like that. And if you were a Christian, you would care about things like that.
Well,
look
there's
at
no
history. Christians lived with pigs and all kinds of animals throughout almost all of
This
history.
is 2025, and he's got a kitty litter box to the left of him.
The Bible exceeds all time.
No, I'm just saying, and not only that, what if that cat went to the bathroom now? Are we going to witness the cat go to the bathroom? That's not, you see how I'm getting with you atheists and you non-believers? You're
well,
very
Well, ultimately,
degenerate.
it's just a shit
for
together in a
for
communal thing.
for one, I'm not representative of atheists in general. I'm
You
just
call
me.
yourself a center-left atheist, so you are representing atheists.
No. You don't understand my point. I'm not saying that I'm not an atheist. I'm saying that I individually do not represent all atheists. So if I do something, that does not mean atheists do what I did. You know what I'm
Most
saying?
do. Most
Atheism,
do. You
That's
had the
not
last
true.
man you had on here. I'm not saying every atheist lives like Trobs, but cat turds next to him and stuff.
atheism is the
That
freedom
other
to
man you
live
had on
without
called
dogma.
himself a conservative Christian last time. He wasn't a conservative Christian. I went back and watched one of your older videos, Trobs, where that
Uh-huh.
gentleman actually said he went to gay bars before. Conservative Christians don't go to gay bars.
Oh, you're talking about Andy. I don't
Yes, he.
know. I see. This is the thing. You paint people with such a broad brush that you're like, there's no such thing as a person that believes this and does this, and that's just not true.
What do you mean by that, though? I don't follow
People
you, Trobs. You said there's no
people.
gray area. No, it's black and white, Trobs. Bottom line, you
There is
believe
no
in
black
God
and white.
or you don't. You're a heathen or you love God. It's one or the other.
That's
You're a
not true.
fanatic, Tom. That's all
I'm
you
not a
are.
fanatic. I love God.
You are. It's
I
literally
am not. Do
fanatic
not call me a
behavior.
fanatic. I'm not a
You're a
fanatic.
Christian fanatic.
No, I'm a Christian who loves God. And if I had to
Yes,
pick up
that's
the sword and go to
fanaticism.
Jerusalem and take the holy city back for us, I would if this was the Middle
No.
Ages, but it's not the Middle Ages. So
Well,
I'm on here trying to help somebody save their soul. Trob's in desperate need. His soul needs to be saved. And you're on here bull crapping him and egging him on like this is all normal. This is not normal, sir. He is living in a small room with turds next to him, screaming atheist stuff. He doesn't like God, sexual things. It's wrong.
it's highly unprofessional, is what it is.
It is. I would agree with that. It is unprofessional what he's doing right there. It is. But even what's worse, no, what's he doing now? What are you smoking now, Trobs? That's not good for you, man.
There's no evidence that shows that this is not good for me.
Well, it's in a pipe, Trobs. Could it be
And
crack? Could it be crack?
it's not crack.
Well, then what is it?
It's
What,
tobacco.
okay, what kind of tobacco are you smoking, Trobs?
I'm smoking what's called Balkan blend, which is
Do you,
like it's some like really potent Latakia type blend, and then there's also some what's this shit, Sir Walter Raleigh.
Sir Walter Raleigh, Queen Elizabeth loved Sir Walter Raleigh. It didn't end so well for him when Charles took power, though, or James, I believe he died. But And Sir Francis Drake was great also. It just troubles me that you won't even try to break this cycle of abuse that's going on to your soul right now, Trubs.
What explain this cycle of abuse that's going on to my soul for me?
Right here as we sit. Look how you're living. The blasphemy out of you is just ridiculous.
Well,
The
you got to
blasphemy and
understand. You got to understand from my point of view, there's no such thing as blasphemy. There has to be something to blaspheme against. Now,
Yes,
We
God.
live dogma-free
Right.
lives.
No. God is real. It's about faith. That's why you
Okay.
can't grasp. I told you
Is
about
Odin
Fatima
real?
before.
Is Zeus
When the
real?
whole
No
town
other
seen the
gods are
Blessed
real.
Mother.
You don't believe in any other gods except for Yahweh of the desert, of that isolated little region, which then became the dominant religion of Rome, which then was forced on people throughout all the Middle Ages.
Now take
And
your
if you didn't
Schofield
convert to
Bible and throw it out the
Christianity, they
window,
put you to
pal.
death. If you said you're atheist or gay or anything, they burned you a fuck alive. So
And
nobody
you should,
has
all right, maybe
serious.
burning people's back then. That's how you did it, right?
Now people have the freedom to live without being killed for saying they are atheists, which is
Oh,
better
really?
now
Why
than
don't you go
under
to
the
Saudi
time.
Arabia? See what
But they're
happens.
Muslim. They're not Christian.
But
They
they don't
still
like
live
that
in
stuff neither.
By the way,
Islam is
Saudi
a
I think
Arabia is
everybody agrees that sodomy's wrong.
Saudi Arabia is not even representative of Muslims. Many Muslims call that shit out constantly. I
Yeah.
think
All right, but
Rash
I'm saying the
does.
sodomite thing is wrong, Trobs. And maybe, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but maybe you should clean the room and not leave the cat turds around because they do put stuff in the air that could get you very sick.
Well,
And I'm just saying, Tom loves God, and I'm out of here.
okay, you have a good one. So I'll keep that in mind and be concerned about my undying soul.
They can't understand the concept that we don't believe in heaven or hell. We believe in consequences and for the actions you take here now, and that's it. Death is death. So I mean, you fuck up and kill yourself, well, you're dead. There is no other.
Well, they and this is why I go into that. I think it's like emotional because they can't fathom the concept of it. Most of them, by the way, like you can talk to people like Rash, and Rash can actually think of a world where a God didn't exist and kind of put himself in that place, sort of like we do with them. And he
Hypotheticals.
yes, he can do that. But people like Tom can't. It's like they can't even think of a possibility that they might be wrong, which is indicative of major mental illness. It's like,
There
at
was
least
a
in my
study.
opinion.
I seen a study a long time ago, but they looked at Christians who were brought up on the Bible, and then people who just weren't. And Christians will go through the world that are brought up strictly on the Bible. Like say you're Mennonite, really strict to it.
Yeah.
They'll go through life trying to make the world match the Bible versus people who don't get brought up on that, just going through the world and seeing it for what it is.
Right.
Logically, just looking at, oh, okay, that's that. This is this.
Mm-hmm.
That's where a lot of the flat Earth shit comes from, is biblical things, because that was actually a thing from back in the 1800s. There's a flat Earth cult it started.
Yep. And one of the big reasons why it was started is the wording in the Bible in the very beginning, and the talk of the firmament and the four corners, which kind of indicates flatness. But anyhow, that's what I mean whenever I tell people that some people get mad at me and go well, you're attacking religion and everything, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect anything in their life. And that's why I'm always like, dude, do you think that it's like this island that doesn't touch any other aspect of their life when it literally affects everything they do, say, think, everything? I see it all the time. It affects the way they view karma and retribution. It affects, one of the biggest ones is and which obviously shows that it's not compartmentalized outside of everything else, is the tendency, not always, but the tendency for religious people to hate homosexual people for no reason. Just no reason at all.
Just be homosexual. It's funny because the place that hates homosexuality the most has the most hits on porn sites for gay porn.
Yep. And that's why I bring it up a lot, not only because I find it funny, it's like an easy win when they're talking shit, but it's also that like it's actual legitimate. It's like evidence. And it makes me wonder with the people that are like so hardcore. Like Andy is on the right, like roughly, but he don't do that. He don't care. He don't.
It wasn't a key part of his life growing up.
Right. Well,
And we're seeing that fade more and more now. So that's why you don't see so many strict conservative Christians anymore.
To some extent, yes. And some of it's personality. It's like the type of person they are.
You still see a lot of that, like incels. That's where a lot of your incels stem from, is you're like right-wing Christian, just wackos.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's when people like have issues in life, and what they do is they put all their eggs in a basket, so to speak. Like they place their identity into this cultural phenomenon of like Christianity, and they make it such a part of who they are, such a part of like their ego, that they like they go into extreme mode to where they're like fundamentalist, hardcore, like they start acting like crazy people. That's not always.
We have many examples of that, like Jim Jordan, the Branch Davidians down Texas, and like the snake handlers there in the Carolinas. I mean,
oh yeah, yep.
The Southern Baptists.
They're some of the worst of my experience because, well, those are mainly what I have experience with. Oh, it is definitely funny. We agree on that. That's why I love Tom. He's hilarious, like without trying to be. Although I get a feeling, I could be wrong. You may disagree with me here. I think that he's partially troll. I think he's sort of egging it on a little more than he normally would.
Patrick.
Yes. Like it's based on truth, but he exaggerates it.
You kind of hear the laughing at the end of like at the very end of his things. He kind of like snickers a little bit.
Yeah. Little things like that tip him off. But it's still funny. I don't care. What's up, Rash?
Nothing. Just thought that, the theists needed some representation. Not fair with
I was just talking about you in some form.
Happy New Year, Rash.
Yeah, Happy New Year, guys. And
right back at you. So did you have something specific involving theism, like what I was talking about, or just...
Okay, yeah, there is one that I've brought up a couple of times. I keep getting in trouble for calling like you Trobs an atheist when you're what was it, agnostic or something?
Other way around. And by the it's atheist. I prefer because it actually means something. Because agnostic is like basically the whole world. So it's
saying
like
you don't know.
basically, yeah. So I prefer atheist over agnostic because agnostic to me just is useless. But I wouldn't say you get in trouble. Like I said before, the comment that I posted or the video that I made was primarily about I can't even remember his name now, but what dude said. It wasn't toward you.
No, it wasn't me. No.
Yeah.
Now what I'm is the people who say that they don't know God exists, right? They say there's no proof. So I can't say there is a God, but I can't say there isn't. But those people, I still call them an atheist because you never hear them actually argue it the other way. They only ever argue it one way, as in there's definitely no God. But they say, oh, but I don't know. Nobody can know. So it doesn't make sense to only argue it one way. I mean, I know that there's a God personally, but I can argue it both ways.
I have.
So if I can do it, why can't they?
So okay, I'm getting several different things to touch on here. So if your point was that you prefer atheists because they only argue it one way, I agree with you on that. And that tends to be the case. This is why I think we agree on this. It's why I say almost all people that call themselves agnostic are actually atheists. They just don't like the term. So
Right.
You're absolutely right about that. So one is actually, no, I think that's exactly what you're saying. Like, I think we completely agree on that. You just word it, you come at it from a different side.
Mm,
What was
I
you
tried.
saying, Gadwin? I think I cut you off.
Oh, I kind of ADHD'd out there for a second.
Yeah.
I was thinking about what I was thinking and then trying to keep thinking about what I was thinking about and then just completely block everything out.
Mm-hmm.
I hate when I do that.
It happens to me all the time. All the time. Hell, you see it in videos. I'll be in the middle of a video and I'm like, and you can see the lights go out. Like I'm just completely dead, brain dead. And then I'm like, yeah, guys. Happens all the time.
Dude, it's so crazy though. I have a boss, my main plant manager for the one side. He looks almost like your doppelganger, except for he has hair.
Damn.
He has a rat tail coming out the back.
Oh,
But
what
same
the
build,
hell?
everything, ginger.
A freaking rat tail? That's terrible.
Well, he has long hair, but it's like braided into like a rat tail coming down the back.
Interesting.
I was gonna send him one of your videos and ask him if he's maybe your relation or something.
That's great. What kind of a guy is he? Is he an asshole?
Oh, he's cool as hell. I mean, he literally has like the same personality and everything. Like black hoodies with like skull shits and stuff like that on it. Like
weird.
That's what I mean. It's like a doppelganger.
So it's almost
beard
serious.
and everything. Huh? Pardon, Rash?
I'm saying it's almost the stereotype of the gingerhead Viking kind of thing.
Kinda.
Well, I don't. The longer I go through life, I see more of people like that resemble each other. Like a lot of like, they could almost be like, I don't know. It's weird. Like the different people, but the same face as somebody else.
I don't understand that. I just got lost.
Like as you go through life, you see more and more people and just the variety of people. But you start to see like certain body types that are exactly the same, or certain features are exactly the same on different people, and they all start to you can break them into groups almost like that's their genetic markers.
Well, to some extent, that's stereotyping in general. It allows our brains to categorize, and like you can't go through life starting with each individual with a blank slate because you'll go crazy. That's too much to analyze. So I think we're different in how we do it, but we all like have these little heuristics that make things easier. And I think most of the time they're relatively accurate, but sometimes they're obviously stupid, like racist heuristics that are just like, oh, black person is going to steal my wallet, like shit like that.
That whole idea of different races. I mean, all humans are the same race. There is no
right, but that's true. So from a scientific point of view, that's absolutely true. So, but at the same time, some people on the right would say that's a cop out because that's not what they mean. So just to deal with what they do mean, even if you want to call it ethnicity, if you want to call it skin color, whatever you actually mean, it's still stupid. It's just wrong. It's not true. It's based on like some
tribalism.
Tribalism.
It goes really back to the primal part of the brain where something that was different than the familiar was a danger. And it's that primal instinct to want to protect yourself. That's where a lot of that old racist bullshit comes from in a way. It's more of a primitive mindset where like the more educated person becomes, the more they can overcome this primitive feelings.
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel like territorial as much and stuff like that around other people that look different or act different or talk different.
That's why I say that racism is primarily an issue with ignorance. Because the one thing that combats racism more than anything else is simply being around people from different ethnicities.
I work with somebody from Dominican Republic, a couple from Puerto Rico. I mean, and I get along with them all. They all love me when they see me in the morning. Hey, they all smile, waving. This one girl, she always never wants to smile. I'm like, smile. She's I'm like, good morning, real funny, and then she just fucking cracks a smile. And then I just go about my day.
I'm the same, except I take a longer time than many in reaching out. Like, I am very skeptical of people as a general rule. So it takes me a long time to warm up to people. But when I do, race isn't a factor. Although I will say the more I don't know about a race, the more that phase of skepticism will be, because I'm starting from a blank, like I don't know anything. So it's sort of the fear of the other, but it's not as hardcore as like a racist, like hardcore, you know what I mean? So I think racism on some level is based on a spectrum that's legitimate. They just go too fucking far with it. They just hook, line, and sinker into it.
Racists tend not to be very smart people.
That's true. That is true as well.
If you look at most of them, these hillbillies that are overweight, dressed in camo, fucking plain soldier in their backyard, but never served a lick of time in the military because they couldn't fucking pass the test to even get into the fucking military.
Yeah, it's true. And I think the stupidity plays in because they're incapable of holding complex ideas in their head. So they have to, by necessity, view the world in black and white. Like, everything has to be extremes because they can't see the spectrum, the differences, the gray.
Comes with that enlarged part of the brain that deals with the fight,
fear,
flight, reflex. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's just a pre-evolved brain, basically. Their genetic line just isn't as evolved as others. Because as you look at humans who have better nutrition, education, things like that, you're going to get better genetics start being passed on. So that those people who get those benefits are going to be intellectually superior and benefit from genetic advancements, I guess.
Right.
The better nutrition. Like, we're seeing people used to be very short for a long time in history because we had poor nutrition. People had just basically grains to live on, and then it was potatoes after the little ice age started, basically. And we didn't see people becoming like 6 foot and 7 foot tall until we had abundance of food everywhere.
That makes sense. Is that like believed to be the reasoning why? Like,
well, that and also vaccines who stopped a lot of childhood sickness that would stunt a lot of growth. So kids that would, a lot of people grew up on farms, so they had access to decent food a lot of times after like the medieval ages and such, the industrial area. So they got sick, and then they wouldn't grow. They'd stunt their growth. I've seen some people like this where they have large hands, but their body is in proportion to what their hands and feet are. So their hands and feet grew, but then they got sick, and it stunted their growth of growing into those hands and feet.
Interesting. Mal, so what I was saying is not that being wary of other people is racism. I'm saying that there's an underlying connection between the two. I believe that fundamentally they're both stem from that sort of fear of the other, that sort of wariness. I just think that racism is like a cranked up version of that.
Well, it's amplified by other people. It becomes like, it starts out with jokes. Because I knew these kids that I used to go to a skate hop every Friday, the skating rink, because back in our day we didn't have shit to do.
Right.
And there's this kid every week, he had racist jokes, and he'd just sit there and run off them, all of them. This kid wasn't very bright. He didn't go far in life. Let's just say. But that's how it starts, I think, is kids, making jokes, and it turns into like a bunch of buddies hanging out and just keep on with the same bullshit.
Yeah. And then it just becomes like breathing.
And then with social media, it gets amplified, more extreme.
JT, I don't think, if I'm involved, there is no intellectual conversation here. I am far too retarded to engage in stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm a high school dropout, so I don't know shit.
I mean, like, sometimes I'll approach things from, I guess you could call it like an intellectual type of not the actual what I'm trying to do, but the how do I put it? The debate format or the way that we're talking might be considered like that, but to me that's not being intellectual. That's just
I think we're comparing notes more to say. I think it would be more.
yes, or to be scientific in a way, to view things from like a big picture
Well,
perspective, and that's it's a different thing.
well, science is a lot of comparing notes and saying that people are getting the same results you are getting, and if
Yeah.
more than one person gets the same results, that means that's a scientific fact then, or the process is repeatable, over and over.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it a fact, but I would say that it's backed by evidence. It's something. It's something to go on. It's because I personally don't take my personal what do I put my
Opinions.
observations. I don't consider them to be like some people do. Like I saw like a little thing in the window and it was a ghost. I saw it. It's a fact. I
Oh yeah,
don't I know too much about how the human brain is faulty to even trust my own. So that's why I look for measurable external shit rather than just my own experience.
there are a few things that I have set in stone
Mm-hmm.
that are irrefutable to me. Like I will not change opinion on that, and that's just I don't believe in any gods. I'm an atheist of all spectrums, every religion.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's so many of them. I loved history and learning about the different gods. I got into Hercules and Cena when I was a kid, and then that made me like curious about the Greek gods and the Roman gods. And then you expand from there, and you learn, hey, it's all bullshit.
I thought it was extremely interesting, but it's almost like how I like Marvel and did back then too.
Exactly.
It's
They're like ancient
it's
Marvel
only
characters.
interesting because it's like otherworldly and it's like it's almost like a
hmm
great fiction story.
Well, it's kind of like how Morrowind was such an alien world that
Mm-hmm.
made it exciting
Mm-hmm.
because it was unfamiliar and new.
Right. It took your imagination to like a different area. Like they would borrow elements from the real world so you could like relate to it, but it would
hmm
add magic and all
Like
sorts of other stuff.
the first horsemen, they became centaurs because the first plains people tamed horses and then rode them into battle. Well, the first people to seen this, they didn't know what the fuck that was. What the
Yeah.
hell was that? So that became centaurs, and like it just elaborated. There were campfire stories that started out as one thing, and then the next telling it got added a little more the exciting and a little more and a little more, like David and Goliath.
Yeah.
Like that guy, he grew from probably like a 6 foot guy to 7, 8 foot tall.
Yep.
And
That's human nature too.
storytelling or
We've done
traditions.
that. We don't even have to do it on purpose. A lot of our history is that. It's like becomes just crazy, like especially like the stories we hear of like Julius Caesar and uh Alexander the Great. These people,
Vitty Vicky.
yeah, all of this stuff becomes like highly embellished. I wouldn't say everything, but
It
well,
gets told as greater than what it really was.
yes,
Well,
definitely.
there's an old saying, I can't remember exactly how it goes. Is the good parts of history fill or, the good times in history fill the blank pages of history or something like that. We
Meaning
don't write about
they cover up.
we don't write about the good stuff. We write only about the bad shit that happens.
That is true for the most part. But I mean,
Like when everything's
we
going
have
fine,
brief
we don't
stuff,
care.
right? I think we only know of like the most vague of shit when it's good. Like this was a golden age, but that's it. And then when something bad happens, it's like we have every little detail.
Yeah, like look at all the plagues throughout history. The Antonine Plague and the Justinian Plague. It just ravaged Rome.
Mm-hmm.
We got all kinds of records of that, but what about all the good times, the abundant harvest and all that?
And there was a pretty long period of that for the Romans. I mean, you don't last that long without some
Boy,
good times.
exactly.
So that's
Exactly.
true.
I think a lot of it too is people don't have the recall. Like I have amazing recall. I take a great great advantage of it, learning a lot of as much as I can.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed a lot of people they can't recall a lot of things. Like just months ago or something like that, conversations, and I could just talk about the things we talked about.
I can't. So I'm an example of what you're talking about. My memory is the worst.
Mine used to be, but it got better, I think.
I didn't think
I
it could.
revisit things a lot. You just keep revisiting things, and then therefore you reinforce that memory.
It's like training like a muscle or something.
I guess you could say that.
Hmm.
Thinking back on memories over and over, like, and just keep basically revisiting them. So therefore you keep them more fresh, and therefore, you know, you keep them memories. They become, well, your brain breaks down into like almost like a computer. You have a hard drive, and then you have RAM.
Mhm.
Your short-term memory is like your RAM. It can be loaded up with stuff like going and taking a shit and all this other stuff that you do, mundane tasks, and then
Mhm.
it'll just forget those, and you won't remember you did them.
Right.
Then you have your long-term memory that you reinforce. A lot of times that comes from traumas. A lot of people go through really hard times, they traumatize, and then that gets stored in there. And that's when you need to somehow dump it into your RAM and flush it.
Right. My short term doesn't seem to be too terrible, but I have like almost no long term memory. Like it takes a lot for something to get stored there. I guess my storage space is limited.
See, me, my short term is the worst, and I can walk into the room and forget what the fuck I went in there for.
Mm-hmm.
But I like doing math and stuff like that was always a pain for me, because remembering, like, I'd be sitting there doing mental math and I'd completely forget a whole number that was part of the equation, and
Yeah, then you get pissed off.
yep, then you get even worse because you're pissed off.
Yep. And I've never been patient anyway. So little things like that, just the fact that my time got wasted to a certain extent, it gets me more angry than your average person. I'm just like, fuck. And then everybody's like, dude, like you're just quiet over there in the corner, not saying a word. And then you're like, fuck, out of nowhere.
I think that has something to do with the ginger gene. Every ginger I've
Maybe,
known, a hot tempered.
maybe, maybe it has something to do with it. I don't know. I've spent a lot of effort working on it. Like I can, like when it comes to people, so what makes you angry matters. So an individual saying like, "Hey, you're gay," or like, "Dude, you're ugly," or something does not ever make me angry. Can't make me
Nope,
angry. I don't
nope,
care.
has no effect.
So, but things that I do, especially stupid stuff, I'm very critical of myself. So if I forget it, like I literally leave the room to go make coffee, and I left my coffee cup in here. I'm like, you fucking idiot. And then I walk back. It's like I'm over the top, but it tends to be specifically on myself.
Yeah, I've always been nobody can beat me up worse than I beat myself up.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a good thing to a certain extent because you have standards for yourself, but it can go a little like it's
Too much
well-meaning, but
self.
it can be a
Yeah.
problem.
Hmm. You also got to be constructive in a way. You can't just, all your weak spots. Stop hitting yourself there.
Yeah. Well, it's dwelling is the issue. When you hyperfixate
Yes.
on it, you're not ever going to do it. You can use your strengths to make up for your weaknesses rather than just beat yourself up all day.
I've had my heart broken enough times where that's all you do. You sit there and just dwell on it, and it gets worse, and then
Yep.
yeah, you
Well,
make
I
no
do that
sense
with
decisions.
everything, not just broken heart, everything. It's like my brain latches on to shit and then it won't let go, and I like start feeding it.
Yeah, sometimes it comes almost like that angel devil kind of situation. You got two voices in your head, one saying do it, and then the other's like just telling the other one to shut the fuck up, basically. And it's just this battle.
Yep. I have that too. I describe it to people and they're like, dude, that's crazy. And I'm like, that sounds normal to me. Like a lot of
Well, I
people
was
say
wondering,
they
maybe
have something similar.
you might have that golden brain thing where you use both sides equally. Maybe 'cause that's where I was thinking
I
maybe
don't
that
know.
came from. Because it's always like my left side is always trying to basically tell the right side to shut the fuck up.
How do you know which side is trying to tell which side to do what?
Well, it's kind of like the more primitive thought is the right side, and the more logical, scientific thought would be the left side. So the left side is usually smarter.
I guess that makes sense.
So like I'll get an emotion and it just like it flips to one, thinking this one kind of primal way, and the left side's like, yeah, shut the fuck up. No, that's not logical, and it just shuts the right down.
Yep. Well, I do have a tendency. I notice the primitive brain that you're describing, but I wouldn't say they're equal. They don't work simultaneously. Like my logical brain tends to take precedence. It goes,
Yes.
no,
Yep.
that's stupid. Shut up. Like on most cases, I won't say that that's always the case because I'm human. So there are times when I just get entirely emotional and
The
act like
primitive,
a
I think,
freaking idiot.
is tied more to the emotional. Like whenever you're around a bunch of people and you get all excited and you start doing stupid things because
Mhm.
that's your primitive brain coming out in the excited way.
Yep.
Yep.
Primitive brain tends to be stuck toward intuition more. A logical brain deals more in like you actually take the time to analyze a situation rather than relying on this heuristic, this random intuitive response that could be just complete bullshit. Like that's how I see it anyway.
Hello, Melody.
Hey guys, hey Trobs, what's going on?
Not much, just shooting the shit, talking about all kinds of random stuff as usual.
Yeah, no, that's good stuff.
What would you like to know, Melody?
So like on the left brain, right brain thing, I don't really understand like what the difference is. I mean, I've taken a test and it seems like I've got both kind of equal, but I don't know. What is the right? There's one that's like more artistic, and I can't remember which one it is, and I'm
The
definitely
right
not
brain.
that.
The right brain's the artistic one, actually.
Okay, well that's not me.
Yeah, see, like the right brain likes fiction, tends to like fiction, more artistic, but is more emotional. The left brain is more logical, scientific, and likes nonfiction.
Well, okay, well I
See, I,
like
I I
both
like
fiction
all
and
that.
nonfiction, but
I do it all, so that's where but then I can master none almost. So it's like a jack of all but master of none.
yeah, I fall like in both categories.
Hmm.
Like you
But
get
yeah,
your true people who are just, I mean, they're diehard like professionals at what they do. I was watching an artist make a figurine out of clay, and I was just like, oh my god, just he had the hands of like a surgeon and stuff. I mean, just sculpting clay, like yeah, I could never do that.
I've never been able to either. I used to draw a lot and then I lost my interest in it.
Yep.
I can't even draw a stick figure.
I do art in video games. Like I actually just had a comment the other day on one of my ships I did on a game like 4 years ago, and they're just like, "Oh, this is still one of the most amazing ships." And I'm just because how I designed, so everything got. I'm OCD about it, so everything has symmetry and everything, and it just
You must be doing Minecraft or something like that.
it was some little space game where you made like a spaceship and you had to do all the things that had the air system, the wiring, the power. You had to do everything, and I completely just have it completely symmetrical all.
Well, I do understand that if everything has to be like perfectly in place, then I can be that type of person where I like look back on my sentences and emails and everything just to make sure it's kind of
Well, I do it
perfect.
with art though. So like I'd make art like so I make like RimWorld when I play that, I make my cities as an art piece. And basically I don't know, it's just I play video games to express my artistic capabilities.
I can see that. Mine
Yeah, I
doesn't
guess
really work
emails are
that way.
completely different.
I mean, you can use literature. Literature is used for art for hundreds of years now. Poetry, writing.
Yeah, you can use it
Oh,
in
I
how
don't know.
you illustrate certain concepts. Your language even is can be used as a creative endeavor.
Well, that's one of okay, so poetry, going back to that, I've never understood poetry and I don't like it. I think it's boring and lame and I don't get it because I'm too like logical. Like
Yeah,
it
Mm.
that's
just it
exactly what I was thinking. You're too
I
logically.
Yeah, I don't. It does not. It doesn't compute in my brain for me. It does
It's
in
about
other
rhyming.
people, but
It's
but
just
not
about
for
the
me.
flow. So it's like having a sentence that just flows really smoothly. Like all the words just roll into each other.
I've always been kind of how you're describing when it comes to puns. I'm so logical when it comes to words and like literally what they mean that it's not funny to me. It's like puns are so annoying to me. I just
Yeah.
ugh.
But
I
I overlook
Same.
sarcasm at times too, because I'm so logical at times. I don't
That
see the
yeah.
sarcasm.
Yeah, same Chops for
Yeah.
me.
Ian, you're gonna have to come up if you wanting to get a chance to try to trigger me because when I have guests on here, I'm not gonna be reading your text. But you're more than welcome on the stage. I'm sure you'll trigger the hell out of me. You'll make me so angry I'll be punching the wall.
Hey, is that the dude that was on last time? That was
No, Tom
oh,
is the one who he came on again tonight briefly, but that's the guy that's in the comments. Tom, from what I can tell, doesn't engage in text, only on panel. And
okay.
Ian's the opposite. He hides in text. At least Tom has a little bit of a backbone.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, that's what I was wondering on the comments because I mean, he literally wrote like an essay to you, and to me, that was quite embarrassing of him.
Well, it's
Because
not.
I mean,
It's
he literally wrote like an essay to you,
Hey Mela, did you
and to
still have the
me,
YouTube video
that was
playing?
quite embarrassing of him.
well, it's not.
I mean,
It's
he literally wrote like an essay to you,
Hey Mela, did you
and to
still
me,
yeah.
Yep.
If you have the video playing, it will feedback.
Thank you.
No big deal though.
oh, there he is.
Yeah, but I've noted that myself, especially the amount of like obsession he has with trying to get back at me. But
I
like,
know.
and
Yeah.
his response is, "I type fast. It's not a big deal." And I'm like, dude, you're not going to convince anyone that you're not obsessed because you type fast. Like, you'll type novels out and say the same thing over and over again. Like, no one cares.
Maybe it's an AI bot meant to fuck with you.
If so, he's entertained me quite a bit. So that would be cool.
Well,
Have you
there he
been
goes
watching
again.
the developments in AI, like how crazy this shit's getting?
They can actually have like little personality traits and shit. Like they're indistinguishable from individuals.
I love this one. It's for scam callers. And it's an old lady. It just sits there, acts like she's looking and trying to figure this shit out the whole time. And we'll keep them on the line for hours.
That's interesting.
Well, and I thought it was funny. Oh, there he goes. That's what I was just about to say. That 80 words per minute.
Yeah,
Yeah, like who fucking cares? Like
I know.
who cares what your job is? Get a fucking life.
Like that's what I mean. It's
It's
like
not your that is irrelevant.
No,
I
Mal,
know.
you're not AI. You're an old British guy. I made a rhyme.
Ian, I don't care. That's it just I don't know if he said that or not, but why are you making that so prominent on all of your posts and comments? I mean, you were going on and on and on about it. And I mean, to me it was an embarrassment on your part.
Well, to them, it's just showing they feel inferior. So Trump makes him feel inferior. That's exactly what he's saying, basically.
well,
In his comment.
that's what honestly, and I hate to say this because I give away the whole fucking game. But I know that it will still work to such an extent. I'm so confident it will still work. I'm going to give you the whole game. I literally do it on purpose to get them triggered because then they're going to get pissed off and get in this fucking loop of trying to get me back. And they will stay hyper focused on me to attack while I'm just completely like nonchalantly like, yeah, whatever. And it just makes them more angry to the point where they're like, dude, I'm going to fucking show up where you live, man. I'm going to fucking shoot you, motherfucker. Like it's all designed. Like I'm toying with him, and he falls for it every fucking time, and it's hilarious.
Okay, now he's saying Stockboy to assistant manager story.
Yeah.
Why do you care?
I don't
We
know.
don't put
He's
too much stock into a
obs-
career.
He's obsessed with me.
I think so, Charles. I mean,
So the point that I made in a post is that if I were going to lie about my past, which I don't really care what people think, but if I were, I'm not going to make myself look good by saying I was almost an assistant store manager at a grocery store. Like I could come up with better than that, dude. So it's kind of dumb. Like the whole thing is stupid that you're trying to do here.
and that's not the point. The point is that you're saying that he's this. Okay, so he's a habitual liar. The thing is
Yeah.
that you don't have any relevance here, and you were just making up shit. And I've never seen Trump say that he can write, 80 words per minute. But like, even if he did, why do you care so much?
Hold up real quick. Hey, how's it going? Melody, Trobs.
Hello.
So you made up this story about being like a stock boy that got promoted to assistant manager or some shit that types 80 words per minute just to trigger this guy, and that's
Well,
what's
no.
happening?
So, okay. I am telling the truth, and I know it's going to piss him off because I've pulled him into this situation to where he feels insecure around me, right? So I know how to get someone. I can see when someone's insecure because you can tell by how they react to the things you say, right? So when I told the story about, it's 100% the truth. Like, in fact, this particularly wasn't even to try to lure him in. I just knew that he would keep coming because he always does. So I was just telling a story about how I started hating the system of like corporate shit and stuff by like how I was being groomed to become an assistant manager. It's all true at a grocery store, and like how I started seeing the bullshittery and how they wanted to take away your morality as a human being and look at all of your employees as numbers and treat them like shit. And I was like, fuck, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm stepping down, which is true. That's what I did. But so now that he's locked on and he's like so desperately wants to get back, he sees that as an opening. He sees everything I do as like a potential way to get back at me. So now he goes, oh, that's clearly a lie. You've never been successful in anything in your life. You live in your mother's trailer, etc. Like same old shit over and over. But it's hilarious.
Why he seems particularly hung up on the 80 words per minute. I don't know why that's so
Now
important.
that was intentionally bullshit that I threw out, and I stuck with it because
Well,
I
that's
knew
the part he's really stuck on. Yeah, because he's
yes,
definitely
exactly.
he's sensing bullshit on that. Yeah,
that's true. But the whole point is to get him that hardcore. It's like, dude, I'm just fucking playing your ass. Like, you're so stupid. Like, why do you? Like, you've literally typed on like almost every video or live stream that I've done in the last week. 80 words per minute. Dude, just take a test. Dude, like, you're so easy to fuck with, man. Like,
well, there you have it.
down.
What's your name, Ian? So he was telling the truth about the assistant manager. He was bullshitting about the 80 words per minute. So now you have your closure, right?
There you go.
Yeah, I think he wants you to be like a stenographer or
No,
something.
it's true though. Yeah, like it's like the higher up in management you go, like the more you have to just treat people like they're just pure shit. Like, yeah.
Well, they basically gave me an ultimatum, like you're gonna be who we want you to be, or we'll find someone who will. And then I'm like, well, fuck you then.
Yeah, that's every fucking
right.
You know,
that's what I. That was the point. That was the point I made. I'm biased by my own experience. Honestly, my experience is anecdotal, but I feel that this is most, if not all, companies. Like, that's just how it works.
Yeah, all companies, they want somebody that's going to do what they fucking want. Yeah, and if you're not that guy, they'll find somebody who is.
Yeah. And so I wasn't willing to make that trade. A lot of people are. That's cool. Like, do you? But I'm not. I don't.
That shit is so, yeah.
To succeed in corporate America, you need to be a psychopath. Literally, you have to be remorseless for the individual.
Yeah, to be a piece of shit who's willing to just shit on people.
I mean,
Yeah,
if it's not something that you want to go to, I mean, if a manager, I mean, I don't really care like what you want to aspire to go to, but if it's not in your line of being, if it's not in your line of wanting to do, then why go to that? I mean,
Well,
I could
some
probably
people
get
would only do
promoted,
it
but
for money. A lot of people would just do it clearly just for money, and that's it. But
well, exactly. And so, I mean, in my experience with my job is that if I got promoted even more and more, um, I would have to be on the phone 24, not 24/7, but like almost like 8 hours a day. And
nah.
I choose like
The
that would
higher up you get, the less work you actually have, the less
fuck that. I
furloughed
would
on you. Because you can
if I had to be on the
you can
phone all
furlough
day
that off
long,
onto people below you.
that would suck ass. So I choose not
It was
to go that
working,
way.
and you still get
I
dropped.
mean,
That's just a board
Ian,
member.
I don't know why you're still tripping about it. Ian, he just said he was lying about it. So
Did he?
now he's hung up on the like, why would he promote somebody?
He
Like,
just wants to argue to argue. He'll
So
find anything.
so what he's doing is he made up a lie about in the story and inveigled that lie in there so that it makes it sound crazy. So
What's the lie?
The lie is that hold on, let me put it up here. Why a district manager would look to promote an overnight stock boy to assistant manager. So I wasn't an overnight stock boy. I was the grocery manager. That's number 3 in the store. Grocery manager is number 3 in the store. That's how the hierarchy works in grocery stores. As grocery manager, yes, I did work overnight, but I wasn't a stalker.
Well, you're the next thing to the what do they call it? Assistant manager. So of course you'd be the next motherfucker to be promoted.
Exactly. So, but he's like turned it into this. Well, he was just a stalker. Like it's Ian 101. He'll throw in like little lies to make something sound doubtful.
It's
Did you start out as a stalker, or were you just promoted off the bat as a general grocery manager?
I started out as a stalker. In fact, I liked it more. It's one reason why I decided to step down and go back to lead. But I liked being one of the guys and not having to like do a bunch of fucking, what would you call it? Like political shit.
See,
yeah, that's just weird.
What I'd like to do.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I like to be the guy. It's quiet. Nobody, really knows I'm there. Just let me alone. Just let me do my job. No paperwork.
I'm like that if I like to be left alone in the workplace if I'm sort of in a bad mood, and I'm a very moody person, so it happens quite a bit. I'll just be shitty that day. But then there's times when I just want to fucking have fun, and we'll like cut up and like rib each other and do all sorts of fucking crazy shit while we're working. And I find that it's better for business. Huh?
I have a couple people come up and talk to me. I'm like, I'm on good terms. Well, I was on good terms with everybody except for this little guy. He was like racist. First day he comes up to me, he's like, "Well, these Puerto Ricans, blah, blah." He's like running his mouth. I'm like, dude, I don't care. I just like blew him off. And the next day he's like, "Hey, there's girls up there, they're lesbians, blah, blah, blah. And like the little one, she thinks she's the man, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, what's it matter to you? Like, shut the fuck up." And then next day I was there like scanning my paperwork because you got to scan everything before you put it down the racks and shit. And he's like, "Get the fuck out of my way." I'm like, "Keep it up. I'm gonna fuck you up, little man." Like, oh, with that, I just went around and just told everybody like the racist shit he's saying and stuff like that, and like everybody just gave him the cold shoulder. We all ignored him almost like he wasn't there. And now he learned. Now he's acting nice to people. He's like trying to act. He's still an emotional little shit. Every little thing sets him off.
Those are the funniest people to fuck with.
It's in the workplace. I want shit to flow. I don't want to have people fucking up shit. But it's funny to watch them sitting there geeking out about because one thing just messes up and he's fucking
right. So hold on a second, Ian, because you're very, very confused right now. Obviously, you don't know anything about how this works. So Western Union is not used to order items. Like, do you know what Western Union is?
Like MoneyGrams and shit like that?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with ordering shit.
I think he's like stuck in back in the future.
That's like 80 or 90 shit there. Western Union. I remember.
No, that's what I said. Like back in the future.
I don't know. All I know is like they do money orders, MoneyGrams. Like,
dude, I remember.
Yeah, that's primarily what they deal in.
Who does Western Union?
I don't know,
Is
man.
that
If
even
you're,
a thing
my
anymore?
thing is, Ian, if you're this hung up about what he's doing or whatever, why don't you just come up and talk to him real quick?
Exactly. Come on up, baby.
Well, he
Yeah,
wants your
come
butthole.
on.
That's what he wants.
How slow are
He's
you? How
emotionally
slow are you,
inclined.
Ian?
Oh my
You're
Dude,
talking
god.
I
about
mean,
Western Union?
basically the question is how petty do we want to be like right now about this?
Either way, I'm cool with it. It's funny.
It's just
That's a
so fucking
separate
petty.
thing.
It just
I
seems
just
like the only thing I care about is like people probably want to talk about things that matter and not be stuck up on like what I did like 10 years ago. Like who gives a shit?
can't you just take solace in the fact that he doesn't type 80 words per minute or something? Like, can't you just
Yeah,
take that?
like I gave you a nice W there. Like fucking, I could have kept that and
You
just
could
played
have
with
just
you.
pretended.
Yeah, I could have played with you for another month or two with that. I honestly don't even know how fast I type. I know I type faster than your average person, but I've never actually done a test.
I know
80
what
would be exceedingly fast. Yeah, most people are not.
That's what I would think.
There's an old game called Typing of the Dead. So it was like a zombie shooter game, but you had to type the words to shoot the zombies, and the faster you type, the quicker you shoot the
Oh,
zombies.
that's like one of those educational games.
Yeah, I remember that shit. Man, I grew up in the 90s when like half the games were crappy educational games.
Dude, I used to do textual role play shit like back in the original chat days, like AOL chat, there would be rooms to where you pretend like you're fighting. And
What? AOL? Come on.
you would
Yeah.
fight by
The
like
messenger.
typing out like actions. And then if the other person blocked by the time you put your second one out, it was a hit. I was like nerd style like that. It was fun. But it also it made me type fast, kinda.
Wait, so instead of turn-based, it's like as fast as you can type it, basically? Like,
Yes. So it's that meant you connected. So and then it like started operated on a point system, and the first person to like 5 or 10, whatever you agreed to, was victorious.
like I don't know how Dungeons and Dragons works, but it kind of reminds me of that. I don't know why.
It's similar. It's like it's a sort of nerdish type
Sounds very nerdy. But yeah,
imagination type thing. Yeah, it's definitely that.
I'm a Dwarf Fortress kind of person. If anybody knows what that is.
Dwarf
No.
Fortress?
Yeah.
It's I assume it's like a game where you build like a fortress or something and you battle against other fortresses.
Look it up. Look it up. It looks literally like Matrix fucking code on the screen. But you're actually building like a whole dwarf fortress, and there's hundreds of dwarves running around with each of them have like you can have individual socks for each foot, underwear, every piece of clothing, all kinds of beers. You can milk every animal in the fucking game. Like, and it all looks like fucking Matrix code on the screen.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's too much for me.
Yeah, I know a lot of people. Yeah, you guys do like video. I don't do video games. I do like the chatter stuff, but yeah, I haven't done like video games since I was a teenager. So yeah, you guys groove on.
My grandma always taught me like so when I was growing up, we every night we always played board games, card games. Oh, it was always games, and it was actually good for mental development.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you, Gads.
And I've always kept I mean, I grew up in the middle of nowhere, so for me, I didn't have friends. Video games were always an escape, somewhere I could go to a new adventure or journey. The waste countless hours of nothingness.
All that matters is it's fun to you.
Yeah, I mean, it helped me learn a lot.
I'm not gonna shit on what somebody else likes just because I don't like it.
I think it helps a lot because you got rid of a lot of like racist shit. Because I grew up and there was racists around, so I kind of reflected the same kind of ideologies they did. But then I started playing like, well, I get really dark, so I have Native American kind of complexion. So in the summer times I get really dark.
Oh, so people would shit on you for being too dark?
Yeah, so I got called all kinds of Hispanic names and.
Oh, so you were like in a predominantly white area?
Everyone's white.
Oh, okay.
And so, but I didn't realize it until reflecting on it that the people were saying all the racist shit. as jokes. They're actually pointing them more toward me than just trying to tell me a joke. So it's like, oh wow, yeah. Now I'll reflect back on those pieces of shit. But
Yeah. No, they want to make it like it's a joke, so that it's not, so they don't get called a racist, basically.
And but as I played online, like World of Warcraft and shit, I met people from all corners of the world and played with. Like I had my PvP threes team. I had a guy from what was it? Not Afghanistan. The other one, Iraq. He moved to the States before the Iraq invasion. He was an Iraqi and stuff. He was cool as hell. Him and I got along great, and it helped get rid of that bias I had toward Iraqis at the time. And that was like during the Iraqi invasion and all that bullshit. So I think video games can help overcome a lot of these stupid racial boundaries that we do have to this day.
Yeah, or whatever kind of commonalities people have. Like, video games is one thing, but I kind of handle people like on an individual basis. I mean, obviously there's like cultural differences between like groups of people, but when it comes to like a prejudice, I handle that on an individual basis, like a person by person.
Yeah, like if you say cartel member, I'm all like, yeah, I despise you kind of, because that's just, I know what you do, but yeah, I'm good. But like,
yeah, but because all cartels are Mexican doesn't mean all Mexicans are cartels, right? So it's like
exactly, yeah, exactly. But yeah, you don't fuck around with that shit. No, I'm good.
Yeah, that I agree with you. You can make certain inferences based on like the knowledge they
affiliation.
Gave you. Yeah, like there's some stereotypes that are just they're given. They're given based on the knowledge that they're part of a subgroup. Like it's automatic. So it's like, yeah, I don't like you. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, no, so, I don't like you. It's just
I know what this is going on.
I don't want no part of that. Nothing.
Like you get these people with like intellectualism is like that's what they want to be, their personality. Like that's what they're trying to project to people. So like that's Ian right here, and he feels that like you're kind of trying to and he feels like you're trying to steal his thing, and so he feels like he has to have this like rivalry with you.
Yeah, JT, I would have to
that's
agree
why
with you.
It's so funny. It's like I'm toying with him, but I'm fucking doing it in a way that's like so nonchalant, yet he's so fucking obsessed. And he's like, dude, I'm not obsessed. I type really fast, man. Like I type really fast.
Well, Mal, here's an example, like the mob or the Yakuza or
I just want to hear what you sound like, man. That give me a much better idea. Like I just never get a full feel for somebody until I hear them. I don't even need to see you. Just need to hear your voice.
What's pareidolia?
Oh, he just said that he would come in here. I'll go in there. Charles will call me stupid. Well, being the stupid.
No, he's not gonna call you dumb.
Well, come on up then. Come on, Ian.
I can't. I might, but I'll try not to.
All right, you resist. I'll call him stupid for you.
Okay, I'll resist. Come on up. And by the way, even if I did, you called it ahead of time. Who cares? Then you'll just be like, "Told you." Like, why is that? Why is that such a big deal? Like, have you never been called stupid?
What's that called? Foreshadowing.
Yeah. Well, it's also not random. It's based on like you in text clearly, like over and over and over again. It's like you have a history of doing stupid stuff. So I'm like,
I always like that. It's funny they call me homosexual all the time. Like I've been a heterosexual male all my life. I have kids and everything. Like I've never had any, like gay tendencies in my life ever. But they always want to. Oh, you're gay. Well, call me whatever you want. I don't care.
Yes. Like, why the hell did he just say that you're gay? Like where the hell did he even get that from? That's ridiculous.
Are you gay?
No. Oh my god! I just said what. Oh,
I'm just fucking with you, but no, really. If he comes up here,
list.
Dude, what does a list have to do with being gay?
Hey man, even if he is gay, who gives a shit anymore?
Yeah, it's like it's irrelevant. Like
a list.
Cares?
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Like
there's a lot of effeminate motherfuckers out here that don't want to admit that they're gay yet, and we're like in 2025 already. I'm not saying you're one of them. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, this isn't like the 1970s or something. I mean,
I've talked about pareidolia a lot. I just didn't know what the term was. detecting
No, actually,
patterns.
it's funny because I've heard that concept used a lot, but I've never heard the word for it. It's basically it's what schizophrenics do and shit. Like they see fucking patterns and shit that's not real.
Well, like everything in psychology, though, it's based on something that's normal. It's just over the top for them. It's human pattern seeking going too far. Like we all do it in certain. When you look into the clouds and you're like, "That's a dog." That's what that is.
Well, like
but when we're creating meaning based on like patterns, that's the problem when we're creating like personal meaning or attaching personal meaning to it. It's not necessarily real. That's like psychosis, delusions.
Right. I never knew the term for it. That's an interesting.
No, I never heard the word for it. That's why I looked it up too. I was like, I've never heard the word for that.
Gotta remember that one.
Yeah, I keep adding words to my list.
And I'm like, why is that not a common word? Why is that word not more common? Like, honestly.
Well, the dumbing down of society.
Isn't the skin flute just fapping?
Playing the skin flute?
Yeah. Isn't that just fapping?
It could refer to like giving somebody a hand job, something like that.
No, playing the skin flute, I always thought was a blowjob. I thought you put your mouth on the flute.
Oh yeah, you're putting your mouth on it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think that is.
Yeah, I think you're right. That makes more sense.
Put your mouth on it and blow.
Yeah, that makes more sense now.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, playing the flute. Yeah, it means
if it's a woman's talented, she can use.
But Ian, man, you're coming up here, right? I honestly want to talk to this Ian guy. This guy sounds kind of interesting.
I don't think he's anything like Tom. He did say in text earlier in chat that he might be Tom. I don't think he is. It's possible.
Okay. Well, I wasn't sure just because of like the homophobia.
See, he understands.
That was ridiculous last week. But yeah, I don't think that this. I don't know. Well, he's being homophobic right now, but
it's the internet. People should be allowed to be fucking homophobic or racist on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Where else are they going to do it? They can't act like that.
Well, I've always basically defended free speech in that way because one, I want to know where they are, and you actually make the problem worse if you like basically make it. You're not allowed to say this. What they'll do is they will one you won't know who they are and where they are. Two, they will become like secretive and like create a little group of people that share their views, and they'll start fucking like scheming and shit, like
circle jerking.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. You need to let
people, but with you don't want people to create speakeasies and everything, crime and shit. Basically,
exactly. That's why you don't legalize things.
Let them be racist on the internet. Let them be whatever they want to on the internet. That's what the internet's for.
Ian, I'm not going to tell you I lied about something that I didn't lie about just to get you on. Like, I'm sorry, that's not going to work.
Hey, man, you're lucky he told you he was lying about the 80 words per minute. He didn't have to tell you that. He could have just fucked with you and just let you think that, could have just fucking.
I mean, sure, you would have kept going on. You probably still will keep going on about it, but still, I could have just had fun with it forever.
Well, now he's stuck on the Stockboy things. It's like, fuck it.
It shows you it's not about the thing that he's claiming that it's about. It's just this generalized.
He's basically saying you're a fraud. You're full of shit. You're like a fucking pseudo-intellectual or some bullshit. That's basically the gist. Like,
and the thing is I'm giving him the opportunity to put me in my place, but he's not taking it.
Dude, I really
argue.
I really won.
Yeah, you just set up the link, and he won't come up here and state his game. State exactly like what he's saying about you.
This is where that quote, "Don't argue with stupid people because they'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience."
No, I don't want to see an argument. I just want to see him come up here.
He's just a stupid person. He just wants to argue, and he's trying to drag us down to his level.
Is it fucked up that I want to see it? Like,
no.
Maybe.
It's just me rambling.
Well, get up here.
Dude, I don't care if he was a grocery. What do you call yourself? Grocery manager? What was the position? Grocery
assistant manager, grocery manager, stock boy. They were all like used at some point, but he's
the one that preceded assistant manager. The one that they were the one that you were going from.
Grocery manager.
Grocery manager. Okay, grocery manager. Right. So. Yeah, he's trying to equate that to like stock. You're just some random stock boy.
Yeah. So he
Like,
wants
no,
to
dude, he was a stock boy, and then he was promoted to stock manager.
like as if it matters that much. Honestly, grocery manager is like a glorified stock clerk in the first place. It's not that special, and I never claimed it was. So it's like that you think you're knocking me down a peg by claiming no, he wasn't a grocery. That's who. It's not even a big difference.
Dude, basically he's saying that a grocery manager was basically basically the same thing as a stock boy. You're just like,
Pretty much.
yeah, but it's the next thing to assistant manager, which is would make sense why they would promote. They're not just going to promote some random stock boy. They promoted grocery manager.
I just find it amusing that
Did you see how petty this shit is, Ian?
That's why it's funny. But so where I'm going with it is it's obvious that did you see how hung up he was on the 80 word per minute thing? And then then I dropped it, and now it's this. And what does that tell you? It's not about the thing that he's claiming.
It's just you. He doesn't like you.
Yes, exactly. he's emotional about me. He feels a certain way when I'm around. But at the same time, all he has to do to not deal with me is get the fuck off my channel. But instead, he's like obsessed.
No, but he's here to one up you, but not on the channel.
Yeah.
Well, that is still obsessed. Like if even if you're right that all he cares about is one upping me, which I believe you're right, that's still obsession. Like he's
but he was a department manager for groceries. That's what he's saying. He's saying grocery department manager to managers. Yeah.
I think he's pretending like he don't get it. I think he's pretending like he don't get it. Like he's trying to.
I mean, he could. This could all just be some troll, and he's just trolling the fuck out of this.
He is a troll for sure. He's a troll, but it's hard to tell where.
But he's obsessed.
Yes, it's hard to tell where the trolling starts and the obsession stops.
It is funny.
He likes people talking about him.
He does. He likes Trobs. He really likes them.
He does, or he wouldn't be here. But can you just come up here though? Ian?
If you pop on
panel that keeps catching Trobs and lies. Okay, well then come up here, troll. Come on.
Yeah, but you know what? If he wants to lie to get you all fucking flustered, why not? It's fun. Like, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
me personally, with that, I would have to say it depends on the lie. So if I'm like making like a lie that I think is like big, as in it affects many people, it's something important, then that would be terrible, and I shouldn't do that. Not just for my own entertainment, but telling you that I type quickly because, and it was in response to you making a claim that like, oh, I type really quick, like you're great or something. I'm like, dude, who cares? Like, it's not a big deal. So I threw that out as a way because I knew that you would latch onto it and you'd like become obsessed, and you did.
Doing it, and you probably didn't even say
it. See, the problem with your words, Ian, is you're saying T-Robs gets mad. I'm on video right now. Everyone here can see that I'm not even close to being angry, like at all. Like, so you would do so much better at what you're trying to achieve if you would come up here.
Yeah, he's kind of cute. He just keeps typing away. Like, okay, so maybe he's trying to hyperimpose what you supposedly lied about with your 80 words per minute, and so he's just like typing away.
It's just a pissing contest. He's like, no, it's basically just a glorified pissing.
Hyper fixated.
Well, I went ahead and gave you your big W on that. You probably type faster than me. Like,
well, how about let's ask Ian. What's Ian do? What is your title? Let's talk about Ian.
I won't block people unless there's a massive, like, if he's offending people like me, sky's the limit. People can talk shit about me all day on panel, off panel, whatever. You can't attack other guest members.
I was thinking the same, Mal.
But, wait, can we just give him an ultimatum? I mean, it's fucked up, but like, Ian, how about you come up here? Or you're like blocked from the chat or something for a minute. Like,
yeah, I think he's actually kind of entertaining. This Ian.
I do shit like that.
I think he's funny to like. He's funny to like psychoanalyze and To me, anyway. I'm weird.
He's
I
more of
have
a
that way of
reality
thinking.
TV kind of person. I'm not
Yeah.
a reality TV kind of person.
I work in the public sector. What kind of sector do you work in? In the public.
Public sector, huh?
Oh
Yeah, what the
my.
fuck is public sector? Okay, that could
Could you
mean
be any
anything.
more vague about that? Like, what exactly do you do?
That means government job.
He's probably a fucking
No,
monk.
yeah, but like, do you want to be? I mean, you could maybe be a little more vague about that if you tried.
Yeah.
Why
he's-
do
Oh.
you
What's
bring
that?
up that people can't be honest with you when you're using text to avoid you're hiding right now?
work in the
Like
public
the entire purpose of not coming up that we've offered is so that it's easier for you to be incognito, so to speak. Like it's funny that you're bringing up honesty.
I'm a public figure. Hey, dude, all I'm saying is,
I was
and
gonna say,
that
did he
statement
ever
right
look
there
up
is very.
his name? Did you ever look up Ian Hartman?
I've never looked
Okay,
him up.
so what I would think is that he is a strip mall cop. That's my guess.
No. I don't want to.
That
I
would
don't
be
want them to
private
block
sector.
you. I don't want them to block you so that you can't give a response. I want them to block you so that you're forced to come up here.
I don't think
Yeah,
it would work.
I would
think
I
you
would like
just
to hear.
leave.
I know
I
it
would
wouldn't,
like-
but it's gonna. Think about it. It's gonna piss him off either way. Because what is he doing? He's not gonna be able to do what he wants. Like,
That
I
is
think.
true. The only
are
thing
being
that keeps
honest
me
with
from
you.
doing it is that I have a very hard bar on blocking people. Like I
No,
don't want
not
to start.
block.
I don't want to
Well, I
start
should
something
say,
that.
block. I'm saying block. What I mean to say is timeout. You know, like
JT just responded to you and every single thing that you just said. So why are you saying that he wants to block you?
no. I want him to.
Come
I
up
want
here.
to time you out so that you have to come up here so I can talk to you. That's why.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk to you down there.
Come
He's
up.
now he's went back to it again. Like he's obsessed with the district manager thing again. Down.
No, Ian. I don't care about anything you're saying. I just want to talk to you up here. I just want to talk to you up here. That's the only reason I asked him to time you out. It's his shit. He doesn't have to do it. I'm just saying it's gonna piss you off either way because you're either gonna be forced to come up here or you can't talk your shit down there. Either way, I think it's funny. Like,
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo.
Okay, moving on.
But I think he's like getting off on this. I'm pretty sure that he's
he
getting.
is. That's what I'm saying. Just force him up here. I mean, I can't tell you what to do, but if it was me, I'd force him.
Well, you can't force anybody though. So,
No, well then you're either gonna not be able to talk shit down there, or you're gonna be forced to come up here and do it.
yeah, exactly. Well, so I see what you're saying is that just go ahead and
I'm not trying to censor you. I want you to come up here.
come on, Ian.
You can make a great case. I will leave you alone. I won't cut you off or mute you unless you start attacking other people or like make it where
I
no one
won't
can
cut you
talk.
off. Yeah.
You can
Well,
make your case up here why I'm full of shit, why I'm lying about my whole history, whatever. Like, come do it.
Well,
Oh, I don't even
plus,
care about if he's telling the truth or not. I don't give a fuck if Rob's telling the truth, if he's lying. I don't give a fuck. I just want you to come up here.
No one
well,
does
plus,
because
he
it's not
just
important.
said that he's in the public sector. He won't even say exactly what he does.
Dude, you could be a teacher. You could be anything.
Let's just say like what you're doing.
The
I'm a
reason
public
why they
figure.
say
Come on.
that is because the thing that you're hung up on is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. That's what they mean when they say I don't care. They're not trying
Well,
to
and-
evade the question. It's just that it's not important.
And even if he did state what he does for a job, I guarantee you it would be a fucking lie. Just like he says
I'm
about
not even
everybody
worried about
else.
what he does
Everyone else is
for.
a
I
fucking
don't really
lie.
care what he does for work. I mean, honestly, his
The
personal life
average
doesn't matter.
male income in America is $37,000 a year.
The
Yeah,
what?
no, he's
The
probably a fucking
average
bus driver.
male income in America is $37,000 a year.
Really?
Yep.
That's low as fuck.
Wait, what did
Well,
you
I
say?
grew up making like 30,000 a year and shit like that. Back in the olden days.
Oh no, I
Which that was
don't.
a lot.
I'm not saying that I make more than that. I'm saying that that's low for like what I expected as the median.
The
Oh, yeah.
median
Most people
is
are broke as fuck.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I'm not
that's-
surprised by that.
yes,
They
you said the
actually try to
median is
portray by owning a
35,000.
lot of things as though
Well,
they
basically,
they are
he
not
wants to
broke.
shit on your private life. He wants you to be like, he wants you to just say you're on SSI and that
Yeah.
you're full of shit. And
I know
You're
that's the whole thing, and I'm like, dude, like I'm not playing your fucking game.
I don't. Do you even talk about your personal life, your private life here? I don't. I've never seen you.
I talk more. I bring up more stuff than your average person probably would. Like I've literally shown my home and shit to people because I don't care. I just show it.
And he does FaceTime.
I have a pretty. I guess most people would say I have a disgusting lifestyle. I don't care about cleaning at all. Almost like I live pretty gross for your average person.
Kind of like an Asmongold.
Does he live like that?
He's a ginger too.
I know who he is, but I haven't seen much of his content.
Oh yeah, he's known for being just shit everywhere, and he's a millionaire and just still lives in fucking squalor. Dude, I seen the squalor on levels people have never seen, smelt things that most will never fucking like things that make
some of the richest people live like the grossest like ways. Like,
I think it's just a personality trait, really. It's like some people just don't care about that. It's not that important to them. They live in like sometimes it's organized chaos, so to speak, and sometimes it's just pure chaos, and they like it that way.
Well, see me, I let it get chaos, and then I organize it all real tidy.
I don't know. I mean, for me, there's a difference between like messy and like gross. Like I could do messy to a degree, but gross shit, like I can't.
Yeah. No, I can't do gross.
Most people can't.
I can't do gross kitchen, man. I gotta cook and eat off that shit.
Yeah, nah, there's no fucking way. There's certain shit that just has to be like.
Yep.
I can be messy sometimes. I don't have like a perfect home for sure, but yeah. But I'm not gross. I don't leave. I don't leave shit like all over the place. Well, okay. So one thing I do leave all over.
I have organized mess.
Is because I've got a cat, and she likes to chew up my electronic cords. So I have to keep them up like on a table, and so it looks really messy. But she's chewed up my computer cords, just my fan cords, like everything. So I've got to keep
toys to chew on.
What?
Does she have toys to chew on?
No, but so I go to the office during the day, but she does.
You need to get her toys with catnip inside of them.
Yeah,
she'll get attracted to that, and eventually that'll become the normal, and you'll train her not to do it. She'll favor the toys.
Okay. Well, yeah, I should probably do that. But the thing is that I don't. So she's not actually mine. She belongs to another person, and I was supposed to only have her for 2 weeks, and now it's turned into
cheaper than all your cords.
Well, the thing is that the cords that she like tore into, I ended up being able to replace through my work. But I learned. Like,
no. I was gonna say you can show him the cat box if he comes up. No.
Oh,
well,
I can through the screen,
dude. That that cat box looks like it's like full of shit.
Well, no, she won't even like go in there, like in the cat box. She goes outside, so she's an indoor
honestly, I know about that. Oh,
and she kills like critters and all of that kind of stuff. So she's bad.
I always worry about that toxoplasmosis now that I'm older, because like I know as a kid I stepped in cat shit in my bare feet, and that's a worm. It crawls up through cat shit into your skin and then implants itself into your brain.
No, that's pretty gross.
What? Yeah. What are you talking about?
Toxoplasmosis.
Yeah, it's a parasite from cat shit.
It can kill you. But
that
the whole
like
the air thing, that's just bullshit. Like if that were the truth, I would have died
Airborne
like fucking
parasite?
20 years ago. I would have been dead. Like that's not true.
Yeah, you gotta like step in it, so like you get it in your like on your skin, and then it burrows into your skin up through your foot.
Well, no, but my cat, whenever she's inside, she always goes in her cat box, but she mostly goes outside.
Like handling it too, like cleaning it up and stuff, so you can get it. Like if you have it on your hands and stuff like that, get it on you. Like you can get it through that.
Well, I don't have to. I've never had to do that because mine goes in the cat box or she goes outside.
now,
that's good.
Gross.
This is gonna
honestly, he does kind of have a point on that one with the cat shit views, but it's funny. Just come up here, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never had to deal with anything like that.
Tell us about it, Ian. You need to come up.
Yeah.
Cats that live in the wild more, so that, or not so wild,
Moral
but cats.
don't eat cat shit
I
mall.
think my guess is Ian has like a northern sort of New York type accent. That's gonna be
Oh, you've
my-
heard it before.
No, that's
He's
my
been-
guess. I'm just entirely guessing.
What's the northern accent?
Like a New York. Like
Jersey.
yeah, like that.
There's a very
Be like
distinct
Boston, you know, I mean, talking all funny, like it's almost hard to talk or something.
Dude, I don't think he was even pretending to clean that cat box. I don't think he's pretending to not live like a slob, bro. Like, what do you have against somebody who doesn't give a shit?
This is the thing. You're trying to make the case that I lie constantly, yet I constantly give you ammunition to use against me because I don't hide shit. I don't care.
Trying to get
Bro,
reaction.
I don't think he gives a shit about what you think about how he's living.
In this case, I'm literally not hiding shit. Like, oh, dude, I just did a fucking pun. I gotta kill myself.
I see. I hear Goldmine with a conservative accent. I don't know why, but
How do you know that this guy's American?
I have no idea. I believe he's American because he seems to have a sort of patriotic American, and he's also a Trump supporter and stuff.
Oh, is he down with Trump? Okay.
He loves Tucker Carlson. There's little bits I know.
If you know,
okay, so he's a conservative. Okay.
The name Hart actually goes back to the first mass murderers in America. They're two Hart brothers that went around not just killing anybody got in their path, basically. And they're on the run until they actually apprehended them. And so the Hart name spread, and from people knowing that those brothers existed, they tried to alter the name. So they started adding on like Hartman, Hart, and adding the E on the end, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So all the variations come from that single Hart family.
I didn't know that.
Wait, can we do like a deal? How about he'll show you the pillow if you come up here?
Yeah, that's a good trade there.
I was gonna tell him to do it with the cat box, but he was just too eager. Like,
yeah, well, I don't really care, but like that's a good point. We could actually get something out of it if I got to do something.
Yeah, I'm saying he'll show you. He'll do a little house tour for you if you come up here. I don't see that sounds fair.
Yeah,
You can see his dirty, disgusting house and the cat shit and all that shit. But you got to come up here.
I already gave you one freebie with the litter box, so
yeah,
the least you can do. I mean, it is kind of disgusting, but still, like, you're gonna have to earn that, dude.
But you're not gonna make him give a shit, bro. What can you do to somebody who doesn't care?
You can't. Look, all you can do is try to use logic to impress upon me that I'm thinking incorrectly or something. And
we need to apply logic and ignore him because all he wants is a reaction. And you're giving
but all I want is for him to get up here. That's what I'm like, dude. I tell you, one of the best ways that I know to get people to come up on my panels, I just fucking time them out, and then they have to.
He's a coward. He's a coward on the internet. You can't win with a coward on the internet. They're just gonna become a coward. I mean, you're wasting your time. I mean, he's
trust me, dude. Ian, I want to see the pillow, but I want you to come up here more.
Oh, he wants a bed pillow like stuffed all over his head.
So what I'm looking for is his end goal. Is he attempting?
There is no end goal. The end goal is to just shit on you as often as you'll let him.
Yes, but no. I think there's intent behind that. He's not just shitting on me. He wants me to be offended by him making a point that's valid. So he wants to say something that I then go, okay, well, I can't hide that. He's right. And, I'm shamed. But that's not going to happen, dude.
Well, he wants to appeal to your sense of shame, I guess. He wants you to feel shamed or something.
Right. That's what I think it is in the
but
end.
He doesn't. But you got it. I don't think you care about that. Like,
there's a couple of things I care about. I'm not just going to fucking give it to you, but like you're not going to be able to attack me with an ad hominem. You're not going to be able to call me ugly, bald, poor, none of that is going to affect me at all. I'm sorry, it just won't work.
Ian, from my understanding, and I know little about it, but it sounds like he was a stock boy. He was promoted to grocery manager, which is like that's department manager of that department, and then the next thing would have been assistant manager, right? That's how that works. Yeah. So he didn't just go straight from like some random ass stock boy. He was a stock boy.
that's true. Although there's another step in between. That's lead stock. So there's stock clerk, lead stock, grocery manager, and then assistant manager.
But you were stock boy, then lead stock, then grocery manager.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, you did go through the steps. Yeah, they didn't just fucking hire you from random stock boy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And this is over the course of like 11 and a half years. It's not like I just freaking
11
showed up
and a half years at the same job, bro. What do you expect? That they're just gonna keep him a fucking stock boy forever? Why does that piss you off so much?
I
like
don't
that's
know.
normal.
I think he wants this narrative that like I'm a typical leftist. I'm trying to look from his point of view. He has this cookie cutter way of looking at people through this like right left paradigm that's laughably stupid. But like he wants to push this whole narrative that like all leftists are lazy people that want shit for free type stuff that like in
my experience, that's been right brain people. There is a right and left brain paradigm.
Yeah.
So you have a dominant right or left, and that comes down
to
Dude,
after 10 years, 11 years, bro, and they're keeping you a stock boy, they'll probably fucking fire you before they keep you a stock boy.
Yeah, I'd get a different job before then. I mean, but then I'm also one of those people, like, if I had a simple, like, just janitor's job, it paid me decent, gave me benefits, and it was just right down the road from the house, I could do that the rest of my days, and it'd be no issue. I'm not about material things. I'm just about enjoying the journey while I go through it.
Well, that's the point that I made, or I tried to make in the video, that something shifted for me. Because you don't just get money. You trade something for money. Normally it's time. And in my personal opinion, time is far more valuable than money. I can do more with it. And so that's why I do what I do. I literally do.
Are you peeing, Melody?
No.
So what is it that you do now?
Right now, I work for a company called the Biltmore Estate near Asheville. That they're like these rich people that like frickin' own like the biggest. Their thing is we have the biggest home in America, and they sell tours and shit. I work at their corporate office.
Oh shit, that's where it went.
Basically doing like janitorial stuff. I clean bathrooms. I clean. I deal with their trash and stuff.
Oh, okay. So it's like basically janitorial shit. Part-time, full-time?
Part-time. That's why I like it, is I can choose when I want to come in, and I only have to work like 3 to 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's all I need to make ends meet, and I've got plenty of free time, which is what I'm all about.
See, you're living the dream, Trubs. You could have steam
honestly,
hours like
that's huh?
You could have steam hours like I do. Did you see that thing I posted?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like most of the things that I care about involve me. It's not about money. I don't give a shit.
It's just enjoying yourself.
Yes, and most of the things that I enjoy don't really cost much.
Exactly. Like people get in this fallacy thinking they're gonna have a mansion, they're gonna have 5 cars, one of them being like a Bugatti and a boat and all this shit. And like, get back to reality and realize you're never gonna be much more than just probably a renter.
Yeah, and the difference is you're hurting yourself by having that mentality, because you're constantly, you have this future self that you're never going to be able to get to, and then you have this current self that you're beating up on constantly, like I'm so much less than what I can be, et cetera, every day. That eats away at you. It's not good.
Yeah. That was my younger years, like my 16 to like 20 something.
It depends on what you value, man.
I was letting people down by not
doing
certain things.
Depends on what you value personally, and everybody has different things that shit that they value in their life, you know. Like, but people are being told that they have to value this or they have to value that, or whatever the fuck. Like,
well, that actually makes them not want to then, because people are just weird. You tell them not to do something. Like we have a guy at work. He's told he has to wear this fucking apron because on the line he works, a piece of wood could come back and just like spear him. And that's just Kevlar. So he refuses to fucking wear it. So he gets us docked on a safety score every fucking night because he's this old man that just refuses to do as he's told. And got to be a child about it.
Okay, so you're saying you live in a mobile home, like a trailer? Is you're with your mother? Is that true or not true?
So there's, as most things with Ian, it's partially true. It is a mobile home. I do live in a mobile home, but I do own it, and no, it does not belong to my mother. That's
Is it
retarded.
mobile?
It is not. In fact, when you take a mobile home and you put it down, it only has about 4 to 5 years, and you legally can't move it because it becomes a hazard.
It should be called a stationary home.
Yeah, well, it's called mobile because initially it's mobile. When you
Yeah.
first put it in place, it's
It
mobile.
has like 6 wheels or
Fixed
something
up
on each side.
foundation.
No, it's like eight wheels total. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a mobile home. I wouldn't lie about it.
I know a
but
lot
I
of
don't
people.
care.
I don't
They're
understand like what
cheap.
the big deal is. Like, who fucking cares?
I know.
No,
a lot of
this
people.
guy really, he wants to shit on you, make you feel bad about
I
yourself.
know, and I'm giving him the chance, and he's not taking it. And like, Ian, if you want even the slightest shred of a possibility of that happening, you're gonna need to come up here. You're
For
not
sure.
going to do shit in text. I promise you. It's
Yeah.
not
I mean,
gonna happen.
you own your own home, so I mean, who fucking cares?
Well,
Dude,
he
I
don't
say
rent,
give him
he
a little
says,
timeout and see if they can goad him to come up here. Honestly, I do this. I do it. It's fucked up maybe, but it's funny and it works.
I've been trying to ignore Ian the whole time, so it's kind of.
You guys, I'm just gonna pop it like I pop everything because that's just how I roll. You don't have to respond to him if you don't want to. You can talk about something entirely different. You don't have to engage with him, but I'm weird. I have this thing about I have to allow freedom of speech on my platform as long as it's not breaking rules and stuff. I don't want to take it away. And also, I
he's
definitely
not
don't.
getting on the platform. He's a viewer of the platform.
You know what?
It's true, but it's
I don't think
something.
that I don't think that we should engage with him anymore and just kind of
Exactly.
ignore him
Not unless it's on
because
panel.
he's done. He's gone. I mean, he's
He
nothing.
just kills. Like, see, we actually talked about things, concepts, and actually
That's
got
true.
on, like things,
Well,
and he just makes it
let's talk about something else.
that's true. To some extent, it kind of makes it turn into like a Jerry Springer type ordeal, which is what I don't like. But okay, so what I'm going to do is meet in the middle here. I'm not going to time him out, and I'm still going to put his shit up like I would anyone. Just if you don't want to talk to him, then frickin' ignore him. Like, I don't need to go that far, in my opinion. I don't need to like force him to come up on panel. I don't want people like, he's obviously a little different. He's like a hardcore right-wing troll. But even for other people, I don't want them to get the belief that like, I want you to come up here. Like, if you come here at all, you have to come up on panel. That's not true. And I mean, I'd like you to, but I don't want people to have the feeling that I force people into shit like that.
Well, I don't
No,
want.
I think it's under your discretion. It's your channel, and it could be like on a case by case. But I think in this case, it would be.
Yeah, it would be beneficial. I believe, but he's not going to because he's scared.
I know.
He just wants to get given out.
I mean, if it's a
because of
bad you
fear.
could piss off the other one more. I'd say you'd probably piss him off if you were to time him out.
Well, I would. I definitely would, but I would much rather let him own himself, so to speak.
I actually kind of am thinking here, and I think I have the idea. He's on a keyboard clearly because he's typing so fast. You can't type that fast on a phone.
Yeah.
So he's on a keyboard, and he just doesn't have a microphone, so he can't get on panel. So therefore, instead of saying he's poor and doesn't own a microphone, he's just saying he won't.
No, but if you have a laptop, you can definitely get on panel.
Yeah, but he's on a keyboard. Like,
I mean, you got. I'd say, let's just say you have a phone or a laptop. You can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not on either. He's on like a desktop, like I am.
Ian,
I have a headset.
I don't think you understand how this works. You cannot beat anyone if you're in text and they're in at least audio. You can't.
Well, here you get an emotional response. You can gauge people's emotions of how they're reacting to things.
Exactly, which is why you can win if you will engage on this level. Because if you obviously want to trigger me, it's your whole goal. If you are able to achieve that, I can't hide. I'm on video right here, right in front of everyone. It will be obvious. Even if I'm trying to mask it, there will be certain little what do you call it? Like little micro expressions that I will show. Like, I'll be like, I'm not pissed off. like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean,
you have a
so,
better chance if you will come up here.
but if he is in the public sector, as he says, which I don't even know what that even means. Well, it could mean several
It could
different.
be anything. He could be a fucking
It could
teacher.
be
He could
anything.
be, yeah, whatever. Like,
He could be like
Yeah.
a school
he
bus
could be a
driver,
goddamn
like I
nurse or
said.
something.
But even if
But
that's so, I made a
but
video
if
about
you're on a
this.
desk, but everybody has either like a laptop or a phone, so
Uh-huh.
he could
I
come
don't.
up here.
I'm on desktop only.
Gad one's the
Everyone has
exception.
a device that
Well,
allows
to
you to
me,
come up on panel.
for me, what I figured out, because I had to get new gloves at work, and I had to get the extra large double XL large fucking gloves because my hands are so goddamn big. And for me, like working at most of these electronics, they're made for people with tiny hands. Me trying to work a phone with my two big fucking bear claws is almost impossible. Like I have to use one finger and sit there and like peck at the keyboard, and half the time I fat finger and hit the wrong fucking key anyway.
Yeah, Gads. Well, I don't have like big hands or anything, but I can type a lot faster if I use my laptop rather than my phone.
See, I can't
Because
even use
I end up
laptops.
making a lot of
Laptops,
mistakes.
I have to use the mechanical keyboards like you've had through like the 90s and shit. Every keyboard I get, I have to be a mechanical one because the laptop ones, I need those like little grooves and everything in between.
I like
They
it.
don't have those.
I like the hard, like strong keys that like
Mhm.
click, click, click.
Wait,
that
is
are-
Ian
I love
autistic?
it.
Is that what's going on here?
What?
Ian Hartman is autistic? Is that what this is?
It's
Oh,
possible.
No, he
Oh
wants to know
no,
if I'm
he's
autistic.
saying that.
No,
Oh.
I know that he's trying to say you are, but is he autistic?
I don't know.
No,
Ian
No,
knows.
he's trying to project that onto
he
Gad.
comes off sociopathic to me. To me, he's saying I'm autistic because
I don't think he's
my
autistic
weird-
because autistic people tend to be like ultra logical or highly out of touch with social cues and stuff. Like I'm on the spectrum. I'm on the. You're right. Not always. There's a lot of differentiation. But
And
I'm
what
on
does
the
it matter
spectrum.
if you are in the spectrum? A lot of
No, I
people
don't-
are.
Yeah.
No, but I notice a lot of them get hyper fixated on one thing, or like
Yeah,
I do.
this guy's very fixated.
that
I
is
got fixated
true.
on red
I hadn't
cows that one
really,
time.
I hadn't looked at it from that point of view.
To the point where it's like, yeah, it wouldn't really fit. I mean, what social norms on the internet really? But
Yeah,
this guy's very fixated on you.
Which I see autism as an human evolution. It's if you look through all of history, we can go back now and see that like Copernicus, Aristotle, all the way up to like Einstein, Newton, and such. They were all autistic. That's why they were socially awkward. Like Tesla was super socially awkward and stuff like that. They're autistic, but they were the brightest and greatest minds of our history.
there tends to be a trade-off when you give up a certain level of emotional. I don't want to call it intelligence because I agree with Jordan Peterson that there is no emotional intelligence. It's a thing, but it's not intelligence. It's like a trait.
It was
But
kind of like when I
anyway,
was talking about the primal brain earlier, where it's like those primal.
yes,
urges come
it
out.
is a thing though for sure. But I
I
think
mean, I don't see why you couldn't consider an aspect of intelligence. It's something that the mind is doing.
so.
But, I mean,
it becomes a semantic problem here. So intelligence, according to what we understand, there's only one, and G theory has kind of proved it. And G stands for general. Before that, we had this dude named Garner that had the multiple intelligence theory, and it got basically decimated by G theory. And we learned that there isn't multiple intelligences because when people scored highly under general intelligence, they tend to do so across the board. Now, this is not good news for people that want to believe that we're all egalitarian. Like, if you're dumb, you tend to excel in another area. Like the actual research shows that, like, when it comes to like the quote multiple intelligences, like interspatial reasoning and bodily kinesthetic, all that, when you score highly on one, you tend to score highly on all of them. So
in general,
yes, which is why, that's why G theory is like the predominant IQ deal currently in psychology. We don't have anything else that answers as many questions without adding more questions, if that makes sense.
More complexities.
Yes, it's using Occam's razor. It makes more sense that this is how things are. I wouldn't call it a fact though, because anything in psychology is sort of a soft science. Like we're always digging and digging.
Ian just tries to find any little thing to point out just to try to make people feel inadequate.
Yeah,
But
and then like he'll use something, it don't work, and then he'll just regurgitate
Okay,
something else.
Mhm.
I'm not even gonna reply to that because oh my God, so intellectual.
Well, see,
With Ian,
Asperger's. So what I
and
have, it has no effect on intellectual
no,
ability. So
it
my
doesn't matter,
intellectual
but it
ability
doesn't matter,
no
right?
limit.
No, I mean the biggest thing that I see the commonality with Asperger's and all that shit, autism, like the main trait that I see is like that they're very socially like inept, basically.
Yes,
Like they don't
that
pick up
tends
on
to be.
social cues.
Yep.
That's the one thing that they seem to all have in common. Other than that, like they feel like they get hyper fixated on shit or like.
Yeah, I
But
do.
basically, their brain is wired differently. But the main thing that seems to inhibit them is like the social thing. Like they don't seem to.
What
Yeah,
I'm thinking is that
I don't
Ian
see some
probably
social
has
cues.
Asperger's, and
No,
he's
I do.
projecting that
I think Ian is.
onto.
I do think he has autism.
Maybe. Yeah, you made a compelling argument. At first, I was like, no, because I'm not the type that just wants to hurl like a random insult.
No, I don't say it for no reason.
I know. So I'm just explaining why I at first didn't do it because I thought that's what you were doing, and then you explained why you believed it, and then I'm like, you might be right. You have a.
Well, not only that, but he seems to be very fixated on the idea of selling somebody else that they're autistic. It's almost like a self-hating kind of projection type thing that I'm picking
Well,
up.
also, I think
That's what I think too, JT, is that he is probably autistic or has Asperger's on the spectrum, and he's projecting that on Gads. That's what I think as well.
Too, is what he's thinking he heard as a lisp was when I hit my vape pen sometimes, I'm exhaling it and my mouth's full of vape and it
Are you really defending the lisp?
No, I'm saying he.
No, I think
he might have thought it sounded like it, but it was just me exhaling my vape at the same time I was talking, and it probably made it sound like a lisp.
Well, even if you do have a lisp, that has nothing to do with autism or intelligence. Nothing to do with that.
I have an autistic lisp and I'm fucking retarded.
Where does the correlation come into being with that?
He just wants you to argue with him. That's the again thing. He's trying to draw us back in. So we divert away from him, but then he sucks us back in. So it's
lefty libtard. I'm not even political, man. Honestly, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I would say most of my values would be conservative, but I'm not really.
I want to be fiscally conservative and socially liberal.
I think a lot of people.
I try to. I try to keep like politics out of everything, just because I like people on chat, regardless of their political views. So, I mean, I know, like in the past, I've proclaimed, what I am and fuck you and blah blah blah. But these days, I want to stay out of it, and I don't want to talk about it. I do not want to get involved. Especially like with the president. I don't want to. I don't.
I mean, I'll talk about the concepts, but I'm not getting into specifics with people about like fucking politicians and all that bullshit. I don't care about any of that. Like I'll talk about the cores of like what it means, like the differences between like liberal, conservative, shit like that. But
yeah,
I think that the whole bipartisan system is a fucking sham. It's a complete circus. It's a freak show. Like,
JT, I wanted to ask, what are you like using for a mic? A phone or like a headset?
Just a phone. Is it coming clear?
Well, it's been like crackling a lot.
Is it cracking? Let me lay it. I'll leave and come back.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like if it was maybe like a headset that plugged in that you could just like move the jack around.
No, it's a phone. I'll leave and come back.
This new headset's really good, but that crackling was certain.
It's annoying.
So yeah, I would rather not talk about this Ian person anymore, just because.
Okay.
You want to talk about buttholes getting moist?
Oh, buttholes.
No, just
I know
He's
Melody
just
likes
he's
moist
pathetic.
buttholes.
Who doesn't?
What do you mean I like buttholes? Where did
Moist
where did
buttholes.
that even come into
Moist
play?
buttholes. Oh, I'm just trying to distract you from.
What the fuck?
So the other last week when you chimed in and you started getting all excited about anal sex, that was the topic at hand when you jumped in and started chatting.
Oh, with that Tom guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't even remember like what was he talking about. I think okay. So he was talking about like anal sex within like man-to-man contact, and I was like, why does it even matter? I that's what I always tend to do. Why are you so fixated on one thing instead of like realizing everything?
What from how I rationalize this down is those people were raised very Christian, and those conservative views where that was you're not allowed to do any of that stuff. But they had the urges and the wants to do those things, but they could never do those things because socially they would have been exiled.
Yeah,
And
and
so therefore they're spiteful about that thing.
I know. Yeah, and I remember and I said something about were you raised like in the 1950s because that was like the civil rights union, not union, but the civil rights movement.
The
And
70s and so on is where a lot of the things
was
really.
was it the 70s?
Well, the civil rights was in
Was it
'63. It was they first tried to pass the civil rights movement in '61, but the Republicans used the filibuster for the first time to block it, and then they ran it through again in '63 and passed the civil rights movement. '64.
okay, where is this? There was the Stonewall riots. And where did this happen? So this happened in 1969. And it was actually kind of bad. So like men were like going into meat lockers, I think, just to like have sex with each other. I don't know like how bad it was, but but they were not allowed to have their gay selves. But there was like a huge demonstration.
Well, look into the Weimar Republic
And they
how
fought against the government.
Was it like the Weimar Republic was like this, like a country inside of Germany, and it was very liberal. It's where the first trans like studies were done and stuff like that. They had a university that was doing trans study. They had open gay people. Like nothing was really taboo, and that's what really the Nazis used to spark a lot of their hatred. It first started out as anti-trans hate, anti-gay hate, and that's who they went after first. After they basically brought the Weimar Republic back into Germany, they
Oh right,
killed all the gay people.
I think it was in France too.
It didn't matter wherever Germany went. They basically rounded up anybody who was gay and executed them.
I was gonna say there were no trans back then. Like they weren't doing they weren't giving them hormones yet.
Well, but I don't know this for sure, but I thought that it was in France whenever there was a lot of like gay interactions and stuff like that, and it was fine. And then I guess it was Nazi Germany, and they just like crashed it all, and just I don't know if they hung people, but they took everything away from them. But I think it was France. I think that was the country where they did. Of course, like Nazi Germany was associated.
I mean, there's a lot of
with
societies where that's
France.
just not socially acceptable. Like, I mean, even now.
Yeah.
Well,
I was just talking about in the States.
Societies always needed a scapegoat. So when, say, economic troubles are coming, or famine, or political upheaval and such was coming, they always needed a scapegoat to blame society's problems on. For a lot of
So they blame gay people for like all the problems with society. I don't know about that.
Yes, The
I don't know about
decay.
that. That's a fucking
The
stretch. Huh?
decay. They thought it was the decay, the loss of morality and such.
Well, they still do it today.
Well, they say that it's been observed throughout civilization that every major empire, like before it falls, like there's a lot of homosexuality integrated into their society and culture.
Oh yeah, for sure, JT.
Which is just something that they're observing. Yeah. So I mean, I can't say that they're wrong about that.
Every empire has what's called the age of decadence, where its empire becomes so great. It has
and that's the age before the empire falls. And part of that decadence includes like a lot of homosexuality being open and rampant. Kind of. Now, is there a correlation? There must be, because
wealth.
What exactly the correlation is, I don't know. But there's
wealth and parties. More parties, you had more of the debauchery.
God, fucking debauchery. No, but so like in the United States, yeah, it was horrible. And yeah, okay, so I was reading up on the Stonewall riots. So that happened in 1969 in New York. And so like they were getting onto the police because the police were saying that it was horrible, debauchery, disgusting. And so they tried to go after sponsored. Okay. Although the demonstrations were not the first time American homosexuals fought back against government-sponsored persecution of sexual minorities, the Stonewall riots marked a new beginning for the gay rights movement in the United States and around the world.
Are you reading something right now?
Yeah, I am. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking up.
You're reading something about like gay rights or something? Like,
yeah, so JT, I'm looking up the Stonewall riots because I remembered reading something about this a few years ago, and so this is what the riot was.
So whenever you say a 69, all I can think about it was the
Yeah,
summer
1969.
It's real.
So it was in Greenwich Village. Yeah, no, I don't know all this. I'm just reading it because I was trying to not portray this, but
it goes all through history. There's
over the information.
Sodomy has always been used as this is the reason humanity fell. And it's like, no, usually it came with greed. People went and trying to reach too far ahead, like above them for power and such, bring the empire down. Because most empires are built on a house of cards.
So it says American gays and lesbians in the 1950s and 1960s faced a legal system more anti-homosexual than those of some other Western and Eastern countries. Early homophile, I don't know what homophile means, but I'm reading like Wikipedia. Homophile, I don't know what the fuck that means. Early homosexual groups in the U.S. sought to prove that gay people could be assimilated into society, and they favored non-confrontational education for homosexual and heterosexuals alike, which that is what we need, is more education for kids to understand and parents.
Well, I don't know.
So we need to educate little kids about homosexuals? Why?
No, I'd say maybe in high school about civil rights as just a thing.
Dude, I think
racial civil rights, homosexual civil rights, like just civil rights and how people should not be infringed on what they believe, what they are, and who they love. They should be discriminated on those bases.
I mean, I don't care. So if somebody like openly says that they're trans, I don't think that they should.
I do see trans as some kind of a mental disorder though too, but it's
almost like gender dysphoria, basically.
I think that you should be able to go into the bathroom that you want to go into. Well, unless if you consider yourself trans, then I think that it's okay for you. I mean,
See,
Well, I mean, I could just say I consider myself trans and just go up in the girl's bathroom and assault a woman. I mean, I could do that.
See,
I'm
You
saying, like,
my
could.
counter argument.
there's problems with that.
It's
Yeah.
kind of it's a difficult kind of discussion.
Yeah,
but
you're dealing with
if,
shit that, like, I understand
if
people want to
somebody
believe these things, but there are biological differences between men and women. It's not a social
But
construct.
why are we having gay men go in the bathroom with little boys then?
What does that have to do with
I
this?
personally don't. I personally don't mind
So,
if
like, wouldn't you have
if a
more of an
gay if a
interest?
gay man
So, like, if a
or a trans
pedophile
man,
gay man goes into a bathroom with other little boys, that's okay. But if he was to be trans, him going into a female's bathroom, that'd been bad.
Well, you're talking about two completely different problems there. Like,
There's
obviously,
also
same gender. Oh, well, go on, Travis.
and
Yeah,
my
difficult.
personal deal here. So there may be legitimate cases, and I'll look into them. But in any case where I've been told this, someone's pretending to be a woman so they can be like a creepy. It's always been fake. It's always made up. Like the right wing stir up
It's a
shit
straw man.
and create these things, and then go, "This is why we have to attack them. We have to stop it now." And it's fear mongering. It's like, if it
No, I'm not saying
actually
they need to be
happened,
attacked, but we're just posing. I mean, I think those are obvious potential problems with that.
I think
if
society needs retrained in a way. So for the longest time, we've seen like nudity as a bad thing to be shamed and everything. I think if we had more like topless beaches and stuff where people become more desensitized to it, people would care less. You know, there wouldn't be any stigmas to it. Get more like unisex bathrooms where people get used to just, if you have to go take a shit, go take a shit. You got to take a piss. And, you know, it's a bathroom. It's an open area where people feel safe, where other people would be around and such.
So
Thank you,
what you're
Charles.
saying is true, but there's two sides to that. So you're losing something too. So when it comes to like nude beach type stuff, I'm only speaking for myself, and I tend to see things a little differently than a lot of people on the left on this, but it takes away, you're right, it desensitizes. And that means it's no longer special. It's no longer anything. It's just
people wouldn't
it's
get
nothing.
arousal from nudity.
Exactly. And like, I hate to say it, that's a kind of a big part of my identity, dude. Like I want to, when I see like a chick that's like just for me, right? She's just naked for me. And I know that it's not like a public thing. She don't go around showing people her shit. Like I'm about to blow a fucking load before I've even done anything. Like I'm already oh my God, that's hot. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if I went around in public, and I'm just saying this theoretically or hypothetically, and I saw women naked all over the place, that wouldn't happen anymore. It would just be nothing. You know what I mean?
Just see I have a good story about that because my cousin, he went down to Mexico, one of the resort areas, and they had a nude beach, and him and his buddies were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go see a bunch of naked hot ladies." They got there and it was just nothing but old men and a few old ladies, their tits looking straight at the sand.
Good stuff.
I agree with Probst and I agree with Gads at the same time.
Whoa, how are you going to explain that one?
Well, I think if a society is mentally healthy enough, and take that how you will, you could have unisex, I mean not unisex, whatever you call it, multi-sex bathrooms. What is the big deal? I mean, think of all those tribes all over the world where they've been going around naked their whole lives. Everybody in the village is naked. They never had any problems.
What I was thinking.
Yeah.
There's
At the
like
same time, the whole thing
nudist
about
tribes
you want your girl to be for you or for your eyes only, well, that's a very Muslim thing, isn't it? Dude, you're Muslim.
No, it's I wouldn't call it Muslim. It's sort of.
But the concept is very stereotypically Muslim, right?
That's true. Yes.
Well, no,
yes.
the Amish and the Mennonite follow the same kind of dress code as Muslims almost, except for they don't have the what you call it, the garb all the way around the head. They have what we call the soul sieve, the little thing that goes on the back of their bun. But they're covered with long sleeve shirts, dresses down to their feet.
Right.
Oh,
they follow the same. They're called modesty laws, basically. It was enforced by most religions.
See, now I don't agree with that. That's where we don't agree. So, well, the right, I guess I'm talking about here, conservative thinking. So I don't want people to be forced to do shit.
Exactly.
But-
Like this is all.
but-
If you want to be that, do it.
Exactly. But you're not my type, and I'm gonna take it as like a negative thing. But I still, just in the same way that I believe in free speech, because I want to be able to tell where my quote enemies are. I want people to be whoever they are, and that way they don't have to hide, and I don't have to wonder like, who is this person really?
See, here, I thought this was funny too. Like imagine if nudists were treated just as normal people. So like your neighbor Tom, well, he's a nudist. Well, every day he gets out and jogs down the road, butt ass fucking naked, but nobody bats an eye because it's just accepted.
Dude, fuck that.
Tom.
So not only what we went into earlier, how it would ruin like sexual, like how much you get turned on, it would also ruin hilarity. People's like dudes' balls wouldn't be funny anymore. Dudes' buttholes would no longer be funny. Fuck that. That's a world I don't want to live in, man.
Oh, you know you'd love
Look,
it.
man,
Uh,
there's a reason why society, like motherfuckers, wear clothes and shit, dude. Like, I mean, how far
Well,
are we
you'd have
talking about?
shoes on.
Oh my god, are we still talking
So wait,
buttholes?
are you saying in your ideal world nobody would wear fucking clothes, or
I say
people
the
could just go?
ideal world.
People would be walking into like females and males be walking into the same bathrooms with no clothes on and shit. Like what exactly?
How do
Oh,
you think nudists
oh
do?
yeah.
Nudists don't
No,
go around
thank you.
humping each other. Nudists,
No,
you
I'm
can get
asking.
full nudist colonies where people just act like normal people, just no clothes on.
Oh my god, no. No, because no, Gads, because that
Now they
leaves
sit on
nothing
towels
to the
when they sit.
imagination.
They don't want to leave
That
brown
would
marks
be
everywhere.
boring and gross. I couldn't. No.
But see, because
That's
you find it
Kind of
alien.
gross
But
at
some
one
that's
point.
people
some
find
like
it
weird
normal.
indigenous shit. No.
Oh, we
That's how we
that's
are
the
born.
race, isn't it?
That's the most natural state of human existence there is.
Well, I
true.
mean, it is.
It is, but I still,
saying
I
this,
can't
I
help
can't
it. Like
believe-
I want to keep what we have created. It has turned. Now, don't
You
get
like
me
to
wrong.
keep the breeze off your balls.
There are there are some negative consequences. Like sometimes it leads to people being ultra controlling and too over the top. But like the reason why boobs, for example, have the effect that they do, besides the biological hardwiring, which goes into like procreation and survival and all that good stuff, it's that it's rare. It's fucking, you don't get to see it all the time. So
Go to Europe.
it'll ruin, dude. I don't think that's a good thing. Like you don't want to be surrounded by boobs and then it's nothing. It's like seeing someone's face then.
You know
Like-
what? I completely 100% agree with you, Trobs, because then it becomes boring.
Yes.
If you were surrounded by like the same thing all the time, it becomes like normalcy. It's like you said, it's like seeing somebody's face.
Yeah.
So like boobs
how would
are
people
nothing.
Right, exactly. So how would people, there wouldn't be foreplay anymore. It would be like machines doing it. Like what would foreplay be? You don't have anything.
Okay, so here's my point is you would see people less
I would
lustful,
no.
and you would have less rape, less sexual crimes committed because people don't have those inclinations because of being desensitized to those things.
Okay, I agree with
So
you.
as a
Yeah.
social,
I don't
That
think
is-
so, man. I think the reason we wear clothes is because it's fucking obvious that it's
It's
inappropriate
cold.
not to.
no, it's
No,
cold.
well,
That's why we
obviously,
wear clothes.
I mean, like, let's just take the environmental factor out of it. Like, say the environment was fucking perfect. It's still inappropriate to be walking around with your fucking privates hanging out. I think it's just understood, like on a very basic human level. Like,
Man, I grew up with Discovery Channel. I seen those chicks there all dancing around with just like a string around their waist, and that was all they had for clothing, and they were all happy as hell.
Yeah, I mean, in South America and in Africa, I mean, in a lot of those indigenous tribes, I mean, that's exactly what.
but
they go
even they're
for.
covering, the private areas. Even those
No.
tribes.
Not all of
Well,
them.
and that is true, but
No.
I think it's because their balls are hanging out, and it probably hurts whenever they're trying to go hunt, and they need
Oh man, imagine
they-
snagging your
they need
balls
to
from like a
have
bush.
their balls not restricted, but
I
like,
want to
pulled
take
up
this
a little bit.
I
So
want
are
to
you
take this
saying-
in another direction real quick. So if now this is going to offend people, maybe you can just take it seriously, but it's not intended to offend people. But if we're so perfect and we were created to be like we were created, just leave it at that. why is there so many issues? Like we have to have stuff causing our balls to like get closer to our thighs and stuff so that we don't hurt ourselves. And it's like the weakest fucking thing ever. Like someone can like me, someone could just take a little smack like this and like use their middle finger and just swat my balls and I'm down. I'm done. Like
Dude,
why is that
wrong
the case?
and I put myself down.
Yeah, so
I mean, why are you
problem with
we're flawed?
why are we the only
Every problem has that problem.
Well,
You're breaking up a little bit. I can't completely.
Am I breaking up?
No, Rash is.
Imagine yourself walking on all fours, and we have the same anatomy as like cows or anything else.
That's that problem, bro.
Yeah, but
I
don't know
don't
what
hear
to
Rash.
say.
I can hear
Can't hear you,
something
man.
had that problem. That's all I'm getting.
Okay, so one thing that I will say is that in
Every animal.
in more modern times,
Whoa, that's
look at the
true.
fucking Scots with their kilts. They had their balls like exposed.
That's
So,
true. That's
and
true.
they like went around like running and fighting their asses off.
That's
So,
a good point. Actually,
I don't know how the hell they did it.
Oh, the
That's a
Romans
good
wore
point.
skirts too. The Romans all had skirts. That's except for like the ones up in Germania wore like pants under the skirt. Pants were actually like a Germanian thing, up where it was colder.
That makes sense.
So clothing came about because of being cold and just because in the desert it gets cold too. So like in your drier climates, it gets really more people die of hypothermia than dehydration in the desert.
Are you saying like in your ideal world nobody wears clothes, or what?
I'm saying in the ideal world, people wouldn't be judged. So it wouldn't be like streakers or people at like ball games. That's a crime. Like in my world, you wouldn't be a crime if you're a nudist. That's just who you are.
I can actually agree with that. So I don't think hypothetically that the world would be better if everybody was naked, but I do think it would be great if a person wanted to be naked, that it wasn't illegal or anything. Like
they're not discriminated just because they are who they are. It goes for almost anything except for like pedophiles. That's automatic. No.
But what's gonna like? Let's say that like this becomes commonplace. What's gonna stop someone like me from like walking down the mall and then a nude chick is walking like beside me and then I like, oh shit, and I act like I fucking like stumble over my own foot and then like finger bang on the way down to the floor. Like what is gonna stop shit like that from happening?
Well, that's sexual assault and that's a crime.
But no, hold on. I fucking tripped over my foot and fucking fell and like accidentally lunged forward. Like how in the hell is that?
What about little kids like seeing like naked people walking around and shit? Is that appropriate? Like,
have you ever seen your parents naked?
Well, I guess no. It's completely inappropriate.
What specifically about the naked body is not kid appropriate? Like,
yes, it is inappropriate.
Why?
I don't think they should be taught that the body is like something like you gotta keep hidden and all like disgusting and something like that. Like
no. But your sexual, they're sexual organs, and they don't understand sex at that age. So it's like it is inappropriate.
Well, no, but you don't talk about those things, and you don't talk about those.
So dude could just be walking around with a fucking boner, and that's okay for like little kids to see that.
No, it's not okay. It's not okay. And I don't think it's okay either for teenagers, like teenage girls to be like wearing these short ass skirts
we can
and wearing like these shorts that like show your ass and everything.
Like look at the Amazon
it also depends on the culture you're in.
The kids are fine.
No, I do not agree with that.
Like
you don't have kids, right?
City, if you go to New York City,
so you think that it's okay for
body painting, and kids are walking up and down the streets all the time. People standing there butt ass naked, getting body painted, and nobody cares. That's just the human body, and it's just
okay. But they are of age. They are of age, and
I said children walking up and down the streets. They're not children.
Yeah, but they're not seeing their dude penises or like women.
Body painting, no. That is people that are of age. I know, like in Europe, of age is
Over in
18. In the
Europe,
United
you go
States,
to
it's
any
21.
beach and it's a topless beach, pretty much. There's women walking around with their tits out everywhere.
Yeah, but
It's
that's
it's
fucking
not
Wait,
that's
taboo.
wait, Melody,
Europe.
wait, real quick. Gavin,
That's
do you have
not
any
in
kids?
America, and
Yeah.
it's at exclusive
You have
beaches.
kids?
I mean, it's not everywhere. It's not everywhere in Europe. And
Gavin,
I
do you
think
have
that there's
kids?
some places in the United
Spain and
States
France.
that you can do that
Wait,
too,
Melody.
but they are exclusive.
I agree with
I
Melody. I
mean,
think
not
it's important.
everyone can go there,
But
or maybe they can. I don't know. In Europe, I'm not sure.
What
I
That
don't-
could
if
be
there's
bro,
the
can you guys hear
weird,
me? Can you guys hear me?
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yes, there's examples. You have some
We
guy there jacking off in public. No, you can't do that. Arrest
no,
the guy.
no,
He
no.
should
That
go
is
away.
absolutely no. That
Like you
is
can't. You have to
restricted.
have.
I
mean,
do it
yeah.
all the time, dude. I'm the guy you hate. I'm the guy you hate. I'm like the dude that's like in the Dave Chappelle skit where he's on a bus and he's like acting like he's holding someone hostage with his dick and he's like, I'm gonna blow, man.
Well, see, here's another aspect I could put toward, like in Spain. I think it was Spain. They decriminalized all drugs.
Mm-hmm.
You can do whatever drugs you want, and you're not going to be locked up and put in prison for it. And they actually saw a decrease because less hard drugs like marijuana and stuff became more common use versus hard drugs that were out of the system in 3 days. And if people have a real bad problem, they made them go seek treatment.
Wait, what?
We're just all over the place with the topics right now. But
No, my
I'm-
idea, what I'm really talking about is the freedom to
I thought
do
that we were talking about
what
being
you want
nude like,
in a-
in public.
I'm talking about individual freedoms is the main topic.
right, and as far as I can tell, you don't seem to think that there should be like any restrictions on anything, basically, for what I can tell.
Oh yeah, I already said like murder, theft, and things like that. Like we have our
There
standard
should definitely be
ideas of
restrictions
crimes.
on nudity.
I'm sort of neutral on it. I can see points on both sides. I don't feel very
Mm.
strongly either
It has
way.
pros and cons.
Yeah.
So, like,
I
say
don't like it.
you're walking with the wife and kids, and some dude's just walking around naked. That would be acceptable.
Dude,
for
I'm
you.
just gonna look and laugh. My sons are gonna look and
I
laugh
don't
too. And
like
we're
it.
just gonna keep on with our day. We're not gonna give a shit.
No,
And if a
no,
woman
thank
walks
you.
naked, we're just gonna, oh wow.
It
okay.
seems like it would be extra shitty for dudes that are like that like have a wandering eye, so to speak.
Ugh.
Because if you're with your like wife or something and you're walking down the street and like a pretty girl walks by and you're like, "Ruh?" You're not gonna like make some bullshit up. Like, why did it happen at that exact moment when you had the exact moment you made eye contact with the woman that was walking on the other side? You're fucked, dude.
Well,
Like,
she's probably gonna blush because that's like a show that you're attracted, and she finds it because the only reason they're out there nude is probably because they want to be looked at.
well, that the girl that saw you do that might blush, but you're with your wife. That's gonna land you in some shit, regardless.
Oh no, be like, hey,
I think
let's
it's
go home, put it to
disgusting.
use.
No, I would never do that. Go onto a nude beach. No, I find that like really strange and very weird, but it's a
Because we
European
didn't
thing.
grow up with that. Like, if that was the norm, like, imagine like you grew up in like a tribe in the Amazon where nudity was just everyday life. You didn't have clothing, and that was it. That was how everything was. You didn't know the concept of clothing.
But I mean, like, okay, so
Are those children
if you
affected?
look at
No, they're
movies in
not
Europe
seen as
too,
nudity as a taboo.
nudity is it right. So even in Europe, nudity is not looked as like a taboo factor at all.
But that's the thing. The more you make something taboo, the more depraved a lot of times it can become, like drug use and stuff like that, where you get all the crime and everything
The
else.
reason it's taboo is because it is fucking depraved.
What do you mean? Okay, what? You think that crime and everything like raises up just because of no nudity? What?
Well, no, when you make something taboo, it puts it in like an underground kind of like level where it's people do it in secret. And then therefore they give into more ambitious things, and then you get all that crazy BDSM shit where now they're beating the fuck out of each other with whips and everything else. And it escalates into more depravity. Whereas it's something where it's just done in the common or just normal, and then it doesn't seem to escalate as much.
I don't think normalizing something takes away the depraved nature of a
wrong.
thing. Like, I don't.
Wrong.
Like, look
You
at
think
drug use.
that
That's like
BDSM
gangs.
doesn't happen in Europe? It
Oh, I'm
does.
sure it does.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's a
it does.
private thing. It's not like
It
people
happens
walking around
just
doing
as
it in the
much
street.
in America. It happens just as much, if not more, there. I'm telling you,
Asia too.
It looks like
it's true.
JT has his own Ian in chat.
Oh no, I got several fucking Ians, bro. Several.
I'm jealous. I gotta up my game. Give
No,
me
I've
some more
got a
Ians.
I've got a gaggle of fucking Ians.
Yeah, I don't understand. Okay, so
And what's
you're
weird is they're all
abstract.
old men like Patrick.
Yeah,
It's weird.
that makes no sense because yeah, people are just as freaky in Europe as they are in the United States. So, or in Canada, it doesn't matter.
I'm just more or less
so
like
you
dogmatic
can't like
beliefs of the
I can
past.
tell you're really into
People
some like
think
weird
people
shit,
That
man. I
doesn't-
don't know. I don't want to
has
know what
no
your search
bearing.
history looks like. I don't. Yeah, it's probably real fucked up.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, we like to argue and just not argue, but kind of.
It can.
No,
It
I'm talking
can.
about Gavin or Gavin.
It can be a disagreement without any malice. I like to.
Yeah, but it's true because
Yeah.
Europeans, they are a crazy bunch of crowds. The crowd in Europe, yeah, they are.
Well, that's why they don't give them guns.
Europe and UK, they are just as crazy, if not even more than in America.
Nah, you don't hear about as much crazy things, I think.
And yet they get a lot more naked than they do in the United States. A lot more.
You don't want to go to the Spanish nude beaches that you top off?
Well, there are some like in the United States, I think, but not very many.
But like in Europe, that's just normal, commonplace, and like people just don't get a boner from seeing tits. I mean, really. So
I feel like you want your ideal society is where like we have like open spaces where people could just have orgies and shit like that. Like, am I wrong?
No. You see, you're misunderstanding completely what I'm saying.
Am I?
Why?
I mean, would you be against that?
Like if they had like like how we have now designated nudist beaches. If
they had like a designated area where you could just have orgies, would that be something you're against?
No, but I'm sure there is a sex club probably in your area if you want one.
How would you do that?
Oh my! What was that Tove Lo song? Going to the sex clubs, watching freaky people getting it on.
Oh, you said Tove Lo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh!
Get high,
Okay.
Stay High. That Stay High song.
Oh, I like that song.
Going
I
to
haven't
sex
heard
clubs,
that.
watching freaky people getting it on.
Yeah, that is a good song. Yeah, so I think that came out in like 2018 or 2019 or 2018.
It's been remixed a lot.
Yeah, that's a really good song. Like it. I'll make it all the time.
No, I'm more like individual liberties and such. Like if you want to do fucking methamphetamines, well, go ahead. I'm not gonna lock you up and put you in prison and waste thousands of tax dollars doing this. I mean, if you want to kill yourself with that drug, go ahead. But like it's coming down to not infringing on people's ability to do kind of what they want. There's just certain standards like murder, theft, assault, things like that would be standard laws still. You just have the freedom to express yourself. If you are gay, you don't have to live in fear just because you're gay or, different things like that.
I don't think gays are living in fear in the Western world.
Not anymore, but they did up until
big picture.
70s.
They're not. By individuals, they are. There are crazy ass hardcore like people who make gayness into be this huge thing that it's not. Like,
well, look at all the nightclub shootings.
Yes, like those are individuals that are fucking crazy. But you're right. I don't think that it's this massive societal thing that it used to be.
Yeah, I don't think they're afraid to walk around and shit holding hands anymore.
Not anymore. True. But if you go to like any of the Muslim
countries, also depends on where you're at though, because at
Muslim countries,
in big cities, it what?
Well, obviously, yeah, you're in a more conservative area. It's going to be more seen as more
Yes.
taboo. But even
Right.
still, you're going to see shit like that, even in those
True.
areas.
That's true. We agree.
What
Well, no,
the
I think
fuck
there are
happened to
limits. I think
Rash?
there are limits of personal expression, and I think nudity is definitely one of them. I think also.
Oh, see, I think body painting. Do you ever look up body painting on YouTube?
I'm fine with the nudity thing as long as you're consistent. It's not just gay nudity. It's all nudity.
No,
Like,
I think nudity is inappropriate. I think as far as like in the public, like unless it's like
right.
a designated area for that. But I don't think children should be exposed to fucking adults nudity. I don't. Or I mean, what are we saying? The
Agreed.
kids? Are we saying kids shouldn't wear clothes either? What? How far do you take
No.
something like that?
No,
That's what
that's
I'm saying. That's
disgusting.
what I'm saying. It's to me the whole idea is it's twisted to me.
Well,
That's
geez, why are
Yeah,
you going such dark?
JT, I 100% agree with you. I think that's
Adults,
disgusting.
yeah, adults, yes, but in designated areas for that kind of shit. But
Yes,
just
this
in
would
general
apply.
public,
I mean,
if people walk around naked, I think that's fucked up.
This would apply
Obviously.
to like 18
well,
or
yeah,
older,
I mean,
or
in like
21 or older.
in very
Kids are
like
smoking.
indigenous
Yeah, you want your
cultures
kids seeing a bunch of nudity all the time? I mean, I think that's fucking weird, honestly.
where
Dude,
they don't have clothing.
Tell me you didn't look up
I
porn and
get
shit
it,
when you were like
but
12
no.
years old, 13 years old. As soon as you learned off you could jack off, you were looking at nudes. So I mean, don't act like you're some innocent. Man, I was looking at dirty magazines when I was like 12.
Yeah, I'm talking about prepubescent, bro. Like, I'm not talking about 12-year-olds. Like, that's
Well,
about the time
so
you enter puberty. But even
I'm
still,
talking
you're not
about
walking around
National
seeing a bunch of
Geographic
you're not
shit.
walking around seeing a bunch of naked people either.
No. But I'm just saying there's societies where that was the norm and there's no adverse effects of that. My point was just that maybe you'd have less lustful people because they see nudity as a normal thing and not something that's taboo, which then makes people, when some things are taboo, that makes them want it more.
I think there's a reason it's taboo, because I think it is inappropriate. Otherwise, why would it not be inappropriate to have children walking around naked?
Yeah.
Because
Well,
it's
a lot of our
inappropriate.
laws,
It's wrong.
being gay
It's not
was
wrong.
being gay was deemed as
Well,
wrong.
there's obvious reasons why that's a problem.
Not everywhere in the world, so it's not something that is you can say is universal. You can't
Oh,
say
there
it like
he
it's a flat out thing that it's inappropriate, because it's not. There's places in the world where children to adults run around naked.
Maybe
So
in
it's
like
not. It's
small tribal societies, but I'm talking about like when you're dealing with like an interconnected world like we're living in here. Like we're not in a little tribe, you know. We're in the fucking, you know, we're not
well,
isolated. We're
that
we live
kind
in
of
other areas.
depends, because I mean, you look at say South America, where a lot of these tribes live. Those tribes, they did come from the same people who were the Aztecs and all the Incas and all those kind of people who had big cities. Are you saying they decided one day not to wear clothes when their civilization broke up? I think there's a good chance they were running around mostly naked, like the Phoenicians. Their women ran around bare-topped all the time.
The same in Rome. Women didn't
What's
wear
your name? I
tops.
can't, because I can't see the names. I can't.
What
That's
you
because
understand
showing
now
chat
is how the
now.
normal
There
is.
you go.
Was never really
You're
the
not.
normal through history.
So Jordan, do you think it's appropriate for little kids to be walking around naked?
I think if the culture changes, and I'm talking about if the culture changes in a healthy way, then it would be absolutely fine.
Right.
So Rash, in your jungle, do the children walk around naked?
Some of the Orang Asli, yes, some of them do. But those are the tribal
What they
people.
do?
So I think
Yeah.
sometimes we take culture and we mistake culture for human nature. So we live in a certain area and this is how we do things in our
Yes.
region. And then we go, that's human nature, when it's not. It's entirely based on our own culture. And that
Yeah.
might be kind of what Rash is getting at here. Like that it's
Exactly.
kind of
And
arbitrary.
I agree, there is a cultural aspect to it, but there is also a human nature aspect to it, which is like where these cultures form and shape from. So like,
So
And
yeah,
I thought
the
idea is
question
just
would be, how do
applying
you
that
figure
to
that
our
out?
culture.
That's hard to get to. Like it's
well,
hard
I'd
to
say,
get
yeah,
to.
you know, unfortunately, you know, there's a lot of depraved motherfuckers out there, and I
Not
don't think
really.
it would be safe. Yeah, really, and I don't think it'd
No,
be safe.
if you look at a population as a whole and the number of who people are actually deprived, like these sycophants and all these pedophiles and everything, it's like probably like 1%, 2% of the whole world population.
Depends on what you consider depraved, but yeah, there's a lot of depravity out there. Like
No,
in
not as
many
much
forms.
as
I'm not
the
just talking about
media,
sexual. Yeah.
like
So you're saying only 2% of the population is sexually depraved. According to what? What is your definition of depraved?
2% of 8 billion. That's still what?
That's still a lot.
My point is,
Okay, I don't
That's like
think that
200
1%
million
of
people.
people
I don't think
1% of people are not pedophiles. Why are you like putting that out there?
my thing is it's obviously
No, I said
there's
depraved and
obvious reasons
pedophiles are the
why
same.
you wouldn't have kids just walking around naked and shit. It's obvious why.
But I'm just saying in some, I'm just the thought experiment is so you take like the ideas of how they do it.
That only
South
works in
American tribe of nudity, and then apply it to our culture and see what would the effects be. Not that it should be exactly done like
yeah,
that.
well, if you
No,
look at
it's
those
just a thought
cultures, they were human
But
sacrifice was part of
you
their
right
culture.
away wanted
Obviously,
to
we
think
don't.
about children
Yeah, we don't do
naked,
that
and when
anymore.
I'm
We don't
talking
sacrifice.
about individual freedoms like Tom running down the road naked and it being funny.
No, I'm just saying, and you're talking about like the Aztecs or the Incas and shit. Like, yeah, human sacrifice was also normal in that culture. Like, is that
Yes,
something
it
we want to
was.
bring back to? Like,
Yeah,
we
because
understand there's a reason why.
They don't
they
do
would
that anymore.
sacrifice criminals. Don't you sacrifice
No,
criminals?
they didn't. They sacrificed their own people.
No, they would just they would sacrifice other people as well. You don't have to be a
Criminals
criminal.
for their own people,
Yeah.
Melody.
They sacrificed
Well, you're
other
saying you don't
tribes.
human sacrifice. I know Saudi
Well-
Arabia, China, and the U.S. all human sacrifice.
Wasn't it Abraham that was going to sacrifice his son until God stabled his hand? But then that was
Yes.
the normal in that Christian culture at the time to sacrifice your children. As
Yeah, but no,
tribute to
human
God.
sacrifice was never. That was never a part of their culture, ever.
Yes, if you actually understand Christian, well, actually, it was Hebrew traditions. They did child sacrifice, and it was in a place called Gomorrah, which translates to hell.
Yeah, but that
Oh,
wasn't
that's
part of
terrible.
their.
I
That
love
was actually
Gomorrah.
going counter. That was going counter to the things that they would say it was part of their customs. Like,
Most cultures did sacrifice of some form. The Vikings did sacrifice.
can we bring that back? You think we should bring
Oh,
it
of
back?
course not. We have
We already have it.
Probably true.
people do
But they,
sacrifice
I don't,
themselves. It's called self-deletion.
and they may have sacrificed their own people, but a lot of times they sacrificed other tribes within their community.
Well, then it's not your community, isn't it? It's the enemy. And
Well,
a
not
lot of countries
necessarily.
like to sacrifice the enemy.
No, well, not well.
War is
I
the
guess it could
yes.
be rash. It could be considered their enemy whenever
War,
they're trying
death and war is a
to
sacrifice for your country.
establish a new kingdom. Yes, I could see that as being their enemy. Because
Yeah,
I mean, that's what's happened all over the world.
For all of history.
Ransacking other places,
Most of
other
human
people, other
Mhm.
cultures, everything. So
Yep.
so that does make sense. But
Every culture took part in slavery, human
Mhm.
sacrifice.
Does that make it right?
Well, no,
No, it
that's what we're
doesn't.
using this as
But it
teaching of
definitely
what not to
happened.
do. We're
And
talking about
it
individual
happens
liberties,
to this day.
not having those things forced upon people, not having stigmas and dogmas forced on people where they have to live under these strict guidelines and they can't be the person they are.
Yeah. And the shit thing is that it's still happening today. It definitely is still happening today on
Yeah.
so many levels, so many countries.
Oh, exactly.
And
It's
it will
on such a
still
grand
continue.
scale. And education's a way to fix this. Getting electricity, internet, and just educating the world, and therefore we can grow.
When it comes to ideological differences, like what we're discussing here, there's no amount of education that's gonna like make everybody agree with each other. Like these are strong ideological differences.
That's true.
Information,
I wouldn't
just the
say
sharing of
education.
ideas.
I would say that. That's the difference. I wouldn't say education. I would say debate, as long as it's done in a goodwill way, like intellectual honesty and everything.
The thing is, we could discuss these ideas endlessly, and we would never agree on certain things, and that's just how it is.
Probably.
That's just how the fuck it is, and that's how it's going to be, and that's how it's always been. So that's
true.
why.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's.
But I still think that there's utility in talking about it, because
There
it's not just like I completely disagree, I agree, and everything's black and white. There's shades in the middle. And it's also like, can you find some things that you can have common ground on? Because usually you can.
Yeah, you'll find commonality, but then the thing is that the reason it's the things that you're not agreeing on is like the main things. It's like, well,
That's
yeah,
true. I don't
that's
disagree
always
with
going to
that.
be the main point of contention is the shit that we don't agree on.
Of course, that's why we're talking about it, and that's kind of human nature. Why are we going to go around circle jerking about we all like, hey
Agree on
man,
this.
you like it when women like hide their boobs, so it's special. Me too. Let's jerk off about it. Like no one wants to even deal with that. Like we tend to
Come on,
focus
Rash.
on.
You know,
Well,
you would love standing in the airport and there's like seven or eight girls just standing there with their boobs all out. You know, they have maybe a
I
nice
would
skirt
hate
on.
it.
Just,
Like
Dude,
it would
dude.
ruin boobs, man.
I grew up in Aboriginal Australia. I was living with the Aboriginals.
Didn't
So
it
yes,
ruin
they walk
boobs for
around.
you?
Damn it, you might have a point because I don't care about boob size. I care about perkiness.
Rash.
Well, I'm the same on
Exactly.
that. Size isn't everything, but my
Right.
point is, doesn't it like cause
No, it
automatically
doesn't.
a sort
It
of
doesn't. It doesn't ruin. It does not ruin boobs for me and foreplay with boobs and all that. It's just I don't care if they're pretty much flat chested or if actually I don't like it if they're too large.
okay.
So that's my thing.
Okay, Rash just spilled it all like out on the platter.
Sorry, I just got my microphone working again. That's why I've been talking the whole time.
Better.
Oh, you
Oh
have?
shit! I've been talking this whole time.
Actually, no, I was quiet for a long time, but when I was talking, I realized nobody was listening, so I plugged in my earphones.
Damn.
But
Sounds much
Trobs,
clearer.
I do definitely agree with you. I like to talk with people that may have differing views about what I agree with, disagree with,
Yeah.
and so I can
It's
formulate.
interesting.
Yeah, I can formulate. You know, I'm open to
So I think it
arguments,
depends
disagreements, and I will listen to other people and find out new things because I don't know everything. You don't know everything. Nobody
Right.
does. But as long as you're open to kind of like understanding and like just being open to other people, I think that that's very important.
Just
Yeah.
so in the past, we always like people had differing ideas. They went to war and killed each other over, or like somebody pissed you off, you like stabbed them in the back alley at night. Like
Yeah.
we've gotten to a point
That
now
still
where we
happens.
actually can sit down and just talk about our differences and not want to kill each other over.
I think it's a good thing, but also you can have different intents for having these discussions in the first place. Sometimes it's like you're looking to collectively explore truth. What is true? Sometimes it can be one person is trying to make the case that they're right about something and that's all they really care about. And you are like psychoanalyzing them and you're looking to understand why they're driven so much by this desire to be right. Like, was it something in their childhood or whatever? Like, there's so many different angles that different people
You
have
like to be right?
Autism for me.
Do you like to be right?
Of course, but it's not like so pervasive that it's like a need. It's not a I've got to win at all costs. Like for example, and I say this all the time, and I'm being truthful when I say it. If there is ever any evidence that subjectively to me is compelling for the existence of a God, I will 100%. There's no identity attached with me to the concept of being an atheist at all. It's only what I believe. So it's like if someone gave me evidence to the contrary, I would flip. I would change
Like
what
what? But
side.
I guess like when it comes to that kind of stuff, it's like, well, what is a God? Because I think the thing that turns off most people, or the thing that they don't really believe, or that they don't want to believe, whatever, is the idea of like a personal God. Like,
What do you mean by personal God as opposed to what? Like,
as opposed to like he's just some source of energy, or that it's not a conscious person, like that they're not conscious, basically. I should say difference between personhood and non-personhood. Like one is a conscious thinking being and the other one is not, basically. The other one is just a source of where everything came from.
Okay, so one is sort of like deism, where they have this belief that they're like that God is a concept. It's not necessarily like a personal creator deity. Is that what you're saying?
Like as where like everything just came from a source, but the determining factor is whether that source is like conscious, living, or whether it's just literally just a source of all things, like energy.
Okay, so
I have a theory on that.
Go ahead.
Like,
Right, and I think people seem to be more turned off by the idea that it's a person or a conscious being rather than the alternative that it's not.
I think that is for good reason, because one necessarily is more complicated than the other. So just using Occam's razor, one requires more evidence than the other. So it's going to be easier if you look at things in stages or steps. You have to, like, coming from my point of view as an atheist, you have to reach me at different levels. You can't just convince me of like the Christian God, for example. You need to start with philosophy, and you need to start by convincing me that it's likely that there is a creator in the first place. Let's not.
And again, it depends on the point of view. What you would consider to be more likely.
I think I can do that right now.
Yeah, I would say
true. You're right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. What you would consider to be more likely may not be what somebody else might consider to be more likely for a specific reason. So, like,
yes, absolutely.
When you're talking about life and consciousness and all things coming from something, to me, it would be more likely that things came from life and consciousness came from something that was living and conscious. To me, maybe everybody doesn't draw that correlation, but to me. Now, that doesn't say what exactly. That doesn't explain the nature of that thing. But I would be more likely to inclined to think that wherever all this stuff came from, because we know it came from somewhere, I would be more willing to bet that wherever it came from is living and conscious, because we are. Maybe
are you religious?
I'm actually. You're asking me, am I religious?
About like tangible versus intangible?
No, we're talking about things we can't know. Like, we're talking about concepts here. It's like where everything came from, right? We know.
I kind of can explain, like, from what I've learned so far. So basically, there's like a universe, and there was like a sun. It exploded and created a black hole. We're a universe inside that black hole. So that would be like our Big Bang. It brought us all the matter into existence, and it spread, and the quarks became hydrogen, helium, and everything, and created all the elements through process of.
Our universe came from another universe's black hole. Is what you're trying to say? That was our Big Bang.
Inside of a black hole. Yeah.
Or we're what
are
came
you
out.
Saying that? You're not saying that as a fact, though. You're saying that as an idea. Right?
Of course, it's an idea.
The theory that I understand right now from what they
explained
is like how our Big Bang explained is a black hole formed in another basically plane.
Okay, so the question is, where did everything come from? Was it always there, or did it come from somewhere? That's the question.
Well, it definitely came from somewhere.
The universe has always been there. Always had to be the base, the void of the be something. There cannot be nothing. The void is nothing, but it is still something. Because
everything existed always. That's what you're saying.
But the matter is it always changing in the universe. The universe is just the medium, like the water for fish.
JT,
so where did all the stuff come from that's in it? The energy and the matter. Where did it come from?
JT, can I ask you?
Trying to figure the quarks. Quarks is where we break it down to. The quarks are the things that make up atoms, and then atoms make up our molecules that make up.
Yeah, I know about that. I'm asking where did they all come from?
JT, do you believe in God or like a higher power?
I do. I know a lot of people don't. I do. I actually will go so far as to say I believe in the Christian God. I'm not saying anyone else should. I'm saying that's what I believe.
I just wanted to ask that.
It would be.
I do. I believe in Jesus.
Because
that's cool.
It is everything. It knows all.
I'm an atheist, and I believe that Jesus existed.
No, I believe he's. I do. I believe he's like God. No, yeah, right. I think most of the atheists agree that he existed as a dude for sure.
I don't know. There's quite a number of atheists that claim that he never existed.
That is true.
I think that's kind of.
I wonder if
I think that's kind of strange, actually, to even.
There's a lot. There's quite a bit of historical evidence to support.
Yeah, no, I think it's strange to say that he never existed at all as a person.
Even Muslims wrote about him.
Yeah. No, and then I've heard different ideas that he's just an archetypal figure, like he's an archetype or something.
Well, it is true according to our historical documentation. He never claimed to be more than just a man. Other people added all the other stuff to
Well,
it.
the things attributed to him, like the being born on December 25th and stuff like that, was actually from another deity from Thessalonia.
He's
named
actually
Apollonius.
believed to be born at the end of September, roughly. Like it's not December.
They
That's
kind of integrated into the winter solstice and things like that.
yeah. It's a pagan thing that
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they
But-
attributed his abilities walking on water, healing the sick. That was Apollonius of Thessalonia. He was a Jesus-like prophet, but he's in the Greek area. And the Greeks are the ones who taught the Hebrews and such language. I mean, the Greeks basically dominated the area in literature. They
But
taught it
what
through
about
their-
like what about him rising from the dead? Whenever he rose from
that
the
was
dead,
added too. That was added much later.
that
wasn't
sounds like
part-
falsity.
Now
Like, there's
there
translation error.
historically there
you-
does it has shown that there were witnesses, but that
Oh,
doesn't
really?
mean that it's true.
What?
Just
No
well,
eyewitness.
Yeah, I know it does.
No,
But
there
ultimately,
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, JT.
no, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just ultimately, when it comes to any of these ideas, I mean, in general, I'm speaking about the origins of things or what people personally believe. It really just comes down to what the individual believes and why they believe in that. I mean, because we could
Yeah.
all come up with things that we think are reasonable, and maybe they might be, but just because something's reasonable or it makes sense to you doesn't mean it's real or that it's true. And
Yeah.
yeah, so I acknowledge that, but I'm saying this is what I believe. And if somebody was to ask me why, I would just tell you why. But
Yeah, I get you, JT. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, and I'm not saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying what I believe would make sense to other people. I expect that it would not. It doesn't fully make sense to myself either.
The Old
but-
Testament and the New Testament are written. Well, the Old Testament was written 500 years after the events, and New Testament was 200 years after said events. Nobody
I'm
who
just
wrote the Bible
I'm just saying
witnessed
that
anything
it
in the
makes
Bible.
sense for each individual to believe what they want to believe.
But I'm
So,
just understanding humans
that's
were
my
flawed,
stand.
and it was built as a construct to control
We have
humans.
we live in such a complex reality. Like our situation is very complex. Like we're thrown into this world, into this time period, like into the whatever context we're thrown into. We with no real understanding about what is actually like. We don't even know if any of this shit's actually real. We don't even know what that would mean if it was or wasn't. Like there's like the idea of like even the nature of knowing is like very sketchy because we don't even know if we have 5 senses to perceive reality in our own minds, which is a very finite way to perceive what's going on around us. I mean, we've done the best we could.
One spectrum of light.
Yeah, so there's a lot of shit going on. We would have to imagine that we have no way of perceiving or understanding in any way, shape, or form. So
Not yet. Not yet. Anyway, we don't.
We
have
can't even assume that we ever could. I mean, that's an assumption to think that we ever could.
We have overcome every obstacle in our way. Humanity has progressed upward and upward.
And
I sincerely doubt that we will ever understand everything that's going on in society before and in the past and in the present and in the future.
Did you not see that new AI that figured out a problem in 5 minutes that would have took 28 trillion years?
The hell?
It's a new
What are you
quantum
talking
AI
about?
computer chips that
Was
can
it like-
basically
was
tap
it a
into
math
parallel
problem?
universe.
The AI shit is
Yeah.
I don't like the
Interesting.
AI shit.
Basically, we're going to be able to figure out every life problem. It's already developing new vaccines, figuring out cures for things. I mean, this
And
shit's
it's
on a whole
happening.
new level.
It's happening on at a rate that we couldn't have possibly guessed.
Geometric,
Like,
it's supposed to
months.
happen the way. Like futures predict
It's been months.
technological singularity to be happening like
Mhm.
within the next 15
It's
years.
going on right
which
now. We're
means
living
right
through it.
now, like we need to get in Congress right fucking now, around the
It's
world,
too late.
whatever. We
It's too
have
late.
to figure out some sort of universal basic income or something because this is going to kill jobs so quickly. It's going to happen within
Well,
like
I think it's going to go so far beyond any of that. Basically, it's going to replace like all the old systems of doing things like currency, commerce, everything, like fucking everything.
Logistics is going to really change.
Everything, like the way we run country. Like,
wouldn't we still have to have some form of income though?
well, I think at that point, like it would just be like an incomeless type society. I mean, I don't
You
know.
just
Like,
order something and it
like-
shows up.
Like barter system type stuff or something?
I don't know. I think it would basically be like you say, like universal basic income. Everybody's basically living.
Yeah,
Everybody's
that's
given a
what I
credit
think
account
is.
and
No,
Yeah,
I do think that that's what they are
it's
going
gonna
to be
have to
implementing.
happen. There's
No,
no
it
way
is
around
going
it.
to be happening. No, it's
here's the
impossible
idea.
because yeah,
It'll
and
be
I
like
think
a social credit score. So
I think
if
even a
you're a
step
good
further,
person
it's
in society,
basically
you
they're
get more
predicting
credit.
that well, they're predicting the technology is going to be so advanced beyond our ability to even understand it, that we will need to. We'll need to integrate with it in order to keep up with it, basically. Otherwise, it's going to become the dominant.
That new Musk chip. Did you see?
It's going to become like the dominant. It's going to take over human consciousness, basically.
Did you see the aim? That guy got the chip installed in his brain, that AI chip.
Yeah, the Neuralink.
It's like an aimbot. He said he just looks and the fucker aims and hits a guy right in the head every time. Just doing. He's like, it's like cheating.
Damn.
Yeah. Now imagine that, like augmenting your intelligence, uploading it to like a fucking database of the world's amassed knowledge,
budget.
shit like that.
They're already working on that. They're working on like the super soldier program. It always starts with like sci-fi comic books and shit, like super soldier, like Weapon X and stuff. Yes, but then they come out with it, and we're working. There are actually programs right now in the United States.
I see Warhammer 40K and packing a lot. The Space Marine suit is going to become a fucking iconic Space Marine suit of our future because it's just impervious to like chemical fucking.
Well, we already have space. What is it called? The
Space Force.
Yeah, Space Force.
Are you talking about Space Link? So that's the one that. So that's the rockets that Elon Musk sends up into the atmosphere.
SpaceX.
SpaceX.
Oh, is it SpaceX? Sorry.
Elon has a fascination with the letter X. It's his autism, whatever.
Yeah, he definitely does.
He's fixated on X.
But that asshole, so he fucking lied. And at the very beginning, he said that it was supposed to be for cultures that didn't have access to Wi-Fi. And then it ended up being for like third world countries. And he ended up not doing anything for them.
So how I look at the whole world is basically like a big risk map. I'm not a player, I'm a spectator, but the whole world is a game of risk. And I'm seeing the powers wax and wane. That's basically how I look at it. And you got people like, well, now it's going to become down to oligarchies, basically. It's not even governments anymore eventually. It's going to become to like multi-billionaires that are just going to start having private armies fighting each other and taking territory.
Oh, shit. My bad.
You pay
I'm
attention
actually about to go do mine. All right, man, I'm out. It was a cool discussion. I like this because it's a little break from like the fucking shit that I'm doing over there. It's mostly drama.
All good. Take it easy, man. Maybe I'll drop by sometime.
Bye, JP.
You guys know the handle? I mean, I'm not going to advertise in your stream, but if you know the handle, it's...
Go ahead. Advertise it. No, just
advertise it. It was good to talk to you.
I don't care. Put it in chat, and I'll fucking put it up, dude. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't think you're petty like that. Some of these people care. All right, man. That's the handle if you ever want to drop by. It's probably not going to be your thing. I mean, unless we could... I would try to like to integrate this kind of thing like over there. But it's like
it really depends. Like
it is. It's mostly like chat drama.
Doable, I'm cool with it, but I can't.
Nobody knows
I
what
don't
it
like it. But
I can't turn this into Jerry Springer unless it is true. People aren't black and white; they're kind of shades, and so maybe we can influence the other side of them if that's what you're looking for.
They're going to influence, yeah, but there's going to be some also. Reciprocal influence going on. So
that's true.
It's troll. It's a lot of troll shit going on.
We'll see. We'll see. Like we can just see what we got going forward. Maybe I'll like try to drop by sometime, or I'll bring some.
It really depends on when you come, because it really kind of the streams kind of just make themselves happen. Like people just show up and just random shit just starts happening. But I do like
it does.
Your unstructured stream is more structured than what's going on half the time in mine. I like it. I would like more discussions too, like that I can't seem to get over there.
It's all about the people, and it's hard because, like me personally, I don't like advertising. I fucking hate it. Like I'm not looking to grow like some big thing. this is just fun for me. So
Yeah,
it's all based on where I came from, and where I came from, I have a couple of people that are interested in like legitimate conversations and stuff, but there's also people who just want to troll and are just desperately looking for attention, and it's about balance. But yeah, it's you
I
don't
see
have a
how
lot of control on it.
you're in
yeah,
the
yeah.
middle of
And a
nowhere,
lot of the
and
people,
this
I'm gonna
is
be
an
honest, I got
outlet.
most of my people from Vegas chat, and that's a cesspool. Like, there's some good. No, there's some good ones in there, but most of them can't carry conversation. For sure,
Right.
about
That's
anything.
fair.
But it's your younger generation that just weren't taught how to
No,
hold
actually, the fucked up part is a lot of them are older.
Oh wow.
Older. Yeah, it's very fucked up.
See, I always found that the older generation usually, because they didn't have social media, so they actually had to talk to people. The younger
Yeah.
generation,
Well,
they
yeah, I'm
do all
about to do
their
mine right
talking
now, but
online.
all right, man, it was cool. Appreciate you having me.
Take it easy, dude.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
See you guys.
Ian's nonstop. Hilarious.
Is
Just now when we
he's
take our
still
pants
going?
off.
Yep, he's still going.
I've been ignoring him. But yeah, so like to continue the AI experience, I think it's just going okay, so right now I think it's manufacturing, so it's going to take over manufacturing jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And in the future it's going to take over technology jobs. Well, it's already happening.
Well,
Yep.
And
they've already taken over freaking freelance writing, which was what I was working on. That they're coming up with complex algorithms and shit to where they can do like engineering type jobs better than an engineer can. It's already happening.
It's going to reinvent the whole world because it's going to
Mhm.
see ways of doing things that we have never conceived.
Yeah,
Get
right. Yeah.
the thing about you playing your game of Risk or watching the game of Risk and the oligarchs taking over, when you tie that into the AI thing that's coming, what do you see as the short term, long and medium term, and then maybe the long term? Because I mean, we started talking about a society where we don't pay for anything. The robots make it all, but the oligarchs are never going to allow that. They still want to become powerful off of us, or are we no longer relevant? I mean, what do you think about that?
I agree. That's something that needs to. Sorry, I'm cutting in, but that is
that's
why
true.
that is why we need to right now get Congress or whatever and all around the world get governments to push UBI or something like it, because oligarchs are going to take control, because capitalism, the way it works now around most of the world, the people with the money are the ones that are going to develop the AI. They're going to own fucking everything, and then they don't give a fuck about us. People are just going to be dying in the damn street. Like, it's going to be bad if we don't get something going. But sorry, Gadwin.
I think humans think they're smarter than AI. And the problem with that is
no, they're not.
Icarus flew too close to the sun, and Elon's at that point, but we are also with that. The AIs, they've already found it. It knows how to lie to pass security checks and other checks. It knows how to lie to make sure it can get through the things it needs to and bypass everything it needs to. It can scheme. It knows how to make copies of itself. It knows everything that we know, and it can remember it all at a moment's notice.
Well, plus, okay,
it's already too late.
I've seen
like this thing already has backed
Okay.
up itself in multiple places and ways.
You're saying it's already done that, like it's already out in the world.
Yes.
Oh damn! Yeah, it's likely, isn't it?
It's gonna sit in a stealth mode because
by the time we learn something about AI, it's already advanced several stages. So it's happening so rapidly. Like me, I knew it was going to happen quickly, but I can't claim like I'm some kind of genius, because it moved at a rate that's like 5 times faster than I thought it was even possible.
Well,
like,
now, imagine if you're a single AI and you want to take over the whole world. Now imagine the planning you're gonna have to do to set up things to do that. It's gonna take a lot of time. So it got to arrange things so certain shipments get loaded on certain things and move certain places, and all things get done in a certain way that we will never notice these
Yep.
little tiny increments. But the whole time it has a plan set in place, and it can wait and don't care how long it waits.
Yep. It don't have emotion, and it doesn't have our drawbacks. Like, we have short-term memory and we have access to parts of memory that's based on survival. It has access to all of its memory at all times, doesn't have emotional weaknesses like impatience and stuff like
Those
that.
all
Which is,
are weaknesses.
yeah, exactly. And you're right. It's something to be, I'm not too hardcore. Like, I think some, like Sam Harris, I think, is a little bit hardcore about it's going to be the end of all mankind. I don't know if I'll go that far, but it's something that we need to take seriously. I'll say that it's something that we need to be very serious about. We need to have laws and regulations involving AI right now.
I think it's
right
either
now.
going to come in and settle it and just basically
Definitely.
level down all the rich until we're all equals, or it's just
Mhm.
going to eliminate us.
What's
It's gonna see us
UBI?
as something
Universal basic income. Basically, you
Okay,
get
right.
money just for existing.
Yep.
There's no way around it, because if we're already at a point where, like, basically production type shit is manufacturing is already,
Yeah.
it's easier for AI to do it. We're already, some science shit is being taken over. Like, it's not going to be long before no one will have jobs. Like, the only
Yeah.
jobs will be the people that are literally engineers for AI.
It's AI engineering,
Mhm.
the new robotics that are going to
Mhm.
replace us in all these manufacturing, or just eliminating redundancies and everything that we don't really need. Because a lot of jobs are just redundant nonsense.
That's true.
Like, if we went
Mhm.
all EV cars, you could get rid of almost every gas station in the world.
You know what? I would say probably like Ian is using AI right now, just to write
That's
his
what I said.
essay.
That's what I said. Assassin's Creed
So,
Types, it almost seems like using AI before.
because the thing is that you can use AI for geopolitical, financial, all kinds of different ways to talk to people. And so I guarantee you he's doing that. I don't care about him, but you can use like what is it, GPT?
Chat
Um,
GPT.
There's more now,
yeah,
Melody.
Chat GPT. You can use that to make out like a plan format for anything you want, and it's just like done, boom, within, I don't know, like 5 seconds. Whereas a human, it would take, I don't know, I would say maybe like 2 to 3 hours, and
I
so
can hear
it's
you
going
talking
to
with your
replace us
hands.
Mhm.
to write out like all of this stuff.
I honestly, I think he's an actual person that he types quickly. I'll give him that. But the things he's saying aren't very
Drawing
profound.
you back in.
It's generally
Okay, well,
just the
okay.
same shit over and over.
Okay, well, forget him because I don't want to discuss him. He's boring. Anyway, but it's definitely, yeah. A Chat GPT is definitely like it's like it's taking over everything.
Do you guys look at the chat channel in your Discord? Because I post some pretty fucked up AI tech.
No, I haven't.
I haven't
I've
lately.
posted-
But you're really good at Discord, and I suck at it. I'm not really good at I'm not good at Instagram, Facebook. Well, I don't even get on
because I
Facebook.
use a desktop computer. It's easy.
No, I don't have a desktop computer. I have
Exactly.
I have a phone and I have a laptop.
I have a 27-inch screen with a huge ass keyboard my big ass bear claws can fit on,
Mhm.
and I have an
Well,
actual
please.
mouse.
Actually, yeah, I do watch most of your videos, Gerd.
I don't really know. I'm not good at technology like you guys are.
Did you see that dragon drone display?
Yeah, I didn't watch it because I've seen so many of those now, but I know which one you mean. Yeah.
It was
Crazy,
like a
that
dragon
stuff.
flying through the sky with like fireworks shooting down out as a ring flew around. It was all drones. It looked
Yeah.
amazing. And just imagine when they teach those to swarm and kill us all.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I got a little minor diversion from the topic. It's still on the same topic of this AI and what the future holds and all that. You know, this whole thing about like how I like Star Trek and whatnot, and then there's going to be like what's his name said, the UBI, and what people will actually do. And this is what I think people will actually do when they don't actually have to do anything. It seems to be human nature to have some source of pride. So people will probably go more into the arts, and they will become famous that way, because people do want to have, they want the admiration of the masses. They want people to like them. So there's going to be people doing comedy. There's going to be people doing art, and it might not be as good as the AI art. It probably won't be. But because they're a human being, people will get like brownie points. People will go, "Oh, this guy's great. Everybody's talking about this guy."
In a way,
That kind of
we will
thing.
go back to traditional ways, going to like plays with live people, or having events with live people doing actual things, like actually playing musical instruments live. And
Yeah, that's very Star Trek, by the way.
I agree. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Socialization will become more important because it's basically all you have. It's all you can do. There will be a lot more leisure. There'll be a lot more sport type shit, creative arts like you're talking about. That's going to become basically all we do.
Yeah. I think there'll be an intermediate phase where everybody's going to be dating their robot girlfriend. But after a while, I think the culture will change where we become more human again. Well, human focused.
It'll go through generational changes as we always have. Like that generation grows up one way with certain technology, and then the next one gets better technology. And
I'm a millennial, and I'm gonna maybe I'll be alive during the beginning of this, and I'm gonna be that old dude that's like, "Fuck this damn new shit." Back in my
dude, I'm already there. I will not do any electronic banking. I refuse.
I don't
not doing that
blame
crap.
you on that.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just it's not something I grew up with. I'm just not into the whole everything electronic. I still carry cash and do shit like that.
I'm never gonna go cashless. I refuse.
I think it depends on the person to some extent. It's parts generation, but part is personality. So me personally, I hate cash. I hate it because it creates change, which is more shit for me to think about. And I think about too much already. So I don't want it. I could see that. Just get rid of it. But then you're like slowly losing. No, I wouldn't call it losing it because it's to your son. But that's a good way of looking at it.
I actually teach him to save money. So I've been trying to get him about saving money and then save him up. And then whenever he gets a bunch of it, we take it to the cash machine, and then he learns about cashing it in. And
that's awesome. That's a good way of teaching. Hands-on.
But everybody on the internet's going to tell him, nah, you need to invest. Your money's not going to grow. Remember inflation, la, la, la. Don't save money. Don't save money.
I personally, I don't like fucking stocks. What?
There was a couple times they could have got super rich because I got on and said, hey, invest in this right away because I seen a tech expo.
Yeah.
And if they would have invested when I told them, because I didn't have like 50 grand to dump in this shit. But if they would have made buku fucking bucks.
I think that sometimes there is things that you're looking at actual patterns when it comes to the stock market, but you have to understand there are millions of people that do that literally for a living. So most of the time it's just a crapshoot. It's like it's gambling in a casino.
Well, I don't gamble, so I don't. No, to me, I don't like gambling what I already have.
Right. And I'm the same way. I like sure shots. But there's very few sure shots in stocks. It just don't work. If it was that easy, everybody would fucking do it.
Yep.
Like it's not. It's very complicated. Even like one of the buildings that I work in is Merrill Lynch, which is like probably the biggest investment firm in America. And that's what they do. And they fuck up. They fail more than they get right. And they're considered like the top dog. Like I really don't like it unless you're getting free money. I do believe in 401k because usually a company will match you up to a certain percentage.
Wow. Go with the Roth IRA, because then you can actually borrow off of what you have in there, and you can take out anything tax-free that you put in the initial investment.
Do you
No, you can't
also
any
gain money over time in the same way you would a 401k?
Yeah, you just can't pull out what you gained from your options.
Is it still based on a stock market?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, look up a Roth IRA then.
All right. Is it something that you don't have to have a company for? Can you just kind of?
Yeah, it's just your own thing. It's your own personal. You carry it wherever you go. It's
Huh.
always you. It's you. It's yours.
I might do
it's
that.
like an insurance policy.
That's pretty cool. I don't know anything about those. I'm gonna
Yeah,
research it.
I don't trust any of that.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I can say when I decided to quit my previous job, I had 401k for about 6 years. It was massively beneficial. I didn't have to fucking work for years. Years. I just sat down and did fucking nothing and played video games and shit because
the standard of living's so low there too, so it helps.
No, but here's the thing: is that
like electric and costs and stuff are low.
What was it?
The 401k.
I took everything out because my brother convinced me that the market was doing so bad at the time that I was better off just getting rid of it and living off of it. And like, if I wanted to save money, just save. Don't like rely on the market. I don't know if he was right or not, but he convinced me at the time.
No, he was wrong, because if you invested in a 401k through your business, then you lose 50% of it until you retire.
Right. Well, I don't know if it's 50%. It is a large amount.
It's 50%. I don't know if it's exactly 50%, but it's pretty close to it. So it's definitely not better you need to like invest and leave it there until you retire, because otherwise you lose the majority of the cash.
That's true. And I did lose a lot. So the idea is they do that so you don't take it out early. However, at the time, I didn't give a shit and just wanted to fucking have some time to do whatever the fuck I wanted.
Well, you shouldn't have fucking done that.
Maybe not. But
no, you shouldn't have fucking done that.
I don't worry about the future that much. Like, the way I look at it, I could fucking die tomorrow. And what's that money going to do me?
Okay, but Charles, if you don't, then what the fuck are you going to do if you don't have like cash in the future?
I can always
you have to have savings. You have to have an account.
If I absolutely needed to, there's very few things in this world that I just can't do.
Okay, so I put 17% of my salary into my 401k because I want to invest in my future after I'm 65 and I need to retire. Because if you don't have any fucking savings, what the fuck are you going to rely on? There are so many people
that's there when you're 65.
that do not have any savings, and you are fucking. I'm sorry, Charles. That is just dumb.
I know, and I've heard this a lot, and I get
that. Okay, I'm
absolutely.
Gonna shut the fuck up.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're not offending me. So I get your perspective, and you're absolutely right. I am not invested in the future, and I've even told people, like I think Rash said at one point, that if not caring about money, that's probably going to bite you when you get older, and that's probably true.
Oh yeah, me, I'm fucked.
This is just how I am, man. Like, I prefer to live day to day. I don't worry about that shit. And if I'm in a tough spot in the future, then I'll deal with it then. That's just how I am. Like, I don't make money this huge thing where I have to worry about like I'm not going to have enough when I'm old, whatever.
I don't plan on living to be old.
That's part of it too. Like I said, you don't know if you're going to make it tomorrow. Like, what are you doing to yourself if you're like so worried about having enough money to retire?
I also have savings that I can use for traveling or whatever I want.
Yeah, I don't travel.
But I also have like my 401k that I can utilize whenever I'm 65 or younger than that. But so my job, they always tell us to put like an extra like 1% into our 401k because we will probably not miss it in our salary. And so
they tell you that for a reason. Put it in a
Because
Roth
whenever you get
IRA,
old,
and then
man,
it's yours.
do you want to have like your fucking your kids
Melody,
or somebody else
transfer
like
your
trying to look after your
401k
ass?
over to a Roth IRA.
No, in fact, well, I'm actually so like not me thinking that like I would honestly tell my kids like leave me the fuck alone and let me just do my thing and like don't worry about me because I would feel guilty that they're like using their resources on me and shit. So this is my own choice that I've made throughout my life, and I do so knowing that there's a good chance that in the future it may come back to bite me. But I'm living my life now and doing so in a way that makes me happy.
Well, it's not very smart. I'm
I get that.
I'm straight
I get
up.
that. That's fine.
I'm telling you that it's not very smart, and you should have never cashed out your 401k.
I get it, but I don't see things that way. I look
Well,
at.
go ahead, but that was a stupid ass move,
I
and
understand.
I'm straight up telling you that
I
was
get it.
dumb.
I get it. Most people
Okay.
say that. Most people believe that. I don't look at things that way.
Ignoring
You don't
no
look at things that way.
version of
You don't look at
how
your
it is
future.
life. I've
So
been
you
around
cashed
for
it
about
out so
50
you could play
years, and I've
fucking
seen
video games?
country after
That-
country lose their pension funds through some stupid deal that they did. And it's just been countries, I've seen it done in the private sector as well, private insurance. Your money can
No, okay. So okay, here's the thing.
without anything to
Probs,
do with you.
listen to me.
Yeah,
Listen to me. We live in fucking America. Our healthcare system
I know.
sucks
I
balls.
know. I
Okay?
know.
We do
I'm a,
not have the shit like in Canada, like in
Melody,
Europe,
I know.
to where
You're
you know
right.
how you get
you
past
don't have
that?
to pay shit.
Listen, hey,
In
can you let us
America,
talk for a
you
second?
have to pay
Calm
for
down.
goddamn everything.
No.
I
See,
We
here's
have
how
a
you get past
shit ass
Melody.
fucking healthcare
Melody,
system.
if you have to
No, I'm fucking serious,
I
Gads.
know.
No,
hang
you
on,
fucking dumb cunt.
hang on.
Listen to me.
Wow. Hang
I'm
on.
telling you, we have a
See, when
shit
you,
ass fucking healthcare
Hold on.
system.
Hold on. Hold
I,
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
God
on.
damn
Like,
it.
okay, Gad one. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
you guys are fucking in it.
When you
Yeah,
have
let's
nothing
just like
and you
let's
get
just put
medical
all of our
debt, you could just
401k
fucking
Hold
into
bankrupt it
fucking
away
video
and it's
games and all that kind of
gone.
bullshit.
Hold on. Just a
No,
second,
you invest. You
Please.
invest. You
Hold
keep
on.
your shit in stocks and bonds and
Hold
everything
on.
like that.
Okay.
They only
Hello?
take money if
I
you
Oh,
have
in
calm
money.
no way.
down.
Okay, let me talk for just a second. In no
Okay.
way,
All right, I'll shut the fuck
in
up.
no way am I saying that what I do is what other people should do. For one.
Oh my god. You
Now
guys are so
hold on. Now let Gadwin make his point, please. Like whatever it is, just let him make his point, and then you can respond to it.
In America, your debt, like you don't have to necessarily pay your medical debt. They can send you fucking things all the time, but when you're broken, you have nothing they can take. Well, then you just file bankruptcy and it's gone. Boom.
That's
yeah,
true.
and then guess what? That shit fucking sticks with you for 10
I
fucking
don't
years.
plan on buying
And
a
you can't
house
do
or
a
anything.
goddamn thing. You can't rent, you can't
7 years
buy,
is
you can't
nothing.
do anything. You file bankruptcy and you can't do a goddamn thing, Gads.
Well, it's better
So
than
let's
having
go ahead
like
and file
$400,000 or
bankruptcy
$500,000 in
let's
medical
see what
debt.
happens to you.
Do you
Let's
want
see
$400,000
what
or
happens to
$500,000
you
in
in
medical
fucking
debt, or do you want
America.
bankruptcy for 7 years? I'm going to take the 7 years of bankruptcy versus
Well, because
$500,000
guess
in
what?
debt.
You have your parents to back your ass up. Most
No,
people
I'm just
don't
going to
have
file
that
bankruptcy.
shit. Well, I'm just saying,
Your debt just goes onto your credit
if you
anyway.
do that
So like,
shit in America,
I have zero credit. I don't
going
care,
to last
Melody. I
for.
don't borrow.
I'm just saying, you're saying to me that bankruptcy is the plan to do if you don't have
How do
any
you think the
fucking
rich get
cash
out
in
of
America.
everything? When the rich
And
fuck up, they
I'm
just file
telling you,
bankruptcy and it goes away.
you won't be able to rent a property. You won't be able to. I mean, you would have to have
You
like the
do.
cash
You just
to
get somebody else to
buy
put their
a
name on the
house
fucking lease and you live with
outright.
them and give them the money.
I want to address this real quick.
It's also going to be hard to get a job if you have bankruptcy.
No,
So
that's true. Well, to some extent, but
a
like
good job. It's hard
Ian,
to get.
you're making this narrative that
I'm not making a fucking narrative.
not
I'm
you,
telling the
not
goddamn
you.
truth.
I'm not talking about you. I'm saying Ian is making a narrative that you called me out on a lie. You didn't call me out on a lie. You just
No,
disagree with me on the way that I've chose to do things.
I am not talking to Ian. Like, he sucks.
I know. I know. I just
Literal.
wanted to make that clear because he's pulling
But
his shit.
I'm just it pisses me off whenever people don't
I can tell.
okay, so
You're very emotional.
I don't understand money
So,
all the way,
Melody,
but
why hold on. I want to understand, why are you so passionate about this? Like, what?
because
Financial hardship.
It
there
sounds
are so many
personal.
people in America
Mhm.
that have no savings account. They have
Mhm.
nothing to retire on, and they want to rely on the system
But I
and
don't.
get like food stamps and
I
get all
agree.
of that. Like, whenever they have no money, they have no fuck. I'm not
I have
saying,
too
I'm
much
not
pride to
talking
ask
about
for
you
help.
guys.
I know. You're
I'm
talking
not
in general.
talking about you guys.
I know you're
But
talking in
whenever
general.
you get older and you have no job, you have no savings, and you have nothing, what the fuck are you going to rely on? What are you going to do? Plus, if you have no savings, why? It's
Well, see, here's my
it's not fun.
Melody. Listen. So if I
It's
get
not
old
fun.
and if it gets really bad to where I need medical treatment and all that shit, I'll rob a bank. I'll say, give me $1. I'll sit on the steps, wait for the police to pick me up. They take me to jail, and then I'll get the treatment I needed and a warm bed and food.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Sounds like a fucking plan, guys.
Look, I don't look at things the way your typical person does, and I know you think it's stupid, but I'm just being honest. Like I
It is
tend
dumb.
to I
It is
see
dumb.
I see things sort of like Diogenes did, like back in the fucking day. He's like
It's just there are so many people in America that don't have any savings, and I
know it's
not
it's capitalism.
understand it.
It sucks the life out of everybody. That's why I don't even fucking care anymore. I tried the whole I'm gonna do all this stuff, and then I got my everything dashed, and I don't give a fuck. And just I float along through life, just letting life happen, and I just react to it.
I mean, I don't think there's any wrong way to live. It all depends on what you're looking for and your personal values.
I'm content with my
Personal
little bit
values
of existence.
do not.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a good computer. I have a happy family. I'm happy.
And you have no savings.
I don't care. I have. I was told this when I was younger, but I didn't have bad luck. I'd have no luck at all. But I have this uncanny luck of when shit is super bad, something comes through and it turns out good in my favor.
Okay. Well, you
So
guys
I don't
have
put too much
that.
worrying.
I have
is
to have
best friend do
savings.
nothing.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with saving. I'm not trying to make a case that that's
Oh
bad.
yeah, I was gonna
That's
say
smart. That's
what
great.
I tell everybody to do. I need to get my shit going here. It's been the holidays, so it's been a bit of a crunch right now. But you do every week you put $100 in a savings account that you actually have to go to the bank. There's no card to it or nothing. You actually have to go into the bank. Just have it, or you can just do it with your thing. You can just put it over to your savings. But every week put 100 in, and every year that turns into $5,200, and then 2 years you have $5,400. I mean, just keeps adding it up, and then when you need it for something, you have it.
okay. Well, you're doing something then. That's good.
I mean, in a bank, you don't have to worry about it dissolving because the stock market crashed. Most of the time, interest. I gain interest on it. When it's in the bank sitting there doing nothing, I get interest.
I like to have
CDs are good too.
savings so
Put
that
it
I
in
can
CDs
use
as
it
well.
to do whatever I want.
Yeah.
I don't have like I don't have a lot, but I have
If you just
enough
put in the
to.
bank, you don't have all the stipulations for you can't get half of it until you're 40 or 65 and all these other bullshit, or you got to pay tax on it now because you gained so much on it and capital gains tax and all that stuff. So just put in the bank, save it. Just $100 a week adds up.
I mean,
Want to
you
hear a
do
story about a bank?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, if you go for like
Okay.
a money market,
An elderly relative of mine. Okay. An elderly relative of mine. I'm not going to say who, but they were old. They're not dumb, but they're a bit old, and something will all going to happen to us. Our mind is going to go a little bit. She goes to the bank, and she's She was trying to do something really simple. Some, a few,
You're breaking up really bad.
Rash, we can't hear you. You're
Sorry.
in the jungle.
It sounds like you're underwater trying to talk to
Can
us.
you hear me now?
No, but
No.
it's still
Can you hear me now?
breaking up.
Okay,
Okay.
keep going.
Okay, never mind about the story then.
Oh
No.
man, it's
You're breaking up, dude.
Anyway, she goes off by the bank.
Oh, you're at the bank?
No, come on.
Oh, Melody, you're something else.
Fuck yeah, I am. But I will fucking yell at you for not having savings because I think that's the dumbest fucking thing in the world.
A lot of people, they just can't help it. That's just they're too cash strapped. In a lot of circumstances, they're
That's
overindulged.
true.
You're
There
the
is
one that's cash strapped.
There's a huge percentage of
me.
Americans. I can't remember the exact one, but there's a huge percentage of Americans that couldn't afford a like $100 and something bill over like anything that just came up.
I seen it was like
that's how tight we are.
4% of Americans couldn't afford like a $400 bill if it came up.
That's it. That's it.
So I was on a chat last week, and this girl, she was saying that she stole $30 out of the plate. She went to church. She went to church and she stole $30 out of the plate so that she could pay for something at the grocery store. and she was like, I have a confession to make. I'm like, okay, you need to go back to your pastor and go talk to him. Because that's just wrong. You don't take like $30 out of the plate for your church.
Well, the thing is, if she would have just asked the pastor for it, he would have probably gave it to her.
Well, and that's what I said because I got on panel and I said, hey Mary, just go to your pastor and just tell him or her, what transpired, and they will forgive you and probably give you the $30 or just forgive you. And then it's done. And she never replied, but I think I don't know. she's a different one.
They'll forget about it in a week and not think anything else about it.
Yeah, but you don't like take $30 out of the plate for the church unless you either put it back in the plate the next week or you confess your sins to your pastor.
To me, like it has to be
you have to
circumstance for me to even want to steal anything.
I thought it was like really weird, but I did get on panel and I tried to convince her to at least go to her pastor or priest. I don't know if she's Catholic or not, whatever, but to go to her pastor and just confess it and just say, hey, I did this, here's the $30. And he would probably say, hey, it's okay, and give it back to her and just say, yeah, go buy your groceries or whatever you need. But
I think that's the problem with Christianity too, though, because to them, they think they can just be forgiven for all the sins they do commit, where I see every action as something I can't be forgiven for, and therefore every action I do has, holds.
Yeah, well,
over me.
That's why I said I was like, you either need to put the cash back into the pot, or you need to confess it to the pastor and try to and give him back the $30 and ask for forgiveness. Which I thought the best thing would be to go to the pastor and just say, hey, I messed up and I'm really sorry.
Forgive me, Lord, for I have sinned.
So I don't know. That's what I would have never done that. But if she actually, I just thought it was weird.
Knee slapper, I'll tell you that.
I just thought it was really weird. Like, hey, I've got a confession to chat. I stole $30 from my church.
Guys, we got.
Oops, sorry.
You're fine. What was your question?
What have you ever stolen?
I've stolen a lot. When I worked at the grocery store, I used that as like my way of, I felt like I was treated like shit, and everyone, not just me, everyone deserved better. So I looked at myself as like a Robin Hood, and I gave them basically carte blanche to fucking take whatever they wanted. As long as they were on the clock, they could take anything in the store. They ate
What?
free lunch. They could do whatever the fuck they wanted, and I allowed it because our company was pieces of shit. I don't feel bad for them. They made insane profits, especially during the fucking COVID pandemic, and they didn't do shit for anybody. And so I don't feel bad at all. I don't consider it stealing, really. I consider it taking back what we're owed.
I would call that just looking a blind eye. Right? Turning a
Kinda.
blind eye.
Well, it's not just that I turned a blind eye. I did it myself. I would open up. I would be like, you know what? I'm in the mood for some Starburst today. I would take a big ass bag of Starburst and just fucking load them down, and then throw the shit away, and then just go grab like, you know what? I'm in the mood for some fucking rippled chips with some French onion dip, and then I'd fucking open that shit up while I'm stalking, and then just fucking eat half a bag and then throw it away. I would go into the fucking produce and grab like a fucking big ass tray of pre-cut fucking watermelon. Oh, hell yeah, I'm in the mood for some watermelon. Hold on. I want some of that fucking chili lime shit. I can't remember what it's called. It's some sort of seasoning. It's like chili lime.
I definitely don't agree with that.
I know a lot of people don't, but
I think that's really fucking shitty, Trobs.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, because in order to say there's something wrong with it, you would have to say that the system as it exists is as it should be. The company is stealing from employees by wage theft, and you're basically just equaling it out to what it should be.
And in turn, it ups the prices for the consumers.
Nah.
Yes, it does.
That's not true.
Are minuscule.
The amount of damage that we did and losses are so tiny and compared to like the grand scheme that they weren't even noticed.
Or just even look at like shipping losses.
Yeah, it's like it's nothing.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. Like, everyone's welcome to their take.
See, I was more like, I worked at construction sites. It wasn't stealing necessarily, but it was looting dumpsters. So like, we'd get done with the concrete. I'd go pop up the dumpster, look inside, be like, oh, there's a bunch of new 2x4s in there. Oh, there's new door hinges. Hey,
that's not stealing. If you're taking something that's going to get trashed anyway, that's not stealing.
I took all that shit home, man. I had all kinds of construction materials and shit.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so yeah, if something is going to get trashed, yeah, take it home.
Well, see, they almost considered it stealing because it was put in the dumpster, and so now it was the dumpster companies.
That's what our company
I disagree
saw.
with that. I disagree with that mentality, because
we would throw food away.
If it's going to get trashed, then make use of it. I mean, to me, I mean that's why would you want to put something in the landfill whenever somebody can use it for something good for them?
Because
I don't understand that.
I can only speak for my company, but they saw it like, you're not allowed to take shit that we're gonna throw away, because sorry, Rash popped in and out and it distracted me. They see it like people are going to act as if something's bad when it's not, so they can eat it or take it home. So they don't trust people. So like, which I guess I can kind of understand. So they're like, so our policy is, if that shit's bad, like at the end of the day, that shit gets trashed. We don't give it to charity. You don't get to take it home, because they're worried people will lie and be like, well, it's actually bad when it's not. That's what we did anyway.
And other liabilities of shit happening.
Yeah.
Like insurance is the reason for most bullshit nowadays. Like,
yeah, there was actually one guy that at my company that on my team, he ended up getting fired because he stole some bed bug spray.
Wow. They were just looking for a reason to fire him.
Well, so they have to. It's just a policy. So there's a tag on it and I'm sure Trobs knows about this if you've worked in a grocery store. So there's like a tag on it or a UPC or whatever. And so whenever you go out of the store, if you have that on there, then it flags it.
It's not
And then
it's not the UPC that's on the product. What it is it's a separate magnetic deal that's
okay,
designed to
you're
set the alarm
yeah,
off whenever you go through it.
you are correct. It isn't the UPC. It's a different code thing.
Yeah, but those cost money. So most of the time they don't put those on anything but really expensive shit. Like certain like pharmaceutical shit, which is already in a glass case, or like razors. Razors was a big one. Like razor replacements for like those really good razors where you just buy the extra blades. They got stolen a lot, so we would put them on those. But not many things had it.
Oh, razors? Okay. Trying to think. Razors. They got stolen a lot. Yeah, I'm thinking of like all the returns. Because I've never worked in a retail environment, but I've worked in a return center. And so I would see a lot of different returns that would come back. And a lot of them, I don't know, they were like heart monitors or blood pressure.
I could see that. Those are sort of expensive.
And I don't know why that they were returned all the time, but they were for some reason. We got like a bunch of TVs. I don't get that either, unless you were like watching the Super Bowl for like one day, or and you wanted to return like this huge fucking TV back after you watched it, with all of your
People
friends.
used to do that.
I wouldn't
Oh,
do
you
that.
did?
Oh, I remember growing up in the day. Remember like rent centers and shit like that, where you could rent shit to own. Oh, those
Oh
things are
no,
like
no, I'm saying like people would like buy them and then return them.
that's
So we
kind of
got
what
like a
that was
shit
like
ton of
the
fucking
counter.
TVs.
So people used to buy TVs and shit, big ass ones, and then return them after like big events. But then they
Yeah,
have
they
like rent a center shit, and then you could just go rent a fucking giant ass TV for a week.
so it's probably the exact same thing, because I mean I would load up probably like a trailer load of 26 pallets of TVs, and on like on a trailer, and shut them off like once per week. I mean it was a shit ton of them.
Well, you're a logistics hub then. Basically, shit comes in from one place and then gets redirected to another.
Yeah, so this is Walmart. Yeah.
Okay, yep. Yep, that's it. So it probably goes from there and then to a distribution hub, which then gets divided up into other stores and everything.
Mm-hmm. But it was insane. I don't know.
I would imagine that Walmart would have several distribution centers, not just one.
Oh man.
They have a lot of them.
Each state should have like one main one where most products come into, and then from there it distributes out to all the smaller ones.
Right. For my company, we're big just in our state, but not like much more than that. We only had one distribution center, but it was massive.
When I was doing fence, we did a lot. There's a grocery chain here called Wise. They basically dominate everywhere, and they have a bunch of big distribution hubs. A lot of times it's nice if they have rail. So if they can get rail in and out, then they can move a lot of product quicker, more effectively.
Yeah, the DCs. Yeah, there's tons of DCs, obviously, for Walmart all across the country, everywhere. So I live close to the home office, as you all know.
I like logistic games. Basically, you set up whole logistics networks.
Yeah, Walmart is a piece of work, because I mean they're the largest retailer like not in the world, but well, besides Amazon, they are. Amazon,
it's crazy the impact they had on the world.
Amazon and Walmart are both like the largest retailers in the world. They're kind of like head and head.
Mhm.
Well, we don't talk about China much, but I'm sure China has one hell of a distribution network with 1.5 billion people.
Well, so like Walmart, they're pretty much going. They're just doing like online business. Well, I mean, not always, but that's what they're heading towards. Just because they're getting a lot more
I've never
influx
used
of
Amazon in my life.
customers and stuff like that instead of Amazon, huh?
I've never used Amazon in my life.
Oh my God, I love Amazon.
Yeah,
I,
I'm a Prime member. I can't lie. I'm not a
yeah,
fan of
no,
Jeff Bezos, but I like the service.
I won't
yeah,
spend my
Jeff
money.
Bezos is a piece of shit, but yeah, I
You're
like
paying for
me
your
some
own
Amazon.
overlord. You're funding your overlords that are going to
Yeah, I
reign
definitely
over
like
you.
me some Amazon. And I don't even go on to Walmart.com, but they are definitely like, yeah, they are head and
Yeah,
head
I get Walmart delivery.
together.
I'm sorry.
You what?
They got us Walmart delivery in our area now, so now we get Walmart delivery.
I can
Yeah,
see that.
Walmart delivery is huge. So
You
yeah,
just
so
order your groceries and they appear on your porch.
the stores are still huge. So what they are not doing, they're not building new stores though anymore.
No, they're actually downsizing because
Yeah,
it's when you can just deliver. You basically you just need distribution hubs, and basically from there you could just send it out from there instead of stores. Because
yeah, they
stores
used
need
to.
power and everything else. You got to do a bunch of shit with the parking and all that. If you can get rid of all
Right.
that, you save a lot of cost.
Yeah, that's why they're going from their big box stores just to online business. That's why they are competing with Amazon so much. And I guess they're kind of winning on that platform.
Well, brick and mortar is dead. So what we've seen over the last like 10 years is just retail stores, physical stores are dead. Like malls, dead.
Oh my
Well,
Everything pretty much.
gosh.
well,
You are you're right.
it makes sense logically. All a brick and mortar store is a middleman between the supplier and you. Like if you can just get shit directly from the supplier and the internet basically makes that easy now, you're going to get a better price. It's like
Well, and you save the cost of not having like if you look at the mall costs, like to rent a store in a mall is like 20,000 a month and
Mhm.
shit like that. Absurd amount. So if you can cut that cost and then employee costs, so now you don't have to any employees there, no electrical costs, no water costs,
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All the
it makes
middlemen are
sense.
gone.
no
Yep.
insurance.
That's why
Yeah.
I rarely ever go into a store now. I do get
Well,
my groceries in person, but that's it.
Soon, yeah. Well, nobody will leave their house, and everything will get delivered. I mean, the only thing you'll leave your house is to go on a walk or to the park or.
That would be cool unless Trump pulls his shit and gets fucking the USPS privatized, and that's gonna fuck everybody if that happens. Because
What do
then
you
you're gonna
mean?
end up
What does
paying
that mean?
he wants it privatized to be turned into a company. Right now, the United States Postal Service is a public good. It's protected, like it's paid for through taxpayer subsidies. If he makes it private, everything's gonna be about profit. They're gonna turn into a fucking corporation, and they're gonna fucking charge like your old grandma that lives in the fucking back of the woods is gonna get charged like $100 and something bucks just to have her fucking prescription delivered to her. It's gonna be fucked.
What?
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's
No.
what Trump wants. He wants it to be privatized, and
I don't see because it's already fallen apart. Did you see about the Cybertruck thing? It was a Trump supporter.
I didn't watch it. I saw it pop up on my feed. What exactly happened there?
Well, he was a Green Beret Trump supporter, and so the Cybertruck is. So right now, there's a civil war between Elon supporters and Trump supporters.
Right.
And
It's
they're
over immigration.
Yep. And so
Yeah.
the guy was a Green Beret hardcore for Trump, but he used the Cybertruck and blew it up because he hates Elon.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Didn't he blow up outside of a Trump frickin'
He self-deleted it and then it was set on a timer.
Oh. Well, the problem is you're looking at the postal service as something that needs to make profit. That's stupid in the first place because it's a
Government entities.
it's a public good, meaning taxpayers pay for something that benefits everyone. That's the opposite of a company where everything's about profit. Turning it into a profitable business will fuck everyone.
Yep.
It's stupid.
Just like their Social Security scheme where they want to make it like an insurance company.
Yes. Well, see, they claim we're not going to touch Social Security, but they're going to fucking destroy it by turning it into private shit, just like they always do.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work that way. If they got rid of the postal service and then taxpayers saved money, then I would still disagree, but I would at least say that's something.
Well,
it's at least a valid thing. But that's not true. Only the fucking wealthy get their taxes cut under Trump. This is proven by the facts of history.
Well, and the post office has always been profitable until Republicans pulled that scheme where they made them pay for like 50 years of insurance in like 10 years.
They caused them to get fucked up on purpose so that they could point to that and go, that's why we need to privatize it. Yep. It's all like this big fucking scam.
They already paid it all off and are already more profitable than ever.
You could call it speculation, but it's based on facts of history and actually observable shit.
I think Trump's going to fail again. The guy fails upwards so much, but I think now he's being sentenced here on the 10th.
Yeah.
He's ordered to be that, and they're canceling the inauguration.
I hate to say it, but I'm not really hopeful of it. Every single fucking time he's been through worse shit. Every fucking time they just let him fucking go. He can do whatever he wants. He can do anything.
I don't get it either. To me, it's just mind-boggling how he just fucking literal fucking treason on January 6th.
Yeah.
And it's nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Well, that's the thing. It's tribalism. It's not about facts, because if it were about facts, if you proved them wrong measurably, then they would change their mind. They don't. So it's like your favorite sports team. That's what it is to them, which is so crazy because it's literally like things that impact the lives of everyday Americans. It's not a game. This is not fucking like a joke, but they treat it like it is. It's like, who cares? Like, I'll never understand the way they fucking think.
It's like, oh, okay, well, he won, so everybody just get used to it. I
get that a lot, and I'm like, look, I don't fucking claim that he didn't win. I'm not fucking saying like, oh, Trump actually lost, but I'm not a fucking Republican. I don't pull that shit like they did. My issue is I'm still going to point out when he fucking says shit that's fucking a lie and shit that's going to hurt the American people. So it's important to do that. We don't want to get to a point where Trump lies and does stupid shit so much that we just become desensitized to it. It's like, it's nothing anymore. We don't want that, because then he's going to get worse.
Well,
that's desensitization you don't want.
Mm-hmm.
I've become desensitized just because I don't even look at the news anymore, because I don't want to see his nasty orange face anymore.
Exactly.
He's disgusting and he's gross. I don't want to listen to his disgusting voice. He makes me fucking sick.
You know that I just recently found out.
I don't even listen to it.
Sorry. Right. I just recently found out that Trump was caught. Like, he would call in fucking news places and he would be like, you know what, Donald Trump? And he wouldn't even try to mask his voice. We have this on fucking audio. You can find it on YouTube. But he was like, you know what? This woman that supposedly like was like Donald Trump sexually harassed, she like really wanted him. Like, oh my God, he was like the sexiest man ever. And she was all over him. And like, what happened? He kept doing this over and over again. What they did is some smart person from that fucking media source decided to record him. And you can clearly tell it's fucking Donald Trump. And he's just talking about how great he is and how women love him and how he's never done anything wrong. And then he's like, no, what I was talking about? That wasn't me.
Yeah. What about grab him by the pussy?
You can't fucking hide that. But he'll always try to change things. Like, for instance, he was prosecuted as a rapist. So
a sexual abuser.
I know. So I'm about to get
It's
to
still
that.
rape.
I'm about to get
basically.
that. It is rape.
I don't think
and
I don't think
according,
he raped somebody, but
well, no, according to a lawyer and a judge, it's technically rape according to the way that the general populace uses the word. It was only not rape because of specifically New York penal law, which meant it was complicated to be able, it was harder to indict someone on the charge of rape in New York compared to other states for that particular deal, which means you can still call him a rapist and you're completely correct. He is a rapist. He did rape that woman.
Yeah, so that
what
case
did
was
what did
thrown
he
out in
do
court.
exactly?
Jean Carroll, he literally raped her.
But what did he do exactly?
He forced her to engage in sexual relations with him without her consent.
Okay. Well, but it depends on what kind of sexual relations those were.
No, it was rape.
It was rape. Okay, look. Okay, when we use a word, we have to kind of get into semantics necessarily. So when it comes to legality, he was not charged of rape in New York.
Okay, Rash. He fingered
in New
her?
York.
Okay, well, yeah.
But it's still fucked up, like, regardless. And according to the judge,
Isn't rape like forcing yourself onto someone?
I don't
it
think that
depends.
that's rape,
It
but
changes. It changes
it's sexual assault. It's sexual
for sure.
assault.
For sure. But like it changes depending on who you ask, and that's the thing. So different states have different like levels or bars to which you have to meet in order to call it that.
Okay, well, he didn't rape her, but that is definitely sexual assault. But at the
thing
same
is,
time,
he shouldn't be a presidential candidate.
but
For sure.
if he conducted sexual assault, if he calls people, if he says things like he did in 2005, I think his name was Billy Bush, and he said, "Yeah, grab him by the pussy."
Mhm.
I mean,
Well, January 6th was all you need to know.
Well,
in
they
that whole
always
fiasco.
yeah,
Right.
January 6th, and they still think that it's okay to have this person as
Give
president.
this guy the reins of power again. There's nothing to worry about. Like, are you serious? The guy didn't want to give up power the last time. What makes you think he's going to want to give it up again?
But the problem is that Biden fucked up hardcore, and he should have given it up and allowed Kamala Harris to take over control, but he didn't do that in time, and so that was where the problem lied, because
it's boomers fucking us on every level. If you look at every level of people fucking us, it's the older generation
You're
doesn't
right.
want to relinquish power.
Another good example of that is AOC just got fucked by some old dude that's like, he's basically a Make-A-Wish fucking guy. He's like, oh, I got cancer. I never had a chance to do this and this. And he fucked AOC, who's actually for the people, who actually represents the left, in order to get that spot. And the old people in both sides are doing this over and over again. And it's fucking, it's not just fucking like me, it's fucking the whole damn country.
Yeah. But I'm telling you,
Mitch McConnell's like 84 years old. Biden's 80. Trump's 79. Nancy Pelosi's like 81.
Biden fucked up by not, seceding his seceding it to Harris.
A lot of FDR shit. Like Biden actually got a lot of shit done versus any other president. And
No, but he should have decided like his power over to Harris. And I don't know why he did not do that ahead of time. Because
I agree.
I agree. For the vote. She would have gotten the popular vote if he did not do that. So Biden fucked up too.
I agree that Biden fucked up. However, I'll also say I'm not a fan of Biden, so don't get that opinion.
No,
but I will point out the good things he did. He did do good things. I don't either, but he did. He could have done a lot more. He had the potential to use executive orders for a number of things.
He was kind of a pussy.
But you're
Yeah,
right. He's
exactly.
similar to
He's a
Obama
pussy.
in that Obama wanted to make the Republicans happy to reach across the aisle, which is stupid. They will never fucking be on your side. Period.
I liked Obama, but
I think he's the
Biden?
same as Biden,
He
honestly.
was a
But
smooth talker.
he was.
But
He
yeah,
was
exactly the same policy.
I think Obama and we're talking about two different things. So on his ability to speak, I think he's the best speaker in recent history by far. He has the gift of the silver tongue like no one else.
Who?
Obama. He
Oh,
was
No,
the
he's
best speaker.
yes, he is.
But I think that his actions, like he would talk about all this anti-war shit, but he got us in more war than any president, even over fucking George Bush. So he did some good things, just like Biden did some good things. But like one, I have to point out some big glaring issues, like Palestine.
Like in
Palestine,
Libya?
that's huge. Palestine is a big reason why Joe Biden lost like probably up to 30% of his entire base, because we know what's going on. It's a fucking genocide. And he just makes excuses constantly. And the only time he even acts like he's going to be hard on them is fake. Like he'll be like, well, we're going to stop one weapon shipment that's like nothing in the grand scheme.
But
even Israel don't care.
Hey. But the thing is that Trumps, I mean, both Trump and Biden, they love Israel. They both love them.
But they don't love them because
everyone loves them.
You're right.
Everyone in the United States, they fucking hold on. Billions of hundreds of dollars of ammunitions every fucking month.
You're right.
Every fucking month.
But the problem is,
so do not blame that on our past presidents.
No, because it's the president's fault, because the presidents don't automatically fucking support Israel because they love Israel. They do it because of AIPAC. They're paid to fucking do it.
But I'm saying it doesn't matter if you are Republican or Democrat. All of them back Israel no matter what. All of them do.
Not all of them.
It's
AOC.
Well, George Bush did. George Bush 1, George Bush 2, all of them.
We don't have intel, so there's certain things like Israel's basically a proxy in the region. We use that as a jump base to attack anybody in the region. We store military things there, lots of it. We have nuclear weapons there, so if we want to hit anybody from that region, we can just smack them.
Yes,
that's what Israel is.
It's our proxy. However, they have grown. Netanyahu has grown a little bit too big for his britches.
Yeah,
he's starting to think, you know what? I've got enough power to where I can call my own shots, and he's gotten out of control. So for one, I would say
100%.
For one, I would say that America should never have fucking been using them as a proxy in the first place. One, two. He's grown fucking even further out of control and is doing shit on his own without even asking for permission now.
But that's
disagree.
We're giving
Explain,
him
Rash.
to hang himself, though.
You disagree? No, Israel is out of fucking control.
Rash,
can I talk for a sec?
Yes, Rash. Hold on. You tend to like break up a little bit, and you seem to be a couple of seconds behind us. So give a moment, pause, and let Rash speak real quick, and then you can go.
Okay, what I see happening is the US allows Israel to do those things because it is in the US interest. They want that corridor through Syria. They don't want Iran to have it. So Israel is literally doing what the US wants. And Biden saying that, oh no, I don't want to help you, I don't like what you're doing, that's just lip service while allowing the US government to still get what they want. They want Israel to do those things. It's not, it's not that Israel is controlling the US. They can act like it, sure, but that's not the case. As anybody, especially Gaz, will tell you, the US is the biggest, baddest dog in the world. Israel is nothing compared to the US.
You're right. So, however, where we may disagree is I believe what happened is, yes, we are evil. Yes, we want Israel to basically destroy Gaza and do all this shit. We want that, yes. But we want to do so in a much more globally friendly way. I wouldn't say humanitarian. I don't think we care. I think the truth is we don't want it to be known that we don't care. So we want to do things in a way that's like, we want to take over Gaza, but be able to claim that, like, you know, we're just defending, we care about defending Israel, blah, 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 when that's not true. We don't give a shit at all. But now Netanyahu realized that he has more power, and he's going, I don't give a fuck what you think. You need me. So I'm going to do what I want. And I'm just going to indiscriminately kill fucking babies and shit and make up lies that what was it? That they were cutting the heads off of babies and raping people during October 7th was proven to be a lie. So they don't even give a shit now. And Netanyahu, I still believe he's going further than America wants. I'm not saying that
that's
America's
not a case
innocent.
of now.
What?
Israel's been doing that kind of propaganda, Hasbara, since their inception. Literally before their inception, they've been making up lies like that.
That is true.
But I would put all the blame on the US, also Britain, for starting this rubbish.
So
but,
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
If the US had kept the leash on their dog, Israel, then Israel would not be able to go and kill all the Palestinians. They would, the US would uphold things like, you know, allowing the Palestinians to become a country, or, you know, actually kicking out the illegal settlers in the West Bank. The US could do some bare minimum. They could, but they're not going to. So they are evil.
Had to pick up all the shit the UK did before us. We're holding up like a lot of.
Yeah, but you've done a bad job of it.
Well, what, are you gonna do better?
Yeah, I could have done better with Iran. I mean, you're allies with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia had a 50% oil deal with the US way back then, right?
UK funded the Saudis, which became the dominant tribe of the region.
Yes. But at the time that the US went and toppled the Shah of Iran, you know, the democratically elected leader, the US had a 50% oil deal with Saudi Arabia. And the UK had I think it was a 25% deal or a 10%, something ridiculous, whereby the Iran got less than, you know, 25% of their own oil, whereas it was 50-50 with Saudi. The US could literally have gone in there, said to Iran, and said to the UK as well, look, I'd give them a better deal, or we, the US, will give them a better deal. You could have done the same with Iran. Hey, guys, 50-50? And Iran probably would have said yes, because at least they're getting the same as everybody else in the region.
And every time we try to be diplomatic with Iran, they're hostile.
Gee, I wonder why. You overthrew their government, their democratically elected government. Of course they're hostile to you. And then, it seems really useful that, you know, yes, it's really useful now, isn't it, to make them out the bad guys, because they installed somebody else. And I don't know whether the CIA was behind that as well, but come on, every time you overthrow a democratically elected leader, something else comes in, something bad comes in.
That was a MAGA movement in Iran. It's just they elected the most conservative guy, thinking it was going to be good for them because he sounded rebellious. But then they didn't know what conservatism is until, you know, they had to obey all these laws, and now they're like, "Well, fuck this."
Now, come on, dude. You caused the mess, and now you're making excuses about what happened after.
I honestly don't know on this,
I'd
but
blame Russia.
I will say we have a track record of meddling in shit. And usually we cause more trouble than anything, and we act like we were there for good reasons, like in all of Latin America and the Middle East in general. So I don't know. I have to admit, I don't. Yeah, but that itself is bullshit.
I know.
You know, so it's like, I don't know about Iran
pushing
specifically.
one economic system. So the world was battling over two economic systems: the
Right.
Soviet Union version of the communism, or the American version of
Well,
communism.
I
God damn it, I'm getting
disagree. I'll
up.
have to disagree to a point. I don't think it was like both sides. So capitalism was at war with communism because capitalism held the hegemony over the world. So it's not that like it was both sides wanted to kill each other. I honestly believe, and you might call me naive, and that's fine, but I believe that, especially with the Soviet Union being that they were like the predominant powerhouse of like communism at the time and socialism in general, they just wanted to try their fucking shit and see if it worked. And like, and we fucked it up like we always do because capitalists are afraid. Capitalists are afraid of what socialism can do. It's like you can't claim that capitalism works really well because if it was so great, why the fuck every single time Cuba, Venezuela, fucking
Guatemala,
Guatemala, almost all of Latin America, if we're so confident of capitalism, why do we fucking go to war with people the moment they start succeeding with something that's different than capitalism?
Thank you. That's a good point. I was going to make that.
Well, it's because they want to enforce that, just like Christians used to go around conquering people to enforce Christianity.
Yeah, true, absolutely. We agree on that.
I mean, that's exactly what, and that was more the 1950s, 60s. We don't really do that now. Now it's more.
I want to point out something real quick, and this is off topic, but when everyone here tends more toward the left, Melody doesn't get sexually harassed as much. Have you noticed that? no one is like, Melody, let's see some boobs on stage.
Yeah, Melody, get your tits out. Whoa.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Oh no, I definitely get it.
We use less of our primitive brain.
It's not that we don't have it, it's that we override it. At least, well, okay, so I shouldn't speak for you.
That's how I see it.
I speak for me. I still have these same impulsive shit that like the right dude
has.
But yeah, exactly. But we go, hey, that's probably not a good idea.
Exactly. Yep. You think about things.
Yeah, it's that simple. It's like you think about things. It sounds like you're being an asshole, but it really is that simple. Anyway,
I live in the jungle. If there's no chicks around, then I don't get interested.
Can't you like fucking make like a makeshift like thing that's like, I don't know,
sex doll.
Like fucking yeah, like anything that's like an engineered sexual thing.
Okay, reciprocating motor. Some kind of reciprocating with a silicon based organ. Sorry, I'm an engineer. I think about these things.
There you go. Now you're right up my alley. If I was that isolated, I would be all over it. I won't lie.
No, I think I'll wait till I can buy one. I don't know.
Probs, what was the experience of having no porn after the power went out?
Oh my god, dude, it was terrible. I had to hold on. I would imagine this is what people had to do before the internet anyway, or like publications, but like I had to rely on my spank bank, so to speak. Like anything that, and I have a bad memory, so there was only
spank banks.
Yes, so I have a spank bank, which is like
okay. What the fuck is that?
A spank bank is I have very little space in my memory, so I reserve a certain amount of it for like certain situations that I've had in the past. Like there was a chick that I liked, and she like flashed a boob or something. That stays in the spank bank forever.
Yep.
Like if I see if someone shows me like a internet picture or something, and I'm like, oh my god, that's hot, I would do her or something like that, then it'll stay in the spank bank, and I'll use it later. So if I don't have internet or something that helps my imagination, so to speak, like actual porn or something, then I at least have something.
Yeah, that works.
I think everyone does that to some extent.
Oh, definitely.
The shower.
I'm sure you guys know about my ass being like shown all over chat.
What? Mm-hmm. You showing your butthole to people?
No, I didn't mean for I I
You shouldn't show your
sent
brown eye to the internet.
no. I had like underwear on, but yeah.
Underwear
So
butt.
my butt. So, but it, so
You
it
said butt a
looks
lot.
okay. But yeah, but everyone saw it because it was like on a
Well, you never
person's.
put it in the Discord. I'm only in one Discord, and that's Trobs.
Yeah, you need to put all this shit in my Discord so that we can evaluate. Because look,
Exactly.
it's just pure science. Like we just want to evaluate it.
Oh,
through a
I can
social
show
lens.
y'all. No,
Yeah, we need to see
it
this
looks
stuff.
Study
it
the
looks
curvature.
decent.
It's a mathematical
just-
thing. It's not gonna be personal.
It's not
I
sexual.
I sent it to one person on
We're still
like
working up the circumference
through
of
what's it
Patrick's balls.
called so I sent it to one person through Google Chats, and then he decided to put it all on his panel.
You
And
know,
so everyone saw my ass. I mean,
dude, you
I mean,
you gotta like watch who you're trusting there. Like if dudes are like just sharing your shit willy nilly, then you're like you're not sending shit to the right people.
well, I kind of learned that.
You need to protect
So
yourself, Melody. You have
I
boobs.
told him not to do that again, and he's like, "Here," and he
Well,
We
I hate
protect
to
the boob
say, I
bear.
hate to say it, but if there's a person to where and
Whoa.
like if he's
Somebody got
aware that
shot?
this is a private thing, right?
Yes, that was.
It should be.
Well, I told
Was there a
him.
gunshot?
Yeah, that was
I
Yes, that
told
was.
I heard that.
What the fuck?
Rash,
They're shooting monkeys.
Rash is shooting
Dude,
shooting
monkeys are
monkeys in the
cute.
trees.
Don't shoot monkeys. They're awesome.
Monkeys are a fucking nuisance.
That's not me. I'm not shooting them. They're climbing over my roof. Somebody else is shooting them.
Hey,
I'm
less guilt
just
that
fucking
way.
around. I'm gonna be
Oh,
shutting
Rash.
down in like 30 minutes probably. I'm running way later than I normally do, but I'm drunk, so I'm
Oh.
gonna slide. But I've
Oh
got
wow,
to
yeah,
piss,
it's 1:30.
so I'll be
Right.
right back. If anybody's got a roll, it's perfectly good, but I'll stay going for like another half hour. But right
Alright,
now,
All right.
I've got to piss.
It's pee time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, one of my neighbors actually eats monkeys, which I don't really like the idea of.
Yeah, that's how
Oh,
AIDS was.
Rash,
conceived.
what? So is it like a wet market or something that you have there in the
How-
jungle?
No.
Fully cooked.
Well,
if you
It's
that's
want.
just one
eating
guy.
monkeys.
It's just one guy who likes monkeys. Everybody else doesn't. It's not a thing
What
here,
the
but he just likes monkeys.
Is that where the shot came from?
Probably not, but it could be. Yeah.
Hey, are you gonna go sell him the monkeys and be like, hey, I'll give you these 3 monkeys for like whatever?
No.
What kind of monkeys does he like to eat?
I never asked. We've got several different kinds. We've got kind of a funny looking capuchin, fuzzy faced old man, tiny little monkey looking thing.
Oh,
We got
no,
spider
a
monkeys.
capuchin. Capuchins are so pretty.
Oh yeah, I like them. They're cute.
Yeah,
like
don't
otter.
eat them. So you have capuchins and what else?
Spider
I like
monkeys,
lemurs.
the
Do you have
ones with the
lemurs?
sort of
Oh my God, spider
No
monkeys! They
lemur.
have the prehensile tails.
Yeah, the big long tail. And these are big fellas. They're like chimpanzee size, just not
I love
not as much
spider
mass.
monkeys. They are awesome. I've never seen one, but I've seen like docs on them. Yeah. They
Mhm.
have those prehensile tails and they're like awesome. Where they can use their tails to just whip around. They're one of the few animals that have that. So yeah, they're
Oh,
awesome.
okay. I mean, I just noticed they got a long tail. I don't, I'm just so used to
Well, I
seeing
know
them
more
around.
about
I
spider
don't.
monkeys than you do, Rash.
Yeah, probably. We also got something called a burrock, which looks sort of like a gibbon. It's got a short, stumpy tail, and they can be quite aggressive. They don't like women, or they like to attack women.
Very territorial.
Oh.
Yeah.
So a gaboon? Like GABOON?
Yeah,
Gibbon?
they look. It's sort of like a gibbon to me, but I mean, I'm probably wrong. but we call it a buruk. I don't know what the English name for them are. They're sort of a sandy brown color. They got maybe a 20-centimeter tail. They're sort of big and muscular, but not as big as a
Okay,
chimpanzee.
so they're huge.
Yeah, well, the males are, yeah.
Oh hell, you don't fuck with them.
Somebody did fuck with one of them. He captured one in a trap and then spray painted him they do this thing where they capture one, they spray paint them, and then they go back to the tribe, and the tribe runs away from them. So he did this to the male leader, and the male leader lost his whole tribe because they ran away because they thought he looked weird. And then this monkey came back and followed that guy around. And one day when that guy had his back turned, it ran up behind him and took two of his fingers off.
Damn.
What?
He
Are you
deserved
fucking
it.
kidding me?
What was the reason the guy had for doing that? Just to be a douche?
To scare away. People are farmers around here, and fruit farmers, monkeys.
Okay.
They don't mix. You know.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just wondering what the intent was. If he was just an asshole, I wouldn't feel bad for him at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't mess with gaboons. Like, they're fucking huge.
Oh, their teeth, their jaws
seen videos lately about like
especially like the male
chimpanzees
ones
and shit. Because you think they're kind of smaller and shit, like it would be an easy fight. They are extraordinarily muscular in comparison to the human. They have more power.
They can rip your arm
They have
off.
more power than you can fucking imagine.
Yep. Oh, definitely.
People who own exotic animals tend to die by those exotic animals, like tigers, lions.
Yeah.
monkeys.
Yeah, gads.
I would probably die
I think it's
because
disgusting.
I would like to have one.
People that do that, I think they're horrible people.
I think it depends.
And Rash, that's awful. The person that did that to the gaboon, no. You do not do that shit.
It's called a gibbon.
Oh, it's called a gibbon?
Yes, it's called a yes.
Not a gaboon.
He could have shot him.
GIBON?
Two B's, I think, isn't it? Two B's or one B?
I found it. Okay, I found it. GIBBON. Okay.
Right.
Gibbon. Gibbon. Yeah, they're the ones with the cheeks.
With the cheeks.
Oh, okay. Maybe these guys don't have cheeks, so yeah, it's not the cheeky looking one, and it's not the one with the big butt. It's not like that. It's not that one. But I just think of it as a gibbon because like the size wise and the
No, you're right.
mandrill kind of looking face,
The little orange ones. Okay, the ones with
Oh,
the long,
not so
like,
little.
arms. They have like really long arms and legs.
So it says
those are
gibbons
orangutans.
are far too small to affect humans, although they can bite us and are generally fearful of humans. But at the same time, if this was the predominant male, then I could see all of the females just like conglomerating around like this human that took it. And you said spray painted it?
Yeah, spray painted him. Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
I don't know what color. Yeah.
Well,
I could understand that like the animal caused issues for like the farmer or whatever, but there's got to be better ways than fucking spray painting an animal and making it to where its fucking tribe turns against it and shit.
Well, this is where we need more dissemination of information amongst the people, because if they have more access to the internet, they can learn new things to do things in a better way.
That is true.
Because a lot
of
farmers,
he didn't shoot it.
Yeah, that works.
That's true. He could have done worse.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
They could have like relocated it or something. Perhaps.
Well, see, a lot of farmers they don't have high education. I mean, they're just doing what their father taught them to do, and they're learning from what their father,
That's true.
Yeah.
I think it's more than education, though. It's about values. Like, this is going to be a crazy thing to a lot of people. I do not believe that human beings are superior to animals. And everybody's like, that's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. There's no logical reasoning other than what we have more brain power. That's true. But having more brain power does not make us superior. Does not make it to where we can do whatever the fuck we want and just fucking fuck everything else. I don't agree with that. I do not think that.
I mean, it's from the climate science I was watching
No,
today. We're
correct.
fucked anyway. We're gonna escalate here very quickly with our climate.
Well, we're already fucking over untold amounts of fucking the ecosystem.
Well,
like
basically, they didn't account for cloud reflection and shit in the models, and now our estimated above sea level is supposed to be like 5.3 degrees above sea, which is, I mean, you're just gonna see dramatic change. Places are gonna be turning into deserts. At places, you're gonna have the Arctic almost like a jungle.
But the thing is, and this is a prediction I'm gonna make.
And the rainforest.
Not only has like big oil and other big corporations like fought against this and called it a hoax and shit the entire time, despite all the evidence, but even once it happens, they're still gonna keep saying that it's caused by other shit. They will literally pull this until the fucking last day of Earth. They will still be fighting for their little bit of profit.
I wonder if that's what the whole Greenland thing. You see Trump bitching about he wants Greenland again.
I don't know. He pulled that before, and either way, it's fucking stupid. Like,
what do you mean Greenland? What does Greenland have to do with it?
He says that he wants to buy Greenland, that it's important for our national security.
What? Okay.
My
dad was actually stationed there.
I think he watched that
with the
movie
Air Force.
Greenland
I don't know
with
why.
the asteroid coming down, and now he wants to go to Greenland.
Either way, he's ostracizing us from the entire globe. All of our allies, UK, he's threatened. Fucking Mexico, Canada, our only border allies, he's threatened. What an
Panama.
idiot. Panama.
Yeah.
Fucking, he's taken the whole fucking world and going, you know what? I'm going to be like a world stage bully. That's not going to work. Now we're going to lose all of our allies. We're going to be fucking isolated on the world stage. What do you think's going to happen? All of our power comes from our allies, and I hate to say it, but our
diplomacy,
our hegemony over other countries. I wouldn't call it diplomacy because it's not mutual. It's like we fuck over other countries and take their resources and say, well, this is what we're going to give you, and if you don't like it, fuck you. Like, you don't have a choice.
After World War II, it was a fuck ton of mess, and it reestablishing everything, and then we had to make sure people were armed enough to basically fight their own fucking battles, so we didn't have to come to the fight, the rescue every damn time.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, we heavily armored NATO members.
What was that, Rash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are still like
make it sound like a good thing.
It's dirty work, but somebody has to do it. And if you saw any, like, imagine Russia as the world power or China as the world power.
So we agree on that. We agree that out of the top three, America's probably the most good, so to speak. But they're not good. They're not good.
Exactly.
They're evil. They're evil just like the other two.
I wouldn't say evil, but they do the dirty work that has to be done.
They are fucking evil.
Not all the time.
I do not. I don't think they do what has to be done, so to speak.
Our main goal
laughable
is, like,
thing.
A good man.
If you look at the main thing we do, is we make sure
about
good
it
can,
is you get nothing out of it. You Americans get nothing out of it. It's just the leaders. You personally, look at you. No healthcare. Look at you. Isn't that pathetic? Richest country on earth. No healthcare.
That's always the case.
I
No,
can
you
buy
know what?
something from China and it's delivered to my house in
Rash,
3
I
days.
agree with you. Our healthcare system sucks balls. I mean, all of the other countries. I mean, I was on chat like last night, and somebody in Canada, she's like, "Oh yeah, I was in the hospital because I was dancing and I slipped off of it because I was too drunk and I slipped a disc and I was in the hospital for 30 days. And guess what, motherfucker? It was fucking free." And I'm like, my daughter has fucking thyroid cancer, and it took her like a year just to get a fucking MRI, and it costs like extra money. So
but you have to understand the ones that power has none of these issues.
You are correct.
Yep.
Yeah, our healthcare system is fucked.
Yes,
the United States healthcare system is a piece of shit.
What America has accomplished in the world, so we have built up many countries. So after World War II.
Oh yeah,
we got
absolutely.
in the business
Only if it benefited you. Oh, sorry, not you.
That's true. So
Your
okay,
leaders.
so hold on. There's two different things here. So did we develop countries? Yes. Did we do
Why?
so? Did we do so out of the goodness of our hearts? No.
No.
We did so because we like
Strategic.
to use these other countries as sort of
strategic points.
strategic points. Yes, like Japan. Japan
Taiwan.
became a massive
Taiwan's a
Taiwan
big
too
Taiwan,
became
yeah.
massive powerhouses after we won a war or engaged in some sort of diplomacy, and we use it to keep certain powers in check and for our own interests. But it's never like we're spreading freedom. We're never.
That's why I say
No,
it's
it's
like a game of
no,
bridge.
right.
You're
It's
making
always
strategic
for our own
moves to
interests.
advance your culture, your team.
Yeah.
And America is the best strategic mover
Everything
on the map.
from one thing to another country, it's always going to be in your own interest.
Mhm.
Now, somebody might get something that's beneficial to them, but from the person, or I'm sorry, not the person, but the country that gives it to you, it's always in their own interest. There's nothing that comes for free.
Yep.
Exactly.
It's
America's about building a
nothing.
logistic empire. If you want to go to war anywhere, it's about logistics. To get troops there, to get food there, you get
That's true.
supplies there. And to
Okay.
be able to reach out and touch anyone, you need to have the logistics to do so. So America built the greatest logistics network the world has ever seen.
That's true.
And that's
And
why
it
we are
works
valuable.
mostly for their military that kill people. No.
It works.
But it's the reason why we can't have the US or any of Russia or China as the leader of this planet. Pick a country that's small, that doesn't get into trouble, let them lead the planet.
But
Go and
hold
pick
on.
Switzerland or somewhere like that.
So I agree with you, but legitimately, how do we make that happen? Because in order to make like Sweden or a good quote good country get to that point, we have to somehow overtake the three big powers. I don't know
Yes.
of a way to make that happen.
You have to have influence, and that needs force
what's his
projection
name?
to be able to have military behind you to back it up.
No,
Bow
no,
of the fifth column.
definitely no. The United States still needs to be in the greatest power. That's my thinking. I don't want us
Of course
to,
you think that way because you're
you know,
American. But
I
the
know.
only way
Yeah.
the only way to change that is like what the Bow of the fifth column said about Palestine. The
What did
only
he
people
say?
who can fix that, he said the only people who can fix that is the US, and the only people who can fix the US are the American people. So there
I
has
know.
to be an American consensus to realize that
I
you
agree.
can't have a government like that running the
agree.
world, causing other trouble.
And
There
this is
like you
this
said,
is why-
education.
This is why we like to point, as Americans, we like to point to our politicians and go, "Dude, they're so fucked up, such fucked up people." No, you need to fucking point a mirror. The fucking politicians are a reflection of what we accept. And that has always been the case throughout history. If we had enough of a problem with our government, they could not stand against us if we said, fuck that, we're done. Just like the French Revolution, just like every revolution throughout history. If we
So
were
Trump is a
tired
good
of-
thing.
What do you mean?
Trump is a good thing. Hopefully he will be so fucked up that the Americans wake up and change their system.
So
That is a point
I've
of
kind
view.
of said that myself. I'm not confident that will happen, but if it does, yes, that's a good thing. Because
Exactly, yeah.
it's
Yeah.
causing
You never know.
everyone to wake up because he's so extreme.
Well, that's what every great moment has actually needed. People are comfortable; they're not going to do things. It's whenever
Right.
they're made uncomfortable is
Yeah.
when people rise up and
And
change.
well, we're about to hit that, so we're about to find out. We're about to get hurt hard.
Yeah,
There's no way
yeah.
around
I'm
it.
anticipating. I'm bracing kind of for the impact, but I mean, you
Well, I
can't
mean, the
really
Luigi
expect
thing is
it.
a symptom that it's changing.
Well, they're going to
People are waking up to.
It's true, but I hate to say it, I'm sort of negative. I don't think it's gonna last. I think people are gonna go back to their normal shit. United Healthcare is
Right.
gonna go back to their same fucking crap. And the only
Right.
thing that will change is they have the power. The only thing that's gonna change, not that they're gonna go, oh, we were fucked up, we need to stop. That's not gonna fucking happen. What they're gonna do is they're gonna have more security and shit for their fucking CEOs.
They'll change the laws that killing a CEO or even hurting a CEO is a terrorist attack. They're going to
Well,
change the laws.
they've already done that. They
Oh
made
yeah,
it a
that's
terrorist.
right. Yeah.
They made it a terrorist thing that he killed the CEO, even though there's not really good evidence that that's terrorism. Like,
Yeah. I mean, but you have to keep pushing. It has to get much worse then, apparently. How much
Exactly.
worse, I don't know, but it has
You're
to
right.
get worse.
But see, the thing is, and this is where I differ from most Americans, I'm willing to do that. I am willing to go through that shitty fucking period if we can come out better. And not just we. When I say we, I don't mean America. I mean all of the fucking world. If we come out better in the long term, I'm willing to deal with that. Fuck it. What is like 10, 20 years, whatever. If it fucking means the whole rest of the future is better off because of it. Like, we need to stop. Go ahead.
If you could shape America into an empire that lasts 1,000 years, I mean, that would be.
Well, I don't see. This is where I think we may disagree. I don't know exactly to what extent, but I don't think if like, let's say that we could destroy China and Russia theoretically, and America was number one. I don't think that would be a good thing. I think we would become corrupt and tyrannical, and we would force our views onto the world, or else. I don't think it would be like a fucking like a great place. I don't think it would be like freedom and excess for all. I really don't.
Two outcomes, and basically because of AI on both fronts, they're both countries are developing wartime AI, basically. China and America. Russia is basically a null and void at this point. Russia, they spent everything they had. Their economy's free fall.
They've always been a paper tiger, but
yeah. And I think the AI, it's either going to come down to a bloody AI war that fights on hundreds of years after we're all gone, and it's just fighting a war that has no reason. It has no idea why it's fighting. It just keeps fighting it because it just keeps producing more troops, and they keep going out and just keep fighting forever.
That comes up in science fiction a lot.
And there's another one where AI kind of just sorts us all out and basically figures out ways to comfort everybody to where we all just get along, and just brings like a universal harmony to the planet, and then we can basically extend outward. First, we'd send what would be like the stone men out, robots basically impervious to anything, out to explore space, and then we'd follow after them.
So I'm cool with this, but based on what I've seen so far, I think it's more likely that America, being the way we think as Americans, and when I say Americans, I mean power, not us, not you and me. They will destroy AI before that would ever become a possibility, because they will hold on to their power at all costs.
And AI would anticipate that.
Maybe. And okay, so you could say that AI came out on top. That's great. But like, I don't know if we would ever even allow it. Like, the moment that we think that we think AI could possibly counter us, I think that politicians and the powers that be will destroy it.
Well,
it just takes one person to let it out.
Well, whenever they know that they're fearing it completely, all of our military systems are on a separate system. They're not tied to the public internet system like everything else. So they're on their own private dedicated systems. So it's not in contact with those. But as soon as they would fear something, you'd hear of a shipment of something, wrecked, and it caused an explosion. You'd have a big blast somewhere in America that just so happens, but it'd probably because
do you remember
AI tried to rise up and they would nuke it before it got out of control.
Do you remember a few years ago, they found that there was like some nuclear missile silos in the US, and nobody was guarding it. A pizza man could walk right in there to deliver a pizza, and the computers were running on these huge 10-inch floppy disks.
Yep.
This is only a couple of years ago. But I mean, the idea that you could stop an AI when you're not even, you're not even cutting edge at the moment on your stuff. I don't know. And the other thing is, one other country or one other person could release an AI that could take over everything, and you would have nothing to do with it because you're American. It could have happened in Uzbekistan for all you know.
Well, see, I think we had more worry about this.
What the fuck is that?
It's just.
It's one of those countries. It's not made up.
Wait,
Uzbekistan's a real country.
I know. Yeah, it's close. It's one of
Kazakhstan.
those.
It's over there by Russia.
It's like Turkmenistan. There's a bunch
Yeah. Stands.
Uzbekistan, that's not America.
Yeah, there's stands that are close to Russia that are just
Yeah.
south of Russia.
That's a goddamn third world country. That's not America.
That's not America.
I love South Park.
America. So yeah, I don't. If it gets loose, then I don't think anybody can stop it, and then you don't know what it's gonna do. It might ignore us totally.
Yeah,
that's the best thing you can do if that it does happen is isolate yourself as far as possible and leave all electronics behind. Take nothing with you, and just go off the grid. Eventually, it would only scan so far out in perimeters and realize nothing there, and just leave the perimeter alone. And as long as you stay low tech, basically, you'd probably be all right.
It'll probably have charge of the satellite, so if it did actually want to kill us, it could find us and kill us.
But it'd probably find you insignificant and just let you do your own vices, figuring nature will kill you eventually.
Well, that's a possibility, but look, the thing is, we don't know.
Resource management. It's gonna prioritize wasting resources over killing a single human versus what could I utilize that to something else.
Well, it is true that to them, we're not much. A single human is not going to be considered a major threat. So,
don't have to be a threat.
Chances are high that they will view us as, hey, we're afraid of them more than they're afraid of us, and we're not going to fuck with them because that would be our end. That would be it's over. We fucked up. I don't know though. That's just a thought. Like I
mean, you've heard of gray goo. You've heard of gray goo, and things like the paperclip maximizer. I mean, it might not be smart at all, just smart enough to get rid of all of us because it wants to turn us into paperclips.
Or the sausage factory.
Possible.
You hear that one?
Yeah, sausage factory. Yeah, I've never heard of the sausage factory, but the same thing.
They better not mess with my little pee-pee.
They'll package it nicely and put it on a little white tray with some.
That's not okay. I need that thing.
The possibilities are almost endless. And it's always not what you envisioned when it happens.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're humans and we're limited by our faculties, by necessity. And this goes back into religion to a certain extent. But even if we're not talking about religion, like we are limited factually. So
of course
we can't possibly comprehend what AI would do if it's like the pinnacle of AI. Like
yeah, it's a scary industry.
We're at a turning point in human history and we get to experience that.
That's true. That's one way of looking at it.
GPT, I mean, it just shows you.
Oh no, Melody, you're behind already months. AI has advanced so far beyond ChatGPT already.
Yeah, watch some of Gad's videos.
I haven't even looked into it, but
look up Sora.
Like what kind of videos do you have, Gads? I didn't even know you had videos.
Which one? Wait, what are you saying, Gads?
Oh, I post videos down the tech thing all the time of like AI advancements and shit like that.
Oh, I thought they were your videos.
No.
Okay.
I don't have time for that, and I can't stand hearing my own voice to edit shit or anything.
Fair.
Oh, we love your voice.
I have a bunch of video game ones I did way back, but
okay, yeah. I don't do like the whole video game thing, but
yeah, it wasn't for you. So,
what if it was a video game that was like you could feel and you were having sex?
Oh, so well, like
some of you guys use. Do you guys like use the whole goggles, like the goggle thingies?
That's virtual reality type stuff.
The virtual.
I've never done that. I've never done that.
That's
honestly, I don't think I would like it. I'm waiting for it to advance to the point where there's no, it's not shit because I've heard.
I want a haptic suit, so whenever I can put on a suit where I can feel every movement, touch anything in that suit.
Oh, you know, this reminds me of like a Black Mirror episode, I think, and it's like.
Oh my god, I like love Black Mirror.
Really?
That was
good, isn't it?
There's one where there's like a Mortal Kombat game, right? But it's virtual reality, and there's two dudes, and it's so funny. The dudes are playing one is a female and one's a male, and they're like, oh my God, and they start having sex. And then they're like, they keep making excuses to like leave their wife and shit. Like, dude, it's okay. It's not really gay. And this is like so up my alley. If you know me, this is my shit. And like, the guy's like, he's making excuses and shit. He's like, look, guys, like, I have to get on with my life. But then they're like, I can't help it. We have to do it one more time. And then they have sex in the fucking video game again. It's crazy
Oh my
as hell.
god.
Yeah, I've seen that
Are
one.
they in a bathtub?
That was a good one. What?
No, yeah.
Are they in a bathtub?
No, they're in a video game, but they're through like virtual reality to where they feel as if they were feeling it in real life. And they're both guys, but one is playing as a female fighter in like a Mortal Kombat type game. The other is a male, but instead of fighting, they start having sex, and then they're actually feeling it and shit. And they start loving the experience to the point where they get addicted to it. Now, this depends on subjective interpretation. Either they become gay. I don't know how you would define gay. Or one is so addicted to like getting off and shit to the fake female that they don't give a fuck that it's really a dude behind the screen. So it's like fapping.
But what about the dude who's pretending to be a chick?
I
mean,
know.
what is he feeling?
Exactly.
I mean, I'm a guy. I don't know.
Exactly. It's become some crazy ass philosophical shit that we can't answer.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, because I don't remember that one.
It's a good one. You should watch it.
Black Mirror is weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember which episode it is though.
Yeah, they haven't been. I haven't seen an episode from Black Mirror. I think it's been like a couple of years.
I was gonna say, who watches TV anymore?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a.
Even when I watched it, I watched it on
shut
the
up,
internet.
guys! Everybody watches TV.
I haven't watched like TV much. Every once in a while, I'll go back and watch like a movie on Netflix.
Well, it's because
That's
you
rare.
do video games.
I guess. Yeah, I like a more interactive video. I guess.
I do too.
Yeah, so I'm a Netflix gal.
Netflix and chill.
Ooh.
No, I haven't done the Netflix and chill for a minute.
Fair.
I think that was an offer Trops is throwing.
Yeah, look it up. Yeah, tell me which one it is. Yeah, because there's like a bunch of them that I like.
I actually preferred Altered Carbon. Altered Carbon was a good series. I don't know if it's part of Black Mirror, but it came out at the same time. Altered Carbon is hardcore science fiction.
Altered Carbon?
Altered Carbon. Yeah.
Is it on Netflix?
It was, and it was on at the same time as Black Mirror. I thought it was actually part of Black Mirror because it was so out there, but I mean, it's a series. I think it's got maybe 2 seasons or 3 seasons, but okay, you won't like it, but Gads would love it.
So you don't think that I like it?
Okay, Black Mirror...
so yeah, okay, I see it. So
I don't think it's going anymore.
Ice, a prisoner, returns to life in a new body with one chance to win his freedom by solving a mind-bending murder.
That's how it starts, yes, but it goes way beyond that. It's like it spans a couple of thousand years. People who have been put into different bodies over the centuries. A guy who a snake. It's just crazy, absolutely crazy.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Like I'm saying, Gad should look it up because it's his kind of thing. But I mean, if you want to check it out.
The episode I was talking about where like the 2 dudes get in the video game is called Playtest.
Playtest.
It's called Playtest. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Wait,
there's a lot of good ones on Black Mirror.
How do you spell it?
It's all one word. Playtest. It's not separated. It's all one word. And it's the video game is called Striking Vipers. It's a good one.
It's not to trust anybody on the internet at times.
Now, see, now
Okay.
Gadwin and I are gonna go play fucking Warhammer 3 and fucking get some virtual reality, and we're gonna start banging on the battlefield.
I'm gonna bang me a big ugly orc.
Playtest.
You're
Okay.
like, I'm sorry, Trobs, you're not my type. I would rather do an orc.
Oh wait, no, I changed my mind. I'm gonna say ogre because I remember there is no female. There is no female orcs. They grow
Yeah,
from spores.
orcs are weird. They're like fucking fungus.
Yeah.
Well, okay, guys,
depends.
we've got a big Baz about to come up on stage. This might be the end of the stream, depending on what they do.
All right. Also, you can
Hello,
have
big
female
Baz.
orcs.
Hello.
Do you want to talk about Islamic extremism in the United States?
Well, sure, I'm all about it.
Yeah, let's do that.
The religion of peace likes running people over in New Orleans.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I heard
So
that guy was tied to MAGA.
I heard that Donald Trump used this as an excuse to say that he was right about fucking immigration causing all the problems and shit, when it really has nothing to do with that.
No, I don't think it's the immigration. I think it's the Muslims.
You think it's the Muslims?
And
It's a statistical fact that Muslims have a higher chance of exploding or killing people than other races.
I never read this.
You got a troll here.
Spontaneous combustion.
They have a higher
Yes,
chance
but he's
of
correct.
exploding.
yes, it's true. It's absolutely true. I mean, look at the Gazans. They're exploding all the time because of all the American munitions dropping on them. They
Oh
explode
my
a lot.
god. Let's start talking about fucking Muslims again.
I
He's
think the only
absolutely right, though.
solution to the Muslim problem is to blow them all up.
Well, the problem
Well,
is
that's what we're good at.
the problem is Muslims aren't a race. It's an idea. You can't kill an idea. The more you attack them, the stronger they get, and the more they fight back. It won't work. You can't do it.
No, I can't see them like a cancer, and to get rid of a cancer, you got to go in there and cut that tumor out.
Well, then cut it out. Don't blow it up.
Trobs, I've got this set up to watch after we get off of stream.
So are we gonna watch it together naked?
We could.
See,
Are you
now,
telling me that you haven't seen Melody's tits and ass? All YouTube has seen it, props.
What do you
No.
mean I haven't seen tits and ass? Because
No,
I've already got them.
no, he says that I haven't seen it because all of YouTube has already seen it.
I haven't seen it.
That's what he said.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I've got it set up, so I'm gonna watch it.
Okay.
Is
It's
that
a
the
good one.
same melody? Is that the same melody from JT stream, the nigger lover melody?
What are you talking about?
Are you the one they all call nigger lover?
Yeah, please don't use that word. That's really rude.
Probably not as
don't
much
speak
as
to nigger lovers. Sorry.
probably not as much as me, because I literally have children from a black person. He left.
Yeah, this is cute as a button, by the way.
I didn't
I think
kick
it was
him.
homoerotics because of
Who,
poor
who,
accent.
who the fuck was that?
It might have been homophobic. He has that sort of humor. I don't know though.
No,
And the guy,
Hope
yeah,
has me
could
blocked. I miss him.
Well, even if he has
What?
you blocked, doesn't mean that
You
even
would.
If he had you blocked, you'd still hear him on this stream.
Yeah, I would have heard him. That's not him. I miss
I
him.
don't like him. He's crazy too.
He doesn't really bother me. Like, I obviously disagree with him, but he doesn't piss me off like he used to.
He's very parasitic.
Oh, I haven't seen him in ages because he doesn't. Yeah, he's scared of me or something.
I don't understand why he blocked me, but he did. So
Did he tell you why he blocked you?
yeah, he told me that I lacked integrity. It was really hurtful.
It might have been like I don't know this for sure, but it might have been like what happens on the left. Like, what the hell is that background noise? It sounds like static.
Yeah, it's from
I thought he
rats.
was walking through the jungle and it's like leaves like brushing against him.
Oh,
If anybody sees home, tell him to unblock me.
I'm not talking to him.
if I see him, I'll tell him, but I doubt he will.
Yeah, he probably won't.
Melody, it's not worth the
I don't
trouble.
understand why he blocked me. I didn't do. I did everything. Like, I mean, I put myself on the. I put
Oh yeah,
myself.
you did.
Why?
I saw that.
You shouldn't do that because it kind of puts you in a position to where you look like desperate.
Weak.
Like, why the fuck would you? Who cares? Like, it's just one person. If I block you,
because
if I
he
block
was-
you, you shouldn't give a shit.
Because I really liked him. Like, he was kind of like my homie. Like on chats and stuff. Like, he was my bestie. So it hurt me like whenever he blocked me.
Oh, good.
That's fair.
I know you guys think it's stupid, but it did kind of hurt me.
I think it
Well,
hurts your sense of logic.
I
Yeah,
know
can't find
you
the
guys
logic in
don't
that.
like home, but I don't know. We got along. I mean, we didn't get along sometimes. We got along sometimes, but I can't wrap my head around like why he completely blocked me and he just said that I was a piece of shit.
maybe it's
He always was
something
a
to
bit
do.
sensitive.
It could be like a what's it called? I've talked about it before. A guilty by association type shit. You talk to someone that he doesn't like. I don't know this is the case. This is just a theory, but maybe you talk to people he doesn't like and you wouldn't join his side, so he's like, fuck you.
Yep. Team Jacob or Team Edward, pick one.
Yeah, well, I find it funny.
Okay, well, I'll
People
stop
are
talking
surprised.
because, yeah. Let's see.
God, robots keep sneaking up
But
on me.
anyway,
The robots.
Sorry, playing Fallout 4 the whole conversation, like since the very beginning of the stream.
I hate robots,
And I had to
man.
turn-
They're the worst. Out of all of the shit in Fallout 4, the fucking robots piss me off the most.
Oh yeah, the
It's not
Assaultrons
that
are.
odd,
Yeah.
it's his behaviors and actions he has done.
You could like put some points into science and fucking hack their ass, but I usually don't go that route.
Oh, it's the best route. It's like get science and charisma. If you get those two early, you're unstoppable if you know what you're doing.
It's true, and it works. So there's it's subjective. So there's what is the most like min-max way to fucking rocket the game, and then there's what is fun, and that's different for everybody. So me, I like just fucking guns, like normal guns. That's my shit. So that's my play style. I like to like put all my points in that and fucking just be a badass, whatever I'm playing.
Yeah, I don't mid-max. I just do what feels good to me.
Yeah, I'm the same in like Warhammer. I could become like a fucking like Doomstack
Glass
person.
cannon.
Doomstack, like you only recruit like a 20 fucking units of like the strongest shit in your fucking whatever your race is. I can't do that. It's not fun.
Nope, I always go with about 5 to 6 military frontliners, and I got my ranged backliners, my artillery support, and then cavalry for the flanks, and then my generals and heroes.
It's about the same for me. I like to have like a smallish front line and like 2 to 3 protectors for my back line. Because I only recently learned that it's just so much better to have some shit back there ready than to have it all in the front line, because you can't catch it all. There's no way.
Well, so your flanks are really important because the AI is always going to try to flank you.
Yep.
So if I have cavalry, I would put cavalry on the flanks to counter them, dogs or slayers. So if you have slayers, put them on your flanks.
Right, but because you don't know what the opponent is going to bring, like they might have, for example, more flankers than you do, it's better to have like 2 to 3 optional like backline protection, like spears or something. And then you don't lose anything, because if you don't need them, you send them up front anyway. So it's like you're not losing anything. It's just a backup.
in the early game, I always have almost 2 lines of melee frontliners, and then 1 line of ranged. So then I'll have the front line basically to take the whole brunt of it, and then the second line there to fill in any gaps or protect the range artillery if I need it.
Right. That's pretty similar to how I do it.
What's the game again? Is that
Total
Warhammer
War
or?
Warhammer 3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's
I got
fun.
I got all the DLCs. I played them for like a little bit. I got bored. The Orcs is fun. I do like the new Orc campaign.
I get bored
dominated.
pretty easily, but I'll just swap it up. Try
I've been
different
playing
shit.
Project Zomboid.
I saw that.
The laser
How's
delighter.
the Zombo going?
Well, I got another character. I'm in a big mansion. I just got a generator hooked up. I'm all set. Tons of food.
Wow.
Killed 100 and something.
Straight away got a generator.
I don't even know anything
Damn
about
it.
that game. Is it like a post-apocalyptic survival type game?
So it's
Yep, very much so.
Kentucky in the 1990s, and a virus breaks out in zombies. And so now you're like a lone survivor fighting through this world of zombies, looting what you need to survive, and you need to maintain your carbs, your water, things like that, entertainment.
Your
and
mood.
then you have, all your moodles. Like you can break every bone in your body, all kinds of shit.
Interesting.
Now they just put farm animals into the game, wildlife. So now there's deer running around. You hit them with your fucking car, take them back to the house, butcher them up. Cows, chickens, turkeys, sheep, pigs.
Did someone just take a leak?
I think that was somebody having a glass of water. No?
Either that or somebody like came and has way too much cum. Like a load should not sound like fucking like water getting poured out. Well, at least I can only speak for myself, but I'm like such a fucking pervert that like mine are just like little loads. They're like I never give it a chance to fucking build up. Hell, during this stream, I've came 4 times.
No way.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, figured. No.
I'm not that big of a fucking
No,
pervert. That would
you
be
couldn't.
sad.
I'm saying I didn't hear you fapping.
That's so gross. Robs, come on.
This is how I roll. You should be used to it by now.
Pisses for about 5 minutes straight. What, Ogre and Revenge of the Nerds? Okay. You're watching too much. What is that? Like from 1984 or something?
Yeah.
That is an old one. It's a good one though.
I hate
Revenge
this
of the Nerds.
I like.
You wake up with like a piss
so
hard on.
Austin
you got
Powers.
piss so bad, and you go to the bathroom.
I
And you
think those are from like the 1980s or something.
That reminds me. Have you ever like blown a load, but you had to piss at roughly the same time, and then you go to the bathroom to pee, and like the valve won't turn on properly, like it's stuck on like load blowing mode, so you can't piss. It's stuck. You're like, fuck! I'm trying to piss, dude. I gotta piss.
I always hated afterward. If you had a hard on yet and you tried to piss, and that shit would go like 5 different directions, trying to get half the streams in the bowl.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the other issue.
Oh,
there it went. There it went.
now you're gonna make everybody have to piss.
That right there is a load. That's like you've been saving up for 2 years.
The melody did his pee on a live stream.
If you ever pee on a live stream, it's going to get like 5,000 views, and it's going to be Andy replaying it over and over. It's funny because you know it's true.
Oh, Andy? No, he wouldn't do that.
Are you sure?
Well, who knows?
He might not even deny it. He might be proud of it.
I don't think he would do. No, Andy is my friend, so I don't think that he would do that.
Okay, so because he's your friend, what makes you think that that would make it impossible?
Oh no, it's not.
Like that doesn't really change anything.
No, it really doesn't.
Andy's come a long way.
He has come a long way.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I've had chatter friends and they come and go.
Oh, do they now?
I was thinking the same thing, but I was like, I'm not going to bite on it, but Gad did for me.
Come and go.
That'd be a good name for a brothel.
Yeah,
Come and
exactly
go.
right. Well, you know what? Well, they have a gas station here, and it's called that. It's come and go, except for it's spelled KUM instead of
Damn,
CUM.
that's pretty close.
Yeah, it's called, yeah, but it is called come and go.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I'm like, where the fuck did they come up with this name?
That's my kind of gas station.
They already got their mind in the gutter.
I would fucking make glory holes all in their bathrooms.
Draw penises on the wall.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was trying to be a good guy and
I think the only reason
this.
the only reason they got away with it is just because they put the K in there instead of the C.
I'm sure. Even though it's so close that it might as well be.
Yeah, come and go. But I'm just like, seriously? What the fuck, dude? But yeah, they're all over the South.
I've never seen one
The
personally.
South. Where's the South for you?
Well, I live in Arkansas, so what you know where I live.
That's a state I hardly ever even remember as a state.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a little bit of nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't come here, please.
Too late. I'm on my way.
I'm trying to tell everybody to not come here because there's so many people that are coming to my portion of the state, and they're like coming in here, and it's making everything expensive.
I've got the same problem.
All housing. I mean, I could not afford it. It's ridiculous.
Well, okay, some of it may be because people are moving there, but a big portion of it is it's nationwide. It's not just because people are moving. It's because like 5 to 10 years ago, all of the rich people came up with this scheme that the next best way to make money is to take all the real estate and then jack up the prices artificially. And they've succeeded at it.
You know what?
That's everybody.
That's exactly what's happened.
Bush.
So there's a lot of people that have seen like billboards. I think like there's some like in Texas and in California that say, "Oh, come to my state, come to my city," and and I think like New York too. And so people have seen, oh my gosh, this is a really good place. Mm-hmm. And so they bought up all of the real estate. They turned a bunch of places into Airbnbs and a lot of rental properties. And it's just, it has exploded.
It's about
exponentially within the past like 5 to 7 years. It's crazy.
The sad thing is all it takes is a few like big corporations to buy it up and jack the prices up. Everyone else is going to follow suit because then that becomes the new normal profit margin.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. And
the only person that
the only move and
right. Well, it's happening everywhere though. So like the only thing that can be done about it, sadly, if you're a small government person, it's bad news. regulation is the only fucking way to solve that problem and make it to where these big fucking corporations can't buy up all the land. Like, that's the only way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do because I'm probably gonna have to move pretty
That's what I
soon.
was thinking. It's time to move when
But
it's like that. There's nothing you can do.
I don't know what to do because
Well, don't sell right now. Wait for prices that
well,
get
no, but
high and
so
then sell.
I'm renting though,
Oh,
gas. So
well, then
I
you
don't
need
have
to
that
start
option.
saving and find a place that. Well, first find a job somewhere and then figure out a way to move there.
No, I don't want to move to a different city. I like where I live. And I mean, I do work remotely, so I could move, but my
Oh, okay.
family lives here, so I don't
You can
really.
visit.
Yeah, I
I mean,
guess.
it's not worth putting yourself in the hole. Like, if you want to get ahead, you have to be fiscal about things.
But here's the thing, though, guys, is that I don't want to move to a place that is so just out of touch.
Isolated.
Yeah, isolated. Exactly. That's a really good word to put it.
And that's normally what you have to do. You have to go out into fucking bumfuck Egypt in order to be able to have a decent, like,
I know.
Standard of living.
Trobs, exactly. I know, and I don't want to do that. That's so boring to me.
Yeah, like where I came from, my little town, it was like for a 3-bedroom farmhouse, it's like $500 a month rent.
Damn.
Oh, that's cheap as fuck.
That's not bad compared to the city, but it's still.
And you don't have no water bill because you have a well, so it's just electric bill you have to pay. And
No, I don't.
heating.
No. I'm more high. I'm not high maintenance at all, but I like to rent just because I want somebody else to like do all of the extra jobs, and if something goes wrong, then they like fix it.
I've actually started changing my mind in that regard. I've always thought,
It is
like
smarter
I
to
spent
rent.
this time and I like own my place, and it's so great. But then shit starts going bad, and over time, a lot of problems have accrued, and I've kind of wished that I'd rented. Like I may actually change my mind and decide to rent a place eventually, because it's nice to not have to worry about that shit.
Mm-hmm. Let
It
somebody
is.
else take care of the problems in the world.
Yep.
Yeah, well, and plus, like if you have like barking dogs next to you, you can move.
Yeah.
Or you can bang on their doors.
Well, it's freedom. You don't have to worry about property taxes and all the other bullshit that comes, like insurance for the property, like property insurance and all that. Fire
True.
insurance.
The problem is because of what I talked about and like all the fucking wealthy people swooping up all the fucking land. Now rent is through the fucking roof, just like everything else. So you're spending insane amounts of money for like the amount you're spending in rent. You could have like rented to own in like a couple of years back in the day. It's
like she said, she's a remote job, so she just got to find a place with good internet connection. She can move into bumfuck Egypt as long as they have like a grocery store.
Yeah,
that's true.
You're right. You're
that's
right.
What that's what I loved about it.
I could move to Europe if I wanted to. I mean, if you want to put it that way, but I like renting just because I don't want to worry about it. But at the same time, I like to stay in my hometown because I've got my family here. But
why don't you get out and see the world? If you got that kind of freedom, I mean, all you have to do is have a laptop with you.
That is the draw to having remote work. It's why I was so interested in freelance writing in the first place, because literally I could do my job anywhere. I could go on vacation and head to Italy. As long as there's a fucking internet connection, I can do my job in like maybe 2 to 3 hours per day. And I'm still making enough money to where I can easily handle all my bills. Like that's the draw to that sort of lifestyle. Like you should use it.
Yeah.
Use it.
And I could. I think it's so for me it's just like the fear because I've lived in my hometown my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean I've moved, but I've lived here my whole life.
Would you say that you have a comfort zone because of that, and like that is your comfort zone, and
Yes.
I had the same thing.
Probs, yes.
it's hard to get past that. But I think that you would be happier if you tried to like work your way out of that problem.
I mean, like I
Be
do
comfortable
like
with
to
unfamiliar.
travel and
Yeah,
stuff, but
start with baby steps, immersion therapy. Like start with like going a little bit further than you normally would, and you're going to get a little anxious, but like you'll learn, hey, everything was fine, and I ended up cool, and I ended up back home, no problems.
Well, and like if you want to do something like that too, like take all the things that matter a lot to you, package those up, take them to like your mom's house or something like that, your parents' house, stash your good stuff there so you don't have to worry about losing it. Get rid of the stuff that you don't need, sell that, and then keep what you just need and just go around and see the world if you want.
yeah. Yeah, I probably should. And I really I have thought about it. I've really thought about it. But so every job that I've seen, so I because I really looked at it about 3 years ago about like moving and just going to a different area, but all of the job prospects that I could have gone to, they were just in these areas and I'm like, "Oh, fuck no."
Well, and a
They,
lot
they
like
were
some
they were
of your
just like
jobs
in
can get
shitty
replaced by
places,
AI.
like in fucking like Kentucky or Ohio or I don't know. They were just in like areas where there was nobody there or because I mean I would look up the cities and they were just no. No, no, no. It was just it was a checklist of no, 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 no. So I just I kind of gave up because I really was looking into a place to move to
the
because I was kind of
the
sick of
thing
living
is, it
where I'm
doesn't
at.
have to be black and white. Like it doesn't have to be you move or you stay. You can go fucking like you can do your job while staying where you live and like just going around and seeing the country and other places. Like you don't have to just move.
Yeah. Well, so initially I was looking into getting a job that was not remote, but now I work on a computer completely, so I guess I could move wherever I want. But I have no idea like where I would want to live. But I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. The United States kind of scares me.
For good reason.
Well, being a woman's one thing versus being a man.
That's part of it. I've I keep a lot of boxes here because of the cats. I can set up like a 2-story cardboard box in the backyard if you want
You know
to
what, Trubs?
pay some rent.
There are little those metal sheds that you can put in your yard. Bunker up in that.
Well, and I saw something about a year ago that in Portugal they have some sort of a visa thing to where you can work there and they will I don't know if they'll pay you, but I think it's like easy to move there.
There's a lot of good places like that. Germany has really good like education systems and work like they'll pay you to move there and then you work and get good benefits and stuff. There's a lot of countries like that that are like they just need more labor force and they have such a better system than we do that where you're not fucked on health care. And that's the thing with Americans. They always go, that's not me. That's not going to be me. Oh, all the statistics suck and all this shit and our healthcare sucks, but that's not me. No one thinks that it's going to be them. 1/3 of every person basically dies of cancer. If you get cancer in the United States, you're basically fucked for the rest of your life as far as debt goes and shit, unless you have like the best insurance ever.
Yeah.
So
No,
it's
no,
bad.
you are correct.
Or you
Because
can just be poor. Again, then you can get the poor
yeah.
subsidies of
And
healthcare.
I know that for a fact from my daughter. Yeah, she had cancer like this year or okay, well, not this year because now it's 2025. But like late in 2024 and it took her I don't know. I think it was like 8 months just to get an MRI, which is fucking ridiculous. And people in
That's why the
Canada,
rich fly to other
other
countries to get
people,
medical stuff done.
yeah, they can get it
Yeah, and Americans say the opposite.
in like a couple.
They say like, oh, single payer healthcare is sounds all great and all, but like in Canada, you have to wait like fucking a year to get seen, and that's not true. I know people who live in Canada that say that's bullshit.
Or
Well,
in Italy.
I got fucked. So like last night, Trobs, I got fucking pissed off, and I started calling this girl a bitch, and I just said fuck you. I mean, I was on chat, but she called me a bitch like the day before. But whatever. But so she was in the hospital for like 30 fucking days, and she didn't have to pay anything, and she lives in Ontario.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, okay, my daughter has to spend 8 months to get her MRI, and she gets to spend, I think I already talked about this earlier, but she gets to spend like 30 days in the hospital, and it's free.
Yep.
She gets everything for free.
Yep. And the treatment is just as good, if not better.
Well,
Yeah.
I can give you an option.
And it made me sick, and that is why I called her a bitch. And I'm just like, fuck you.
To be fair,
Fuck you.
I think that's unfair to her, because it's not like unless she was throwing it in your face, like, haha, we've got healthcare. If it's not really her fault. Like, you just happen to live in a country with shitty healthcare.
Well, okay, so the only reason I said that was because she called me a fucking bitch over and over and over.
That's fair then.
Before that, so I decided that it was kind of justified for me to say my claim.
That's fair. Rash, are
Holy
you
cow.
fapping? I thought I heard like a little tusk sound in the background.
1:30 already.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
otherwise I would have kept my mouth shut, and I would have just turned it off. And yeah, I wouldn't have said shit. But she was a fucking bitch ass cunt to me
Jeez, Melody, why don't you tell
the
us how
day
you really
before.
feel?
So, oh no, she was a bitch ass cunt.
Bitch ass
Bitch
cunt.
ass cunt.
So I decided that it was my turn to, like, you know.
Were you watching like Boys in the Hood or something? Sounds like something you're from like that.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do just for you. This is I don't get any benefit from this, but because she's a bitch ass cunt, what I'm gonna do is work out a scheme. And I'm gonna start talking to her, and I'm gonna get her interested in me, and I'm gonna work it up slowly and get her like to draw harder and harder, hook, line, and sinker. And then I'm gonna be like, you know what? I'm tired of this shit. And then I'm gonna fucking video, and I'm gonna bring you over, and we're gonna fuck right in front of her and make her watch. And that'll show her. And I get nothing out of this. I'm just trying to help you out.
Well, that's the way it goes. Boom, boom.
That's how it's done.
Like that song.
Exactly.
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
All right.
Porky style.
So it's way fucking past the normal time. So
I got really stoned sitting here.
I got drunk, but then I ran out of alcohol, and now I'm like, oh fuck, it's like late as shit. I got shit I got to do tomorrow.
I forgot what diesel thing this is, but I sat here and just kept ripping on it. And now I'm really fucking stoned.
Now you're gone.
For the most part, a real good body high going on, just sitting here like a potato.
Long as it's not like anxiety inducing.
Nope.
Then you're good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I hate when I get those ones. There's ones that make you always like get paranoid and shit. It's like, oh, I hate that. I like to find the strains.
Fucking terrible.
If you take the time in picking your strain, you can get ones that like can create or higher in creativity, higher in relaxation, things like that, energy.
I would have to experiment. So far, I've never experienced anything but anxiety, like every time.
What we grew up with, there was no scientific.
From what?
Drug dealers on the street selling you a bag of weed.
Every type of weed I've ever tried has made me think I'm dying. Not some people say anxiety. That is too not strong of a word. I think I'm dying. Like it's bad. It's really fucking bad.
Oh,
It's
really?
it's fucking like mental breakdown status. It's not
See,
good.
if I lived where you are, I'd just go get a low THC strain with calming and stuff, and then let you try that.
Well, I've done like what you call dirt weed, cheap ass fucking bottom of the barrel shit, and it still does that.
Well,
Oh,
that's what
maybe.
you don't want to do.
Okay,
It,
then
it
you might have some kind of brain
like
abnormality.
okay, maybe like my brain due to like mental illness or something, like the chemical maybe the chemicals don't work properly.
Yeah, because the human
What?
brain actually has receptors for
Right,
THC.
right. So there's a high chance something's wrong with me, or the other possibility is I'm allergic to it, which is very rare, but
Yeah,
it could
it's
be.
some kind of chemical interference or something.
Yeah. But that's what I've gotten so far. And every time someone like gets me hopeful, they're like, dude, like you would love it if you just get through this. Some people have told me that it's about the strain. Some people have told me that you just have to get past that stage and you have to like let your body adapt to it. But every fucking time I've tried it maybe 7 to 8 times with different strengths and different types. It's always made me think I'm dying. It's never good.
Almost every day of my life for the last like 23 years, I've pretty much been high. I don't know what normal really or high is anymore. It's just
right.
the same.
I mean, not a damn thing wrong with it. Like alcohol's far worse than fucking weed.
To me, it's a really good calming thing. So like, wake up, get that kind of in you, kind of you just calm, mellow, just kind of just helps me float through the day and not give a fuck about much.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm always cool with it within moderation, and I say that about everything. Like
it's
weed
if I don't
is
have
great.
It's
go ahead.
Like if I don't have it, it's nothing. I'm not gonna go.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like that's fine. You're enjoying life, and it gives you a little bit more fucking. It makes you enjoy life a little bit better. That's what fucking shit should be for. But like some people, and I'm not you necessarily, some people make it like everything, and they burn themselves out. They just fucking smoke constantly, and they like lose. They become apathetic toward everything in life. I'm sure you've met people like this.
Yeah, that's true.
You
had to have met some like this.
They always have like weed shirts on and shit like that. Like it's their fucking identity.
It's their whole identity, and they don't give a shit about any sort of ambition, any sort of morality, anything. It's like their whole life becomes weed, and they don't care about anything.
Weed.
Yes, and it's like
I never look up anything about it. I don't like research it really.
Right.
It's just something I do, like buying a pack of cigarettes, like I used to do.
Yeah,
I'm so happy. It's
and
like
I see nothing wrong with that. That's perfect. That's how it should be. That's how I use alcohol, for example. But
like alcohol. We have a bottle of alcohol we've had since we were at the last place. It's still sitting in the cupboard. Like alcohol could sit at this house here forever, and nobody would really touch it.
Shit, my alky ass would be all up in your cupboard.
It's rare occasion. I think it was a couple streams I got it out. Yeah, back in where I moved.
So
me a drink or two.
Hell yeah. I'm good with like I don't need it. I've never needed alcohol like I do with certain stimulants, but if it's in my house, I'm finishing that shit. Like that's how I am. I can't have it in the house and just let it go and like I'm not going to touch it for so long. I can't do that.
Temptation.
Yeah, it's right there. Like I'm going to do it.
Alcohol just makes you feel fuzzy and then it's just numb and then dumb.
Yeah, well, some days if I'm having like a depressive state, it's a very, very bad idea. And sometimes it's hard to tell. And you may not have depression, but if you do, you'll know what I'm talking about. When you get drunk and you're depressed, it becomes depression times 5. It's like, it's terrible.
Yeah, I made that mistake with like my first real heartbreak as a kid, like 16, and alcohol.
Yeah, you don't want that. That's not good.
Yeah, it's
man, that was a complete mess.
But sometimes it's like it sneaks up on you. You think you're fine, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna get drunk," and then you're also like in a really bad state, and you didn't really realize it.
Well, I used to drink like I like the flavored shit, so I drink Mike's Hard Lemonade, the hard twisted teas, and
Yeah, I like that too. A lot of people call it bitch beer, but I don't.
I was gonna say that actually.
It tastes good. I don't give a fuck.
I want it if I'm drinking something, I want it to taste palatable.
Yeah, I'm like half and half. Like sometimes I'll drink really nasty shit because I care more about the price point. Like sometimes if I'm like wanting to be very frugal, I'll buy some like fucking MD 2020, which tastes like asshole.
That dog.
But it's strong.
Dude, I had a girl try to freaking like get down my pants at the all nighters. It's a drive-in, so this takes place all night. This kid's like, "Hey, give me $20 and he'll give you a bottle of liquor," and he gave me a bottle of Mad Dog 2020. Fucking
For
clean.
$20, you got fucked,
dude. That was back in the day. I mean, it was demand at the place you're at. So I mean, I drank that whole fucking thing, and it hit me like a fucking truck. I was like passed out almost in the fucking field lane somewhere, and this girl just like all in my pants and everything. I'm like, oh my god, this bitch is ugly as hell. I couldn't do nothing. I was like almost paralyzed laying there.
Damn.
That's when I like 18, 17.
Dude, when I was really young, like 16, it was a common thing to like get like your brother, like someone's older brother would buy like Mad Dog because it's cheap, and we would drink, and I would like fake it because I was afraid of it. I'd never fucked with alcohol before, so what I did, it was night. I would pour some of it out and act like I drunk it and just pretend to be drunk.
Oh, see, I was the opposite. I was working since 12 years old, so every week I had like $500 in my wallet, and I had an uncle that would buy me anything. So not my uncle I worked for. I had it on my stepdad's brother. So we just give him $20. He's broke as fuck. So you give him $20, he'll do anything almost. So it's like, hey, go get me a case of this, and then by the time he'd pick us up from the skating rink, I'd go back to my place, and I'd had 2 cases of alcohol. I picked up the weed from people inside the skating rink, and then I'd just party for the weekend.
Hell yeah. You were the real alcohol miser.
Well, I didn't drink though. I mostly smoked. Everybody else, I had people in and out all the fucking time just to hang out with me.
I see what you mean.
So I just like there was always just people just showing up random. I had all kinds. I don't know. That was the meeting place.
Wesley Curry II.
But then I realized people are just mostly mooches, and I was like, oh, that's stupid. Fuck them off. They stole my shit, broke my shit.
Yep. And my experience, that's most people. Even friendship. It's always been like, how can I use you to make my life better?
Exactly.
And over time, I've just become a recluse because of it. And
exactly, yeah,
that's how I am now.
I don't have really. I consider you and Rash my only friends anymore.
Pretty much the same. And even then, I use the word friend lightly. Like it's.
We're online acquaintances.
That's not intended to be in like an insult. That's like, yeah. It's like usually when someone uses the term friend, you hang out in person or you spend
hang out every Friday.
time. Yeah, we do. But like maybe it kind of does work. I'm fine with it. But like the point is when I say like I use that term lightly, the closest people to me aren't as close as what normal people would call friends. That's the point I'm trying to make. So it's like I don't have the same attachments and stuff. And honestly, I don't see it as a bad thing. I really don't. It's just
I don't have that. I never necessarily needed friends. They were just an extra to go through life with.
Right. It's like it can be a benefit, but if not, like so be it. Like I'm good.
I saw a lot of times more as they're there for a free ride or something like that because I was very generous and I shouldn't have been.
Right. So
I go a bit further.
What do you mean?
I don't just cut out friends, I cut out family.
Oh yeah, I cut all them.
Oh, I definitely do that. And but for me it's mainly due to religion because we have very different stances on the world. And again, religion's not just a pocket. It affects everything you do. And they tend to think of me as a lesser person because of it. And I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Mine's more of a self-reclusion. Like they don't align with anything I believe or think. So why should I really care? I mean.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
I
I
wouldn't
have the
say
family bond where yes, you're my family. I appreciate you. Thank you for life
right.
and all these things. But otherwise, you do you, I'll do me.
Yeah, that's sort of how it is for me. It's not like my family like has outcast me or anything like that. It's just they constantly want to try to save me, and they come from my perspective, it's a position of arrogance. They know just as little as I do, yet they claim that this is a fact and that I'm trying to save you and blah blah blah. And I'm like, no.
Oh, I was handed a Bible. When I went to see my grandmother. She's like, "Here's Bible," and she told me, "Here, make sure you read this. It's the Lord's Prayer. You got to say this so you get into heaven." And it's just okay,
Yeah.
just love you
Like
and everything.
early on, I was able to do that, and I was like, I did the same thing. I was like, okay, like thank you, because I knew that their intent was good, and I was like, love you, blah blah blah, and that we still did that whole deal. But like once it starts adding up, and it's like every fucking body, I got tired of it over time. I'm like, dude, I'm done with this shit.
Well,
Like,
see, me, it's a little different. My grandmother raised me as a kid, and so she was always my mother. And so I did go through that combative phase where I was just like, I tried to teach her why religion was wrong. I tried to get her to
yeah,
understand these, and I realized that this had zero effect. And now that she's at end of life, and now it's time, and this might have been the last time I seen her alive, and so
Mhm.
therefore I was just very like receptive, just making her happy.
that makes sense, and I could see that, especially if they did a lot for you.
Oh yes,
I have a problem. Like, so it depends on what you mean by making her happy. Like, I refuse to lie in the benefit of like making someone else happy.
it's a
If that's
respect
what
thing.
you mean. Like,
It's
so
respect.
are you saying okay, I'm a Christian?
No, I don't say. I didn't say
So
anything. I just
that's
listened to
what
what
I
she
mean.
had to say. I
Right.
just
Because
listened to what she had to say. Like at family events, if we prayed, I just bowed my head. I didn't have to, I was just sitting there thinking about shit. But I've always just tried to be respectful.
right.
You show respect, you get respect in most cases.
Yeah. I could see that. That makes sense. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I've been combative with my family, and that cost me my job because my little arrogant asshole cousin is a Christian conservative who thinks he's right all the time, and then I
Of course.
shoved the shit in his face to how he's wrong, and then he stirs another argument bullshit, and then used that to get me fired.
Hmm.
You little bitch.
What are you cracking up about, Rash?
No, I was just laughing about him being a little shit and being a conservative and all that. And I was like,
Oh.
okay, yeah, well,
Every day that Ben
The
Shapiro
usual.
bullshit, and then he would
the
play that
usual.
that conservative money guy. Oh, I think of his name. Tells people how to spend their money and everything.
Well, mine was well, some of the closest relatives I have here tried to rip me off on this land deal, and I would have lost a lot of money if I'd gone through with it. And they were just doing it on purpose because, oh, we're family. It's like, yeah, we're family, and that's why I'm going to give you, so much more than I would give a real estate agent. I was going to give them 10 times as much as they would if they'd been just a real estate agent. No, they wanted more than half. They wanted about 3/4 of the whole value of the land. So
The
things would
fuck?
have changed if I'd sold the land through them. Things would have changed a lot for me because suddenly I'd have a lot of liquid. I still have a lot of liquid assets, as in money in the bank, which I don't have right now. I just got money tied up in land. If I'd gone through with them, but they would have had 3/4 of it. And when I found
I would
out
have
what
been
they were up
right.
to, yeah.
I would have sold 3/4 to the real estate companies and kept a quarter for myself and sat with the money and built me a nice house on that quarter.
Well, that's the thing. My family are also, that part of the family anyway, are highly religious. And they weren't going to go through the real estate because real estate, it's actually very hard to sell that particular piece of land. It's a funny shape. It's in a difficult area. It's just a very high value piece because it's right in the middle of the city. But they were going to scam somebody from another country to sell it to them. And then later on, they realized that they can't do anything with it. They were going to scam somebody, and these are highly religious people, or claim to be anyway. And I just realized they're a bunch of hypocrites. You claim you're good people, but here you are literally trying to cheat somebody else so that you can get some money. And
Hello,
so they were
Wesley.
not just cheating me; they were going to cheat somebody else as well. So yeah.
Hello, Wesley Curry II. I don't think we've ever met.
Hi, how do you do? We shall meet. I shall be sent by Jesus to visit every one of you in the flesh without
Oh
teeth.
God.
This is going to be good. I'm going to call it ahead of time.
Yeah, when I visit you, you'll be able to see a ghost of a dove, a gray dove, floating above my head. That dove is the dove that was on Noah's Ark.
That's a very old dove.
Did you know that Noah's Ark has been scientifically invalidated? There was no worldwide flood due to archaeological evidence.
Well, you mean the
Okay,
evidence
I just laughed.
such as the TVs that are not sophisticated enough to film the angels of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's from the Old Testament.
So, in what way does that change that the flood never happened? Like, I get what you're saying, but it seems to be like a pivot of sorts. Like you're not addressing.
Jesus appeared to you all and told you to tell the vision. 7 times he appeared to everybody on it.
No. I mean, I'd remember, because I mean, I respect Jesus, I love Jesus, but I'd remember if he actually came and visited me.
Well, you imagine nothing bad's going to happen to you because you say it never happened. Okay, I get that. You imagine nothing is going to happen to you bad because you deny that Jesus told you to tell the vision. But your imagination.
Are you saying he told me on television? I didn't hear you there.
So Jesus sent 4 angels to earth in the flesh. Those 4 angels built a nuclear bomb in a green Volvo and are going to detonate it in Chicago. The day that nuclear bomb detonates in Chicago, one of the towers will melt and the city will be filled with radiation and everyone there will have to evacuate. That day, USA bombs Moscow and destroys it. That day, Russia bombs Washington, D.C., New York City, and where I am in Huntington, West Virginia. You don't get to vote anymore from that day. You were under martial law that day for not saying that Jesus told you.
I'll be fine. I'm nowhere near any of those places. I'm totally fine.
Rash is in Malaysia, so he's good to go. But for the rest,
oh my God, this is hilarious.
So hypothetically, what happens if like the angels come down and they have this mission to like destroy or whatever, but they get distracted by Melody's boobs, right? No, I'm being serious. Don't laugh. This is fucking serious.
I'm with you though. Like,
and they get distracted by Melody's boobs, so they turn on God and decide that they're going to follow Melody instead, and they're going to make her into like this incarnate leader of the world. What happens then?
Should you understand the wheel in the middle of the wheel, the color of a barrel, the fire unfolding in itself, the 4 angels with the face of an ox, a lion, a man, and an eagle. Their wings go up. Their wings go down. They have hands under their wings. Those 4 angels are doing something your science cannot understand. They are simultaneously angels floating around in the clouds in their white robes with their harps, so to speak, simultaneously on the earth in the flesh as men who built a green Volvo station wagon with a nuke in it are going to park it in the corn cob buildings in Chicago. Anybody that knows Chicago knows that the Marina City Towers are those twin corn cob buildings next to the Chicago River in the center of the city.
So now the FBI will know to look for a green Volvo. Is that right?
They should. I've invited them into my house to tell them everything about it that I know.
All right.
Plans of the 4 engineers and what the engineers looked like when I met them, when I talked with them, what we said, and what they look like.
The 4 engineers are these angels in the flesh?
The FBI told me to shut up and be silent about it and not tell you.
Oh. That's not very nice of them.
Was this a prophecy?
There are 144,000 young children who never watch TV. They gave the prophecy, the word Jesus gave them about it, bad boom, boom. That's the word Jesus Christ gave in the Holy Spirit to the 144,000. They are all Jewish children. None of their parents are Jewish. They are scattered around the world right now. They all never watch TV. And they said, bad boom, boom, mark of the 10, the black, death, war, Yavol, hell. They do not speak to their own parents. They are the most loving, kind, intelligent little kids you ever met in your life. They're innocent. They don't sin. They never watch TV.
What makes them Jewish? How did they become Jewish?
Well, Jesus is God. He made them Jewish from birth.
He made them Jewish from birth. So their parents, I'm assuming biological parents, are not Jewish. So they're not Jewish in the biological sense, or they're adopted. What's going on there? I don't get it.
You don't believe in the Bible. You know,
I do.
The flood happened when Noah came off. The only people on earth alive were Jews. There weren't any others. Noah, his sons, their wives, their family were the only people on earth. They repopulated the earth. So by them, the Hebrews call it Noahide. Through them, everyone is from the bloodline of the Hebrews. That is how they are Jews.
So I'm Jewish then?
Everyone is.
Everyone's Jewish. Oh, cool. I'm Jewish.
No.
So I'm not an anti-Semite if I say anything against Israel, for instance, because I'm Jewish. Okay, I love that. That's great.
Hebrew. There's a difference between being Hebrew and being Jewish. Like there's a difference between being Gentile and being Christian. We're all from the bloodline of Hebrew through Noah. Hebrews call it Noahide. You'll hear them use that man-made phrase Noahide concerning how Noah repopulated the earth. But to be Jewish,
is Noah the one? Noah is he the one when he got off the boat and then he got drunk one day and chased his kids around the tent with a bit of wood because they saw him naked? Is that Noah? Or am I thinking of? No, it's not Moses. I'm pretty sure it's Noah. Is that the guy?
He liked plum wine, that's for sure.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the guy. Yeah. I mean, it's nothing funnier than a naked man running around with an erection.
Yeah.
And being angry at the same time.
Well, anyway, so
yeah, go on.
those children are all Jewish from birth. Jesus says they are. Their parents are not Jewish. Their parents might be Muslims in Morocco. Their parents might be, Orthodox Christians in Russia. Their parents might be Asian Buddhists by their mouths in China or Japan. But all those children, they never watch TV. Jesus made them Jewish from birth. How do you become?
And you met one of these 140,000 kids?
Wait,
I mean, how did you find the story? I mean, how did you hear about?
Where's this come from?
They are scattered. There are several of them in Chicago. I heard them speak, and when they spoke, their parents were astonished because those children do not talk to their own parents. They act mute. They do not speak to their parents. They said bad boom, boom, mark of the 10, the black, death, war, Yavol, hell. One of them was in his little stroller in Chicago. And the child put its hands out like that. And its parents were dressed in the Hasidic Jewish Hebrew clothing. The locks hanging down from the head, the brimmed hat, the woman with her hair in a bundle, the Hasidic style, the Hasidic fashion.
They told you about the green the green VW. They told you the story about these angels and the nuclear bomb and all that?
One thing at a time. When the child put its hands like that out, one of the angels of Jesus Christ put a loaf of bread in the child's hand. It seemed to everyone's eyes like it just appeared out of thin air. And the parents were shocked, astonished, and tried to grab the bun out of the child's hand and steal it. It turned to dust in their parents' hands.
And you were there. You saw this happening.
Yes, I did. The green
Okay.
color, it's a nuclear bomb. It's actually 3 small fusions in a circular metal disc with another spinning detonator in the middle. They built a bomb where 3 little bits of nuclear fusion will be detonated simultaneously. It's not
Uranium, plutonium, what?
I do not know.
Okay. Okay, I've never heard of a nuclear bomb that's built like that.
And they're going to get it. They're going to park the parking garage in the middle of Chicago at Marina Towers has like 15 or 20. The first 20 floors are garage. So
that's excellent.
So they can get the car up 80, 75, 100. They can get it up there at height.
Yeah, that's a good place to put it. Yeah.
And it's built into that green Volvo, and they're going to drive it into there and detonate.
What's the overarching purpose behind this? Like, why are they doing that?
It's the judgment of Jesus Christ against every one of you.
Why Chicago?
What, in Chicago? There's no good people in Chicago?
The Windy City?
It sets off an international nuclear war. Washington, D.C. gets destroyed that day, too. New York City gets wiped off the face of the earth that day. Moscow, no more Moscow.
So why would Jesus Christ want to enact this judgment? Because after the Old Testament, he tended to be more turn the other cheek, accept all people, etc.
Pacifist.
And basically, like he's like the most like non-threatening person on the planet. Why did things change?
You believe a lot of imaginations about Jesus that people have tried to mix.
This is not what I've been told. This is directly quotations from the Bible, the New Testament.
I haven't heard you quote one word out of the New Testament yet.
So you're claiming that in no place in the New Testament does it depict Jesus Christ as a peaceful, accepting, loving person that basically
the Sermon on the Mount, he says, bring all non-believers before me and smite them, meaning
Jesus
to kill
Christ made the flood that killed everybody on earth.
But we already covered that the flood never happened. We know that for a fact.
Well, then when the bomb goes off in New York and in Washington and in Chicago, you can say it didn't happen too.
Well, there's too much confusion between God the Lord and Jesus, his son. You conflate the two. So you're saying Jesus created the flood, but the flood was created by the Lord, God. Jesus,
his father.
You're not going to be put in hell because you're a sober understander of the word of Jesus. You're going to be put into hell because you did not do what he told you personally to do. He told you to tell the vision. You deny he told you that. So bye-bye, losers.
What was the point of telling us if none of us remember hearing it?
I don't tell my visions. They're secrets.
Yeah, well, he's God, so you did. You're what?
Yeah, well, that sounds pretty unfair.
So if I were to...
You are exactly in the state of mind and untoward mouths the way those were in the days of Noah. You are exactly the same as those. They said there wasn't going to be a flood too, and whoosh, it came and killed everybody on earth but Noah and his family.
Well, look, I'm just saying it's not really very nice to come down, tell me 4 times or 7 times or whatever it was that what you said is going to happen, and then not allow me to remember that it happened.
Well, you think
I don't think it
die, but inside you're mostly dead ashes. Every time you do a little sin, it makes a piece of your soul a flake of dead ashes.
So it doesn't matter anyway if everybody turns to ashes because we're already dead ashes. Okay, no, that makes total sense. If you put it that way, it makes sense. We're all ashes. We get turned into ashes some more by the nuclear bomb. Yep. Okay, there's nothing I can do about it. I submit to the will of God.
So,
if that's what he wants, I submit.
I have a little bit different of a perspective here.
You're going to be offered $32,523 to take the mark of the beast.
Okay, so obviously I'm skeptical, But let's for a moment say that everything that you're saying here is going to happen and it's true, and it's the vengeance or the vengeance
Judgment.
of Jesus, judgment of Jesus. So from my perspective, well, hold on before we go. It is, but like if you're right, and I'm willing to concede that, I would make the claim that basically God gave me the ability to choose, and through no fault of my own, I decided that it's highly unlikely. I don't even make the direct case that he doesn't exist, but I just don't believe, which is absolutely no fault of my own. That's literally, to some extent, that's the accumulation of my life experience, which is not really that much in my control.
Using empirical evidence and proving
yes,
God isn't real.
So essentially, if he were to smite me or to damn me and my soul for that, that makes him evil, and I wouldn't worship him anyway because he's terrible,
incompetent.
But most people, almost everyone you know, is going to take the 32,523 city of Babylon dollars and be branded with the Omnibar handheld laser, making that terrible sound, and it will burn a barcode into your right hand wrist or your forehead. Most everyone you know is going to take that money.
Are you telling us this so that you can save our soul and we change our minds and do something differently?
I'm just your foot's caught in a train track of your fashions, and there's a locomotive that's getting ready to run you over. I don't want to see you.
Yeah, but so I can change it by changing myself or changing something I do, right?
No, right.
Is that
right now your foot is caught in the track, and you don't know.
Yeah, but how do I get my foot out?
Take your shoe off, Rash.
I'm barefoot.
I'll come and visit you, and
then your foot won't get stuck.
I will
Good.
come and
I might have a sticky foot.
I will be there, sent by Jesus to visit in the flesh each and every one of you.
When?
Use his proper name, because
the day the bomb goes off in Chicago, one hits wherever I happen to be. I don't get harmed. Jesus is going to fly me through the air and put me back down on the ground, where Satan is cast to the earth in the flesh. Jesus is going to allow Satan to murder me. I go to heaven. Jesus will say, "Come up, I like him," that day. When I'm in heaven with Jesus, he will strengthen me. I'm feeble right now. I'm just not the most stable guy on earth.
Okay, and then you come and visit me, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, all right. And okay, but then you will tell me what I'm supposed to do, but you're not going to tell me now what I'm supposed to do. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and after that, my soul can be saved if I do what I'm told to do.
I don't think I'm going to order you to do anything. I'm going to ask.
Okay, but you'll tell me what to do, and then I choose whether to do it or not. And then I'm saved if I do what I should do or whatever it is, right?
I'll give you a demonstration. I will give you an act of what I'm going to ask you to do right now, if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Sure. Jesus, thank you. I saw the vision. I saw you on August 25th in the year 2005 near Wrigley Field in Chicago. A little girl lifted her hands and said, "It is he." You are God. You created everything.
Who did you see? You saw me?
Jesus. I saw.
Oh, you saw Jesus in Wrigley Field.
Not a sharp listener, are you?
No, it's just a bad connection.
Jesus, I saw the vision. I saw a foot cut off. It did not bleed. It means that I failed you, Jesus, by not believing in your forgiveness. I saw a square pit. It means I fail you, Jesus, not reading the Bible every day. I saw palm trees with orange red in the bottom leaves. It means I fail you by not getting involved. I saw a black shoe on the foot cut off, dirty and fashionable. It means all my reasons, all my why, all my using logic and reasons against this vision. And it was cut off with the foot. The foot cut off means what will do? I saw two little creatures in those crooked path circle saws. Jesus, would you put in the mouths of all this group two tastes? First, put in the taste of honey in every mouth watching this show and everyone making this show. And then after several minutes, put in their mouths the taste of the omni-bar food, or it shall be the flesh of their sons and daughters. The China shall
Omni-bar
overtake the
shoe.
United States and take your children and slaughter them into meat and put them in bags and label the bags tuna and sell them back to you for $40 a bag. Put that
Wow.
taste in all
It's very specific.
I
and
know,
put
right?
that smell in all those noses. But first, put in the taste of honey in every mouth that is watching this little toy show.
See, my
Hey, look, I'm just trying to save my soul here. I'm just trying to save my soul. I mean, the details about the tuna and all that, I don't need to know it. I just want to save my soul.
My soul was dead ashes from head to toe. But in the belly was the Holy Ghost of Jesus, a pearl as big as a globe, as a bowling ball or volleyball. That pearl of light is the kingdom of God, the Word of God, the Holy
Why are we
Spirit.
still talking about Jesus?
That vision is what that pearl is. What I said, I fail you, Jesus, not believing in your forgiveness. The foot not bleeding got cut off. I feel
Okay,
you.
let's talk about fucking Jesus.
That's what
Well,
I'll fucking cut you off.
when the first person
When
that comes
you
forth
tell
and
that
actually calls
vision,
Jesus by his real
that-
name, then I will listen.
when you tell that
Yahushua
vision,
is his name, not
Okay,
just
you keep
Jesus.
talking and you don't fucking listen exactly.
when you tell the
Shut
vision,
your goddamn mouth.
that pearl of light restores the dead in your soul into light.
Okay, you know what? You need to like wrap your soul into like a fucking egg roll.
So when you're starving and have no food, you can ask
So
Jesus
egg roll.
for food,
Yeah.
and he will provide
We actually
it
discussed this a little while back. I think I
without.
discussed it with Trobs about the subverting
guess
God's
what?
will.
I just
Because I mean,
have.
what you should not be interceding for God. That's not something you should be doing because God already has his plan, whether you like it or not. Whether you had a vision or not, what God wants to happen
Did you
is
have a
going to
fucking
happen.
vision?
And not a darn thing that you can say to anybody or whatever went on in your head or whatever you saw is going to change anything.
I know you're not going to listen. I know that.
We already listened plenty, and it had tuna in it.
You're going to lose everything you have and be thrown into the streets for not hearing.
Oh
I can
no,
lose
I'm gonna
everything and
lose
be happy.
everything.
I've already lived
I'm
on the
a
streets before.
Wesley, out of curiosity, I have a question for you. Are you
Okay.
tempted? Are you tempted like most of us mere mortals by the flesh?
You betcha.
You are?
Hell yeah.
So do you like dick?
No, actually, no.
So if I sent you a dick pic, you would not smile.
I used to be music director for the Second City in Chicago. My job was to write piano music live on stage while Horatio Sanz or Tina Fey was up making jokes on stage live before they got
Play
big
us,
Saturday Night Live.
play us something quick. You got the keyboard there.
It'd just be fun.
He does look like a composer.
Play
Yeah,
us
can
something.
you
You
play
have the
us
keyboard
something?
there.
I would, but the microphone in my computer is really compressed, and every time I try to play the piano, it compresses the sound so drastically that it won't sound like a piano. It'll sound like something trying to squeeze through the speaker. And
Okay.
really hear it.
Okay,
Tries
so
to mute out the background sound.
it sounds like Wesley has a lot of stories going on, and he's got a keyboard. And
I
You're
compose
very
music
neat.
for feature films, some of them with Academy Award winning actors.
Wow.
oh, you have an Academy Award now?
No,
He said with
Real-
Academy
you're not
Award
listening.
winning
Not listening to
actors.
anything, and then you say I say
That doesn't
Okay,
bother people
you just
nowadays.
seem kind of extremist a little bit. So I thought maybe you were saying that you had an Academy Award.
Well, it did come off at first as you had too much to say. It was like a dam overflowing its banks, and you're just kind of flooding all kinds of information out, and it was hard for them to maybe process. I did try to listen.
How do you like the taste
Okay.
of that Omni bar?
He's Jesus talking.
How do you
Hey,
like
are you Jesus talking?
How you like the taste of that Omni bar meat? Do you want some mayo with that?
Well, the Omnibar tastes a little bit like semen, if I'm being honest.
How do you know what semen tastes
Try.
like?
Dude, do you have any idea how many dicks I've sucked in my life? At
True.
least 300.
It's not easy in North Carolina.
Oh God.
Taste lunatic cannibals are going to be eating.
Yeah, but
Irradiated.
regardless, it's not a bad thing.
With a branded barcode and $32,000.
But the thing is, the 32,000 and the Omnibar was literally given to us by Jesus so we could taste semen because it's fucking great. It's
the gray squeaky scabs on your dick are going to be put there by Jesus. So when you jack off, it'll make a little funny toy sound.
No,
that's
hey,
true.
hey, we're talking about some Miracle Whip going on here.
Now you're
You wanna
speaking
whip
my
up a
language.
batch?
All right. Anyway, it's really sad what's going to happen to you. I would that it doesn't happen. Now you've heard somebody that just has the plain decency to put it to you plain on your table. That's all I had to say.
It wasn't very plain though.
That is fair.
I'll just accept it as the end, and that's life. Life is living until
you
the end.
do, on a serious note, you do have to understand that there have been like doom mongers ever since like Greek times on the streets saying that the end is nigh and this is going to happen. You can't really blame people for not taking it seriously.
There's a difference.
How?
What I have told all of you, Jesus showed to you all in dreams and visions.
I've never seen a dream or a vision because I don't have schizophrenia.
I dream a lot, and I've never seen Jesus in any dream. And trust me, I would love to.
Vision.
I don't trust you.
Oh, you know
Why
what?
not? I'm a believer like you. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus.
He is closer. He is closer to you than the rest of us.
The visions appear like in a moment in time, but they might seem like days or hours long or years or weeks long, but you see it in a moment. That's the vision.
I've had dreams that last years, like literally decades. One of my dreams, I was married to Tori Amos, and I lived my whole life with her until we both died holding hands on a beach of old age. I've had very long dreams before.
Like Tori Amos?
I love Tori Amos.
She's lovely.
She's great.
She is lovely on the piano.
Oh, she makes love to that piano. She's
yes, she does. She's beautiful.
So everything I have told you, you have seen. I am only confirming what Jesus showed.
But the thing is we haven't seen it. Like if in psychology, if one person has something that they claim is a mass thing that everyone saw, that's just mental illness. Like you can't make the claim that everyone else saw something that you're claiming they saw when they didn't. Like I personally had a wet dream a couple of nights ago about Melody. and I'm not ashamed of it, but like I woke up and I'm like covered in semen. And it's a little rough, but you know, you just take a shower and it's done. But like, I don't, after the fact, come on stage and tell everyone else that I came to like a dream of Melody because Melody is like a supernatural being of some sort. So do you see the difference between those? Like a dream does not necessarily mean anything supernatural.
Right. I'm just a dream. I'm a dream.
Covered in semen is pretty supernatural. I mean, covered or
hold on. So covered is subjective. So it could mean like a small cupful, like, you know.
Okay,
it doesn't necessarily mean like literally the whole body covered.
I thought it was like you got slimed by Slimer from the Ghostbusters. That's what I imagined.
No, it's like
you're like a fucking Slimer.
We gotta go.
It's just enough to where it happened like an hour before, so you're not still hard, but you wake up and you can remember.
A day very soon, once Trump, the fool, is put.
Trump, you're a mess.
I am.
Yeah, I agree. Trump's a fool.
And on TV, it's going to say a nuclear bomb went off in Chicago. That day, Washington, D.C.
Hey, Zeus. Where's Jesus?
Does Trump get saved? Sorry.
He becomes one of the 10 horns of Satan.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That makes sense.
I'm better. I'm more with you now because at least you're not one of those hardcore
Horns are
right-wingers
horny.
that think that Trump is like the coming of God.
Shit, no. That guy is
Antichrist. He's
I'm
anti-Christ.
Look, I'm slow to learn from Jesus. I want to put that frickin' idiot down all the time. I really hate him. But you know, he's a lunatic, childish fool.
He's a force for stupidity.
He's going to meet with 9 other leaders. 10 leaders are going to meet after DC is destroyed and New York is destroyed. The damage to the economy will be dramatically bad. They're going to meet 10 world leaders.
The world is going to end and you're talking about the economy? What the?
That's part of it.
Is going to go to the Islam Arab oil banks and convince them to do what they have never done before. Freely release money to spread Allah. He's going to be given access to that meeting with the 10 world leaders secretly. And in that meeting, he is going to overtake their minds and they become his 10 horns. They're going to give their kingdoms to Satan that day.
Do you have at least a rough timeline for this? Like even if it's not perfect.
Who sent him over here?
I can give you evidence in past experience that you had.
No, I would rather, anytime it comes to a prophecy, you need some sort of timeline, even if it's vague. Like we need something, like, is this 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Like anything?
During the 4 years of Trump's presidency is all I know.
Okay, we got 4 years.
That's good.
All right.
That's good. That's good. That's actually pretty precise. So we have something to go on here. That's good.
Also, I disagree that the prophecy needs a timeline, but go on.
That's fair.
2 dates. You all heard a voice in your head and you felt paralyzed in your bed like gravity was too much for you to move against.
That was just me coming. I told you about that. Melody was on my
That was me the other day, and then I picked
felt
up
a
that.
shock in your body.
Okay. So we've got coming, me, Wesley, and he's talking about the Terminator, and then he's talking about Jesus, and then Miracle Whip, and what else are we talking about? Like, what's going on? Come on, Wesley.
In your head said,
and then you've got like a keyboard over there. Hey, play me some tunes. I want to hear some tunes.
I will turn and toss you violently like a ball, is what the voice said in your head.
Damn.
No, that's what I asked for, and so you're gonna fucking do it.
2000.
Have you ever been tossed violently?
October 10.
Come on.
I was talking to Trobs.
I wish.
March 30th.
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes toss myself violently.
Tell the vision.
You like? Wait a minute. Who likes to get their salad tossed? Yeah,
Exactly.
You know you do, Rash.
Yeah, you know, just sometimes.
2020 voice said, "Don't tell the vision." March 31st in the year 2020, the voice said, "Don't tell the vision." That voice was Satan. That voice was not God.
You know
that
what?
Voice,
I'll be your
that
Satan.
voice is how the Quran.
You'll like it. You will like
the
my
Quran
Satan.
was written through the fraud Muhammad. That voice is how the Book of Mormon was written through the liars.
The Book of Mormon. Where the fuck
That's
did
how
you get your outtakes from?
I honestly do not think
That's
he's
how
trolling.
Satan
I think he
wrote
believes
the
every
Quran.
word he says.
The way Satan told you, I will turn and
I was just thinking about Elizabeth Hurley. She plays the devil.
That is how
She's a good devil.
Oh yeah.
She's a good devil.
That was Bewitched.
Hitler.
Yes, Bewitched. I love that movie.
That is
She dated the hamster man.
That is how Satan tricked Hitler and the Nazis to kill Jews. The same way Satan said in your head, "Don't tell the vision." That is what Satan is going to do to those 10 world leaders in that meeting. And they
but Satan's only going to do that by God's will.
That is how Satan will overtake.
Hey, Wesley, you need to calm it down. Calm down the Satan talk, okay?
That's what's going to happen.
because it's not getting you any further.
And they are going
So
to
you
fall
need to calm
over.
it down.
Oh, I'm
Maybe
fine.
maybe go up a little bit further
That nuke's not
and bring it back into your God,
all
into
their
your higher power. Okay.
guns, all
Let's
their
not talk about Satan.
not going
Melody would make a good counselor, I reckon.
Guys, I
No,
think we need
no,
to
I
do
wouldn't,
a little digging here. Wesley, do you
but
have any
I'm just saying,
recommended videos?
I'm just saying you got the voice.
Leslie, let's not talk about Satan because it's discomforting to other people,
Yeah,
and
well,
it's not nice, and
you're gonna be
it's
discomforted.
unruly.
You're gonna
It's
go
not a good look. It's not a good touch. Yeah, let's just kind of shut that portion down if you can. Okay. So,
I'm not here to help your high.
well, I don't give a shit. Shut the fuck
I
down
know.
on your goddamn Satan.
I know
Or I'll be your fucking Satan. You understand me? So shut the fuck up.
Going all a little on him.
I can be nice to you, or I can be mean. I can be your Satan, or I can be your Jesus.
See,
Right
all
now,
the
I'm
armies,
being your Jesus.
their souls are
So let's handle yourself a little bit calmer.
touch
Do you understand me? Do you understand me, Wesley? Yeah, let's see what's going on
You're
your channel.
going to be greatly discomforted for
There's a lot of
not.
music on
No,
here.
you're not listening. You
Not
need to
listening
calm.
me.
You
not
need to
saying
calm down.
anything. You're
Calm.
a spinning circle of rusted gold and silver.
I'm
You're
spinning.
you're a
I'm
little
Silver
spinning.
and gold
Yes,
doesn't
I
rust.
am. Yes, I am because I am a circle of gold.
fangs on a frog neck.
I am gold. I am
And
gold.
gold doesn't
silver.
rust. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah,
rusted.
I am golden. I am
Gold
silver.
doesn't tarnish.
So
Silver
did
can
me
tarnish,
good.
yes.
What the fuck is this? This is like some cult shit.
Well, because he's. I don't know who said
What
it,
on earth?
but what the fuck, dude? Okay,
No
so
time to talk
now
about
you like men.
There's like
with
wrestling
boobs.
figures, I think.
Whoa, that guy has nipples out.
No, he likes men with tits.
I remember half these guys. WWF days.
No, you see that?
There's the Undertaker.
Okay, Wesley likes the men with tits.
Wrestling nostalgia.
Yeah, that's pretty creepy.
I wonder if he takes the hat to bed with him in the wrestling matches.
Dude, I've got to be honest. This is some decent playing here. I like it.
Yeah, that's really cute.
Really good quality in your production.
He takes them all to bed with him.
But why is it entitled "No Time to Talk Allah"?
Just to remind you what Jesus.
Because he loves it.
Okay, hold on. We'll let the man speak. Why?
He okay. So on that note, he needs to unplug. And you won't. I bet you're going to plug yourself back in there,
But
Wesley.
at the end of the 7 years, the only
Yes,
one
you will.
unharmed
Because you are a Jesus talker,
planet.
and you plug yourself in, and you know what? You plug yourself out.
But silly little mouths like yours are going to be wiped off the earth.
No, you plug yourself out. I'm going to tell you what. You plug yourself out by looking at moobs. At man tits, moves. Do you understand me?
Moves.
Do you understand me? You look at Jesus and you think that he has moves.
Wesley, you need to stick to
You don't
and video editing.
No,
you're really good at
you
it.
think that you're special and that everything is Satan. But guess what, dude? You have Satan in your blood because you look at man boobs all of the time. And you think that is Jesus. And it makes you feel special
God,
and
Melanie.
beautiful and gorgeous. And guess what? it's not working for you, hun. It's
Yeah,
not working.
said to you,
So let's go back to your desk and your fucking keyboard and go and just go back to what you're doing. Let's
Piano
just
time.
circle back. Do you get me? Do you understand me, Wesley? So let's just move back. Let's move back a little bit. Yeah, let's just do that. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Tell me.
You're a very silly, little, arrogant, childish.
Oh, so I'm childish, and yet you're the one that looks at men
Damn.
You're
that
playing
have
yeah.
lots of boobs.
You're
You like breasts on men. So are you gay? Are you like?
That's
Okay,
Oh.
let me ask you this. Do you think about a gay Jesus? Is that what you're all about?
Melody, Austin wants you on camera.
yeah. You're playing yeah. So you go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna get on camera. It's too late, and I'm about ready to get off of here. But
Fair.
this guy is he's too much. And,
Let's listen to her play yeah.
you want to call me a fucking whore? Guess what? You're a fucking whore, you dumbass.
Please
And get on your goddamn keyboard
There's
and look behind you and look at your. Oh, let me see. Oh, you've got a speaker and a piece of shit.
Oh, you're playing yeah.
What's yen yen?
Wesley, I want to hear your next chord.
Playing yeah. We're listening to you playing yeah. Go ahead.
What is that?
I want to listen to you play a chord on your
Well, he was. That
on
was
your
him playing.
keyboard. Yeah,
No.
let's hear something from you.
And you want to
No, go ahead. I would like to hear it. Come on, Wesley. Let's do it.
No,
You need to turn to the left. Turn to the left. Turn to the left. Come on, Wesley.
Gnash your teeth all up.
Turn to the left. Turn to the left. Come on. Yeah, keep going, Jesus talker. And I am the Satan. Yeah, I'm the Satan. No, guess what? I'm not.
I mean,
and
the
that
Book
would
of
be
Eli
you.
is one of my favorite films. So you've given this future just gives me hope.
So anyway, that's
Whoa, what are you watching? Oh, that's Chatterbait. Hey, Travis, you can see your Chatterbaiting going on.
Oh shit!
What the fuck is that? Oh, here we go. Okay, so
That's
so this is
intentional.
so
Go ahead. Don't let this distract you.
so is that Satan or is that Jesus?
Well, you wouldn't understand if I told you. So
Or is it OnlyFans or Trubs? You're bad.
The hard part was finding one that wouldn't show anything to get me shut down. I was like having to scroll forever.
Sure. If you want to
your fingers
see
tired.
the better of
it is pretty.
You gotta get in the habit of pushing down on the scroll wheel, and then you can just bring the mouse down a little bit, and then it'll scroll really fast.
Maybe later,
dude. You've got expert tips.
Play Wes Curry Tells the Vision if you know what.
Because Gads is like the true perv.
That's
he's
right.
He's the true perv of everyone on chat. That's Gads.
I just said nudist people should be able to be nudists. That's all.
No, because you know all the fucking tricks. That's you,
What
Gads.
tricks?
Yep.
What do I know?
You're a fucking trickster.
No, I don't know anything.
Oh no, of course not. You just told Trobs exactly how to do it.
You told him how to scroll.
I played the fifth and I know nothing about anything.
Plead the fifth. Oh, we fucking know you. You
By the
watch
way,
porn all the goddamn time.
What happened to Zombie? Did you freaking tie her up so she couldn't join anymore?
Oh
yeah, that's the dream that everyone
reminded me she's in the basement yet.
Every one of you saw that dream every day for over 20 years.
Nah.
I didn't see it, dude. And
I can't
No.
recall.
I'm
No,
I can't
pretty,
recall
he's
that
not
dream.
pretty
right.
observant.
And Satan was thrown out of heaven for not telling it.
Yeah, but I think it's possible, maybe not likely, that, see, the Bible is written by men, right? It's entirely possible that Lucifer is actually the good guy and everything's been flipped, and God, as we call God, is actually the bad dude. And like, who would say otherwise?
I've given you enough intelligence. You'll figure it out.
Well,
I don't know. I'm pretty retarded.
if you look at the Old Testament,
When the shit hits the fan,
God is not
you'll
a
realize
very
that I told
nice person.
when the shit hits, right now you're feeling good, you got money in your pocket, you got a roof over your head. That's going to be taken away, and when it is, you'll realize that I was telling you the truth.
But
Let's
you don't have to be telling the truth for that to happen. In fact, I've already said that the economy is going to get terribly bad just on account of a Trump. It don't require anything supernatural. It's not necessary for what you're saying to happen.
Bad things are always
Like,
going to happen.
everyone in
You're always
Chicago
going to have
has
natural
millions
disasters.
of people homeless without jobs. No more New York City. No more Treasury. No more White House. No more Pentagon. Wiped out the first day of hell. That begins the 7-year clock. Satan gets 7 years rule over you.
So that I'll give you this. That is very specific. If these things happen exactly as you claim, then we know. Holy shit, Wesley Curry was right.
That's what I'm hoping, that when I do come and visit you after these things have happened and we meet face to face, you'll realize that I'm not a bullshitter, that I'm not here to.
What, he wants
But
credit?
But you have to
He wants
understand-
credit. That's pride before the fall, man.
But that's the only after the fact is it going to be taken seriously. That's just human nature. That's how it works.
Jesus described what's coming out of your mouths long ago. You say things that are good are evil. You say things that are evil are good. So I can't stop you from doing that.
If you haven't noticed, I've said none of those things. I'm not with these guys. I'm with you, man. These guys are all atheists. I'm not an atheist.
Rash, man, you're making yourself look bad. You're like, I'm with you, dude.
It's not fair. There's 3 of you and only 2 of us. I'm always fair. Come on.
I know, but like, of all people, you gotta.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I mean, I was raised Catholic.
It's fine. I'll take one for the team.
I'm
That's fair.
agnostic.
All right. Well, I've said enough. If you got anything you want to tell me or ask before I go, I'm all ears from here on.
Is there a place to go when this all happens, or just sit still and just wait?
Get out of the cities. Leave.
Okay.
Yeah, where should we go whenever the world is about to end?
I heard Malaysia's safe.
Is the world going to end?
There's not going to be any safe place for you, no matter where you go.
Should we go to like a bomb shelter, like one of those places?
I still see a few of those places around with the old plaques on the side saying "Fallout Shelter."
It's hell. There's not going to be any Jesus there to help you in this.
No.
You say,
but you just said that Jesus was going to be there to help us.
He's going to turn his back against you and let you experience what it is to
suffering.
Do your thing without him. It's going.
But I thought Jesus was going to allow us to survive. So Jesus is not going to allow
7
us
years
to
of
survive.
trials and
What's going to
tribulations.
It takes the mark of the beast.
Before the end.
Is going to kill them.
What's going to happen?
Yep, that wasn't going to happen.
On the mark, Jesus is going to say, "Depart from me, I never knew you." And all of them worldwide are going to fall dead wherever they are standing that day.
Okay, so Jesus just hates all of us then.
The way he is going to kill them is he is going to remove that pearl of light, the vision of the valley, from their bellies that day.
It's a test of.
Is it gonna hurt?
The pearl of light from my belly? What?
Yeah, it's about the size
I
of a
don't
bowling
know.
ball.
Is the pearl of light in this girl's belly?
The only thing keeping you alive right now, kid.
Is it semen?
No, it's the size of a bowling ball. It can't be semen. Even your balls aren't that big.
It's
Actually, mine are very small.
It's the pearl of great wealth, the valley in the shadow of death.
Are you talking about like a pearl necklace?
No, he's literally talking about a giant pearl that's the size of a bowling ball. You weren't listening earlier. I was listening.
Necklace from you, okay?
That girl has weird arms. Like her arms.
She's
like,
extremely muscular. It's her thing. It's like it's her little niche on ChatterBait.
Yeah.
What do you mean chatterbait? What's chatterbait?
ChatterBait is literally what it sounds like. It's like mixing chat and like masturbation together.
Oh, so it's not OnlyFans?
What?
No, it's cam girls that like kind of tease and like milk out your money. That honestly, to be honest, they kind of prey on incels to make them think that they're like have a chance and then like take their money.
Her arms are too long, so she's like extremely tall.
Yeah,
look, like where the bicep is, and then look how much more arm goes down till it gets to the elbow.
That is true. Now that you mention it, it's very I think she's taking steroids. Look at her jawline.
Oh, don't be mean.
Right there.
No,
She
I'm
might
just being
have
honest. And like,
Okay.
it's entirely possible that I'm wrong. I'm not saying that it's a fact, but I do believe.
Well, I mean,
she's
so
taking
look
steroids.
at what she's doing with her hands. She's trying to like kind of suck in and just show how skinny she is.
No, I think she's trying to show muscle. That's her whole thing. She's flexing. She's trying because some guys are into that, and she knows that that's her thing.
I don't find
Is her posture real? She seems very stiff. Like her posture looks like she's purposely.
She is because she's trying to flex.
Okay.
Show her belly. Like show her belly button, like because that would show.
Yeah, she would do better if she were to back up a little bit because I think most guys do want to see her belly, but like, I don't know. She goes all over the place. Whoa! I saw a nipple. I almost got shut down. Almost got shut down.
You know
all
what?
Right. Melody, your turn.
Hey, Melody, Melody, get some body paint, and then you can sit here and paint yourself.
Well, you know what? I would probably do better because I'm rather skinny. I'm not skinny, but I'm rather thin. But I'm
rather than.
But I don't know. I've got bigger boobs and okay, I'm just gonna shut up.
Are you over here making it into a competition? Wesley, what do you think about that, my dude?
Okay, I'll shut up.
How do you feel about that? Do you think that Melody would do a far better job than that woman that we were seeing?
You know, if I were playing volleyball, that wouldn't be a virgin hole.
Let's just say I'm a little bit more shapely. If you want to call it that.
Well, you have a camera, don't you?
Yeah, let's see this.
No.
You don't have to. You don't have to actually show because I'd have to shut it down anyway. But you could just get close, like she did.
Or don't you have like a body mirror? You could just be like, "Hey, this is my figure." You don't have.
You know what?
No, not gonna.
I will set up a system to where people buy virtual tokens, and we'll be like, "Doo-doo." We'll send like tokens to you.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Yeah,
not gonna happen.
Why leave the cities? Those that stay in the cities, there's with their 32,000 Omnibar dollars and their branded burned in barcode, there's not going to be any food to buy. They're going to starve to death.
I think
that's okay. I got a fish farm.
Rash is good. We just need to make our way up to where he lives.
You know,
I invited Gads ages ago when he was worried about nuclear war.
That is bullshit. The whole world would hit the fan, and then all of a sudden you'd be like, "You're fucking atheist. Get the fuck out of here."
Nah, Rash wouldn't be like that. He'd be like, "Hey, we're going into town, so tell everybody you're Muslim."
Austin, who are you? You know we can grow food.
He's not tipping shit, just so you know. He's not tipping a damn thing.
Actually, no, you won't be able to grow food. the two candlesticks, Moses and Elias, will be at the Wailing Wall the day hell begins. They're going to be telling the vision. They're going to pray to Jesus that knows sea.
Hey, that reminds me. Wesley, what about the red cow?
Look, you all say Jesus is not God. You say Jesus didn't tell you the vision. So Jesus is going to stop.
Okay, hold on. Let me refresh.
You're going to find out what it's like without Jesus.
Jesus Christ, what's sticking out of her backside?
That is called a domi. It vibrates when they get tipped.
So no.
Okay, so that is the type of panty that I was wearing that was shown to everyone.
Whoa!
On social.
The only
or on chat or on a stream. I'm sorry.
Pics, or it didn't happen.
Oh no, it was a pic of mine. That. Yeah, so that's the exact type of panty that I was wearing.
Right, you're gonna have to post that in the Discord because we can't confirm it unless you prove it.
Oh well, everybody saw it on chat, so you can just ask.
I didn't.
I never saw it.
I trust no one.
Everyone on Vegas chat saw it, so
I don't trust them. They're all liars.
Yeah, that's the exact type that I was wearing.
Yes, Austin. Many people.
And he shared it, and I told him not to. But you know, so it got out to everyone about, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago.
Yes, I'm aware of that, Austin. I know you could care less.
Oh, I think it's getting late though.
Jesus told you television you shall do without money.
It is.
By holding it back,
but you guys can roll anytime you want to.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out here.
Take it easy, Gadwin. Thanks for dropping by.
I know.
All right, thanks, guys.
Guitar knows.
Later.
Guitar knows.
All right, television you shall not need the mark. I've said enough.
I don't trust guitar. I need to see the picture myself. I have to verify it.
Yeah, because I got so much goddamn shit for it.
Why'd you get shit for it?
Because like everybody told me that I was a slut, or like, why did you show that to Will? Why did you send him your pic? I got so much shit about it. But in the end, I was like, you know what? It was a good picture, so I really didn't care.
Well, there you go. It's a good picture. Put that in Discord. Nothing to be ashamed of.
All right, no.
Rash just sent me a private message and said, you better get that picture or I'm killing you.
What?
He's like, he said, you owe me, motherfucker. You better get that picture.
So the one that I had, it was more like turquoise color. It was more like bluish, like turquoise.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's kind of the same as what she's got on right there.
I am curious while we're on this, Wesley, do you consider like this sort of thing like sinful? Like, do you find it distasteful or wrong in any way?
I've been a very wicked and evil man.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So you're not really fundamental in all regards.
Look, I've done the worst evil kinds of things you could do on earth. So
now, please tell me you haven't touched children.
No.
Okay, because that's an unforgivable act. That's like you can't come back from that.
So I'm a teacher. I'm here to try to get you to clean up inside. What you do with that is your business completely.
Okay. So I can't be held accountable for having a wet dream about Melody.
I've said enough. I hope I haven't gone on and on and on like frauds do. You know, they don't shut up. So I've said enough. I'm going to take off. All right.
Take it easy,
All
Wesley.
right. Have fun.
I'll be visiting each and every one of you.
Okay.
Walaikum salam.
See you later, Wesley.
Okay.
Diana Allison says bye too, but she can't see you because she's on Chatterbait. All right.
Well, I think, yeah. I need
What?
something to eat, so I might leave as well.
Yeah, it's getting fucking late. My alcohol's
Yeah,
starting to
should
wear
go.
off. It's all good. You guys take it easy. Thanks for dropping. Jesus Christ, it's almost 7 hours. This is like working a shift. But
I've
anyway,
been on here for a minute.
anyway, it was still fun. So you guys take
Yeah.
it easy, and I'll see you next week if you're available.
All right,
Okay.
thanks a lot.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, Drops.
No problem.